Trojan family, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Come on in this thing. Y'all talking about, man, it's looking ugly right now. It's looking ugly, bro. We tripping. Let me let some more of y'all get on up in here. You feel me? We about to go in. Yes, sir. We gotta go in. To follow USC, like we falling even further, y'all. You feel me? You thought we was down. Y'all thought we was down with Helton. We even in the worst position we is with Helton. What's up, B Jinx, man?
What's going on with you, Carter?
I'm stressing, bro.
Why are you stressing?
You see, Quentin Joyner did hopped in the portal. Before that, Sam Green hopped in the portal. Like we trying to build our roster up.
Yeah, but man, we can't be. I'm gonna say
How
it like I
we
said.
train our own
I,
players?
I'm gonna say it like I said it on another show. We can't be emotional. This is a business now, so I see what's happening. I see what's going on, and you got running backs jumping in the portal, players jumping in the portal all over. What we're doing is we're going with positions that are premium, positions of need. All right. So Quinn Joyner is in the portal, true. But so are other 20 other running backs right now. What are your premium positions? What are your positions of need? There's D line, there's O line, and boundary corners. Those are going to be your premium positions. Then you got your positions of need. What do we need? We need to build depth. We need some linebackers. And then everything else is uniform, right? So that would be your running backs, that would be your tight ends and stuff like that. But I see exactly what they're doing. I see the play that's coming. I see why they didn't pay Jonah. The reason why they didn't play Jonah. You got more running backs in the portal than you got colleges, top programs. You can get a running back. I hate to lose as a kid too, man, but you have to look at it from a business perspective. We can get a running back. How many defensive linemen you gonna be able to get that are, that can put pressure on the quarterback? That can either blocks. How many rush ends that can we get that's going to get home? That's what we were missing this year. We got running backs. We can get a running back. So I see the play. I can see. Let's just say hypothetically speaking, Jordan is worth about a quarter million for the year. Hypothetically, right? Stay with me. Follow me. But we got four receivers. We got four receivers we trying to keep. We got two running backs behind Jonah, and if we need to, we can bring Branch out of the backfield. Use him like a Darren Sproles. We could chop up that money that we were going to pay Branch and add it to the NIL of those four receivers that we need to keep. That you can't really teach, or you can't just go in and grab a Deuce Robinson that's 6'6" out of the portal that can run like a deer, or Jacoby Lane that's 6'5", that's got a 40-inch vertical and well size 5X glove. You just can't get those. Don't come in the portal every day, but a running back does. Again, there's more running backs in the portal than there are top programs right now. So is he a premium position? No, he's not. Is he a position of need? We maybe, but hell, he go out in the portal. We can get two in tomorrow.
That's true.
So
But
so so that's the way I look at it. They playing this like Bill Belichick will play it, Carter. They playing this like Bill Belichick will play it. Okay, what are our premium positions? Which one is more important? So we got two running backs right now that's going to get us through the bowl game, and Jackson and Marion Peterson. Both of them haven't seen playing time. Well, Jackson has a little bit, but he reminds us of who? Lindell White. He's just a freshman. Jonah is a what? Junior. I mean, it's a sophomore who will be a junior next year. Chances are he might have one more year and then he's off to the NFL.
check it out though. The other side of all this, what you saying? First of all, look what Jeff said on the screen. He
What do you
said
say?
he said Joyner was being paid 35K, not
Right.
250K. He
Yeah,
was
that
already
was a hypothetical though. I wasn't
Nah, but
saying
I
that.
heard I mean, if you listen to other sources, I mean, Jay was on earlier and said it was
Right,
simply about money, and they didn't
right,
even want to give him the market value for a running back in his position. Quentin
right.
Joyner left because what they was gonna give him is way lower than what any other running back in college is making, bro.
Right, right,
Like,
and I agree with that. I'm not disputing that, Carter. But what I'm saying is, if I'm looking to show up my defense, the majority of the money that I have reserved for NIL from the collective is going towards defensive linemen and boundary corners. That's what we were hurting at.
but hold on
Again,
though. Do that
go ahead.
mean a position like running back? We just lowball every other position. Oh, we need D line and edges and offensive linemen. So everybody else, y'all
Right,
getting chump change. Y'all getting lowballed. We gonna lose
again,
all our
right,
position
right,
players then.
right. But
Jordan
what I'm
was
saying,
the starter next year. He was a
right,
baller. Dude averaged like 7 yards a carry. What about how we gonna build a culture and an identity if we got this much roster changeover? You keep Quentin
I,
Joyner because he gonna be the starter next year. Now we in the portal looking at a running back from Utah or something that averaged 4 yards a carry when this dude averaged 7 yards a carry. Now this is another position we got to fill when this position was set already in our backyard. Ain't got to convince to come here. He already here. This give him what he worth. This is a problem because we ain't even willing to give players what they're worth. He wasn't asking for D line or quarterback or edge rusher position. He was asking the typical value, bro. And if
I
we
get
can
what you're saying.
own players, what does that say about our NIL? You supposed to be able to keep your own players, bro. I heard this kid was in tears. According to
I
USC,
get what
this kid was crying about this.
I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, right? But I'm saying if they're going to take the New England approach, you remember when Bill Belichick was at New England? You remember how many running backs, specialty players left New England because they wasn't getting a bag and went somewhere else and got a bag? But Belichick ended up winning what 6 Super Bowls? Why? Because he had a quarterback to run his system. He had a defense. He didn't pay a whole bunch of running backs a whole bunch of money. They didn't do that. Even market value. A lot of those running backs left New England because they weren't even making market value of what they deserve. And I agree with you. Jonah did deserve that, but he'll be a junior next year. All right. We got Brian Jackson that's a freshman right behind him, and we got another running back that's we got what 2 more running backs that's coming in next season, and we got Peterson behind him. So again, if I'm looking at premium positions, running back is not at the top of the list, especially a junior. He's not at the top of the list. I'm going to
It is
take
for a
that.
junior though.
Hold
What's
on,
that?
hold on, hold on. Let me welcome in. Let me welcome y'all in though. Chris been up here. What up, Chris? What up, JA? Man, how y'all
What's
feeling,
going
man?
on, Chris? What's going on, Chris?
What's going on, my people? Man, this is what I'm gonna say. I feel what B saying. I feel what Carter said. I feel what B saying. As far as the money wise, what where they trying to allocate it to and what they think is more important. Like New England did have a good defense. And they had a dominant offensive line who could protect their quarterback. And anybody can run behind it. But this is what I'm gonna say. This is not the first time we see this. We have a real life NIL issue, and until we get this fixed, no, it's gonna be tough.
What's that in the background? What's that in the background? I could barely hear
That
you, Chris.
that's not me. That's somebody else on the call. Probably need to
Okay,
mute.
okay.
Yeah, but we have a real life NIL issue, and it's not being managed right, and it's not. It's crazy that how bad the NIL situation is. It's like with our NIL, we take one step forward, 2 steps back, right? And
Hmm.
it needs to be managed better, way better. And my only thinking, because again, I know Riley don't control NIL, and I've been all
Right.
for Riley making excuses and things like that. But at some point, if NIL, if the House of Victories continue to fail, if I'm the head coach, I'm taking and I don't know if he's not doing this or not, but I'm lighting a fire under somebody. I'm going to the Jenny Cohen. I'm going to the people who run the NL, and I'm saying I can't continue to lose recruits and lose retention because you guys are not following through on what you said you're gonna do. Right? We getting all these 5 stars to commit and people to commit, and then we're losing them because the NIL's not going through. Like as a coach, I'm going off about that. I'm shaking some bushes. You know what I mean? Like because at the end of the day, it's going to affect you. It's going to affect the team and the players you got. Like looking at our team coming next year, everything that we built this year, I was a firm believer that all right, we're a young team this year. Everyone getting all this playing time, experience, close game. That's gonna make us better for next year. But we're gonna have a completely different team. So ain't nobody that went through this tough season gonna be there. So it's like it's all for naught. And what I don't understand is that if Ryan Day can go to Ohio State and say, "Y'all gave me all this money, but I need 20 million more just to retain my roster," like the question is Riley going to House of Victory with the same message? Or is the coaching staff seen enough out of Quentin Joyner because coaches see players different than we do? Or is the coaching staff saying we've seen enough out of Quentin Joyner that we don't think he's worth the money that he's asking for? Could it be because he fumbled a couple of times and he fumbled a few times and lucky enough we was able to recover him. We didn't lose a lot. Could it be that he hasn't developed as a pass blocker as they were like? And so they was willing to, take that loss and go forward and let him go elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know that question. But for me, Quinn Jordan was a piece that I thought our running back was gonna be locked in for next year and we didn't have to go look in the portal, that we could have
Exactly.
focused on offense and defensive line. But now with this happening, we have to find somebody. I haven't seen enough out of Marion Peterson or Jackson to say that they're gonna be that guy. You know what I'm saying? For one, Jackson don't he's good, but we just haven't seen enough from him. But have the coaches seen enough to say that we're ready to turn over, the keys to them next year and let him go, or are they already working on bringing somebody else in that they were projected was going to start over Jordan? We don't we
Hold on.
don't we don't we
Hold
don't
on.
we don't know that. Go ahead.
Now go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh yeah. So we don't know that, but as far as a USC fan and looking for next year, I don't like all the turnover, man, because what we built this year and what we went through this year, it's all for naught because none of these players is gonna be there. So none of them players gonna be in there that learn how to win in the close game that was losing them earlier and winning them later. It's like we're starting all the way over, and for us to be losing all these players in the portal, I mean, I haven't seen anything yet to where we're picking up anything. Everything is like these are possible people we should go after, but it's just crazy. But the biggest thing is until we get that NIL figured out, until we're not gonna be able to compete in recruiting, which means we ain't gonna be able to recruit on the field because other running backs, other players, what I'm saying, they seeing this and they're gonna be like, okay, if they're having this many problems with NIL, do I even want to go be a part of that? Because even the Sam Green issue, from what I'm being told, that Sam Green didn't want to leave, right? But that it
And
was
that's
a
that's my question. That's my question for B Jinx. He talking about okay, running back ain't a premium. D line was. What's up with Sam Green?
I got,
What's
I
the
got.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my whole thing about this whole scenario with all the players, right? Is we listening to the top, we listen to the head coach. I'm sure all of us have heard Lincoln Riley say he's all about having in-home player development, right? He's trying to move less than go into the transfer portal, correct?
correct?
So that's what you're saying, bro. But that your actions don't speak that. Because if I got these players that I have that are in-house that want to stay, why wouldn't I go to the player development? I think it comes into three aspects now when it comes to the players. First is the players we have at home, right? So that's the retention. Second is going to become our recruiting. How do we recruit? How much can we play with recruiting? Third is going to be the transfer portal. The more players you keep in your system that go through the years of developing and growing is going to be better for the culture. Second, the players you're recruiting, they see the culture, they come into the culture. they're willing to develop in the culture. Third is going to be those transfer portals. It may be those 1 year done. We buy them for a year or a couple of years or whatnot, but they're going to see how you can maintain and keep a culture together. And with somebody like with Quentin Joyner, he ready. Quentin Joyner could have went for 1,000 this year easily.
Easy.
So it's like, why wouldn't I want to keep him? And when you're doing that, you're showing the player. You're showing them not only that you're living by your actions and what you're saying, but you're showing the commitment to them. You're showing the trust to them. You're showing the love to them, and it's going to reside throughout the entire program. And if there's one person, if I'm the head coach, if I'm the HNIC, if there's one person that's holding that back, he got to go. The guy who's paying, he got to go. We got to get somebody else, somebody who understands what it is for accounting. Somebody understands the market. Somebody understands the market value. Understands, what the kids are bringing. Also, you got to understand, a kid like that came all the way from Texas. It's not like he was a kid in our backyard. That should mean a lot too. And that shows his commitment level. Somebody from Sam Green coming all the way from the DMV area. Those are like commitments. Those kids are uprooting themselves from where they live, coming to stay in California and want to stay. They love where they live. But how you can't lowball them. You can't you can't lowball them. That's not fair. Exactly. Nobody will want to stay. Nobody will want to stay if they're like, oh, okay, I can come over here. Everybody knows I'm a number one tailback coming in to any program. That kid can literally go to any program and start next year. And okay, so you're gonna lowball me just because I'm a tailback? No, you pay him. I would have paid him. It may not be
Hold on. But Judas said they said that Joyner was not going to classes and skipping practice. Do you believe that?
I don't believe that either.
I don't believe that.
I think that's just a story to put out to justify lowballing kid. Now, do I believe Joyner was lowball? Of course I do. But again, you got so many running backs jumping into the portal. He is not a premium. I understand that he could have been 1,000-yard back, but guess what? Woody Marks jumped into the portal, and look what he did for us this year. He came from Mississippi State. You understand what I'm saying? Again, running backs are not a premium. What are your premium positions? You have to take your emotions out of it, take your feelings out of it, and not be emotionally attached to one player that may stay for another year. When you say culture, hold on. This is the new norm. This is the new norm now. Free, and you got these programs that's playing to the highest bidder. But if I'm looking to go the opposite direction, what do I need to show up? I need to show up my defensive line. I need to show up my boundary press corners, and I need to show up my offensive line. I could put a running back there to get some yards in the fall forward. I can do that. Can I stop somebody? We had problems stopping the run this year. So guess what? I'm dumping all of my resources into building up a Legion of Boom, a Seattle type defense, a 2008 USC type defense that's only going to give up 8 points per game. That's what I'm building.
But check this out. Hold on. Check this out though. It ain't about losing Quentin Joyner. It's about, damn, we ain't even got the money to pay him more than $35K. We ain't got the money to pay him market value. That's the problem. If we looked at Quentin Joyner and said, damn, we ain't got enough money for him. If we
I don't think it's that, Carter. I don't think it's the fact of not having the money. I don't think it's the fact of not having the money. I think the money is there.
I'm gonna let you cook. Hold on. Because this question is at you. How do we expect to build this great defense if we don't even got the money to keep dude though? If we looked at dude and said, if we pay him, we ain't gonna have no money for the defense, then we still ain't got no money.
I don't think that it's not that we don't got the money. They don't want to. I think if they don't want to pay him the money that he wants.
They just right. That's what I'm saying, Carter. I don't think it's the fact that we don't have the money. They got the money again. I'm gonna say it again. Running back is not a premium or premier position for us, man. The defense is what we need.
Talent, though.
I get what you're saying.
Player. He
He's
could
a
be
good
1,000
player.
yard back easy. It's a man. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, he's a good
But
player, but again, there's more running backs out there than there are top programs. Look how many
But
running backs are in the portal right now.
but still, ain't nobody in the portal better than him.
Right
And I
now
got a
is
question.
not.
I got a
I
question
can
for you,
back that.
BG.
I
I
can
got a
back
question
that.
for you, BG.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if the Boise State running back, because they say he wants to stay another year,
Uh-huh.
he jumps in the portal. He says he wants to go to SC. How much you gonna pay him?
You
yeah, you
talking
got to.
about no, you don't. If he's not a premium player for you, no, you don't pay him. You do him exactly like who was that running back that left? I go back to New England. You go back to the situation where the New England Patriots had plenty of good tailbacks, man, and none of them got paid, and that's why they eventually left. You go right back to that same situation. We got a freshman right now, Brian Jackson, that reminds us of Lindell White. He's just starting next year. Why? He's a freshman and he's not requiring a bunch of money right now. Quentin Joyner definitely deserves every penny that he can get. I agree with you. But again, you got more top running backs that's going to probably be in the portal. I'm hearing right now, Alabama looking at losing running backs. Georgia looking at losing running backs. Miami looking at losing running backs. Every top program is going to lose running backs. They are not premium positions. Your D line, your O line, and your boundary press corners. Those are going to be your premium positions right there. And that's just the way it is, bro. I hate
So
to lose Joyner.
all right, if we gave Joyner the same amount or as many carries as we gave Woody, do you think he would have went for as many yards or more as Woody?
Hell yeah, I do. But you couldn't put him. You couldn't justify putting him in front of Woody though. Woody Marks was the man.
Right.
You
No, but
couldn't
I'm saying
justify
like if you
that,
but you're bringing this back though. So if we're
right?
bringing this back to next year, you couldn't say we all know Woody wouldn't come over from Mississippi State getting paid
Hmm.
$35,000 a year. So would you pay him as much or the same as you're paying Woody?
I
If
think
he's
this is
not,
what we're
if
missing. What I think this is what we're missing. What B is saying. What he's saying is, if it's a position of dire need that you really want to attack, then yes. If the Boise State running back is in there, I mean, so really, what it boils down to, when I played college football at the end of each season, right? Your coach, your position, you have a meeting with your position coach and your head coach, and you meet with your position coach first, and he goes through your year with you, plans for next year. If he thinks you got a future there playing or not, I've seen people come out and be like, well, coach told me they moved to another direction. That if I'm here, I probably won't even dress out on Saturday, so I'm gonna transfer out. Then you go have that conversation with the head coach as well, and you go through all that. So the only thing that I can see in these situations with the certain players that's leaving is that the coaches either feel strongly about the people behind them and think they can get the same production at a lower amount, or they have intentions on bringing someone in. And what B is basically saying is the market value. Every year is going to be different. Last year, the market determined because of the quarterbacks was in the portal. Everybody was going after that quarterback because of the amount of good quarterbacks in that class, in that portal class last year.
there was a
So
premium
basically,
need for it. Exactly, Christian. There was a
right,
premium
right.
need for
So the market is going to change every year. Like, I mean, if you look at the big contract Dak Prescott got at quarterback for the Cowboys, the reason he's the highest paid is because no other quarterbacks was up for a contract, right? He was the best quarterback out there that would have been available. So the market dictated his contract. Not saying he's the best in the NFL, which he's not, but the market dictated his contract and what the Cowboys had to pay him. In 2 years, when all the other quarterbacks that's better than him, their contracts come up, they're going to be the highest paid. So even in college football, we're going to see that the market determines and the need is going to determine, what I'm saying, who's getting paid what type of money. And I don't B is not saying that Quentin Joyner is not good, that he's not 1,000 yard back. He's saying that as the USC coaching staff, that they determine that the more need that they need instead of meeting what he wants, they're like, well, we don't. I hate to say this. This is But I think the coaches are saying, I'm not saying it, but I think the coaches are saying pretty much it's not a running back is not a priority for us to spend this type of money on that you're looking for. Go ahead and go in the portal so you can get what you want. They feel
And that's
strongly
the
about Jackson. They feel strongly about whoever they're looking at in the portal.
Peterson.
That's the only thing I
Peterson.
can go with.
And here's the thing. Even just to get it, just go ahead.
Hold on. So y'all don't see a problem with this, though. Y'all don't see a problem with that.
I see a problem with it. I see a problem with it.
I get what y'all saying when y'all talking about it ain't a premium need. What I'm saying is if we can't even retain skilled players, if we can't retain the players that ain't of need, then what that really show about our bag? Y'all saying it ain't the bag. I'm saying it gotta be, because this kid wasn't asking for no millions. What he was asking for, they should be able to have and still not have to sacrifice going after these other players. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know what he was asking for. I don't know what he was asking for. The exact number, I don't know. But I don't think it's that the NIL don't got it. Again, I just think that they didn't want to meet what he wanted because they don't consider it a priority.
Hold on. Let me stall you real quick. Why they didn't want to meet what he wanted?
The only thing I can think about, if I'm in this situation and I have a player retention that wants to come back, like I said, the only reason I wouldn't meet what they want is if we had that meeting after the season and we reviewed the whole season and we're saying, okay, we understand you want this much, but we're not willing to give you that much. Basically, I don't know if NIL, I don't know if the coaching staff went to NIL and said, no, we don't think he's worth that much. Let him go into the portal. We feel comfortable with what we have behind them and what's coming in.
Okay.
But I don't think it's that they don't have the money. They're just not spending the money.
Hold on. I'm going to let you cook. I'm trying to walk with you, though. So why would they say he's not, they don't think he's worth that much when he averages 7 yards a carry and he's set to be the starter? Woody Marks entering the draft automatically make him running back number one. So basically what you telling me is USC NIL, like the number one running back at USC, he only going to be worth pennies. That's what that means. Because
whoever running back
come in behind him, bro, is not going to be as good. Because they trying to lowball the running back position. Y'all said it's not about Quentin Joyner. It's about the position. So whoever we get is going to get lower. I already said that they looking at the Utah running back. They already talking to him. So what we got on the roster, Brian Jackson and Peterson, they ain't satisfied with that. So they already in the portal looking for another running back.
That's experience depth, though, Carter. But Carter, that's
we downgrading at that position. And then I get what y'all saying, but at the same time, it's like, okay, say I agree with y'all. Like, okay, yeah, we saving this money for the D line. So when transfer season is start today, I don't want to hear no bullshit. I don't want to hear shit about we getting outbid for any D lineman. Then we better
agree with you.
4 and 5. Because if we saving money and we letting players go, that's ballers. Probably would have been all Big Ten next year. The dude gonna go to the NFL. That nigga is an NFL draft pick. He going to the league. So we better clean up in the portal then.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Paul.
You have enough money for this dude. Oh, Oregon outbidded us. I don't want to hear none of that then. If I'm gonna go by what y'all saying, I don't want to hear shit. We better get all the dudes in the on the D line and the edge. We better not get outbid by nobody. If we letting our own talent leave, if we letting projected starters leave.
And Carter, to piggyback on what you're saying, I'm gonna be highly upset on another level too. If he go to Oregon, if he go to Texas A&M, if he go to Miami, if he go to Ohio State, if he go to one of those big programs and they pay him Michigan, like it's gonna be like that's a slap in the face,
bro.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. But you know, you got to look at what all we got to replace on defense. You got to look at what all we got to replace on.
Green didn't go. That's what I'm saying. If we got to replace all this on defense.
All right, so let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question, Carter. Let me ask you a question. How many times did we really put pressure on the quarterback with what we had and get to the quarterback or sack the quarterback this year? How
But
many
you
times did we
even
do that?
said Sam Green just started playing at the end of the season, so we can't
Yeah,
put that on Sam Green.
I
He
agree.
just
But
started playing.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. If Sam Green was that man, he would have been started. You think? Do you honestly think that Danton Lane would have kept Sam Green on the bench? Henry would have kept Sam Green on the bench if he could get to the quarterback like Eric Gentry would? You honestly believe that? No, he would have been in there. When Eric Gentry went out. Why? Because Eric Gentry got to the quarterback. He got to the he got TFLs. We had problems this year stopping the run and getting to put quarterback pressure, quarterback sacks.
That's on defense, but on offense, the number one problem we had was utilizing Quentin Joyner and Woody Marksmore running the ball and keeping those kids out of bad situations.
Nah, the number one problem we had was
No,
the offensive tackle situation.
right. That was the offensive tackle situation, which is another position that's a premium need. A premium need. Go back to what I was saying. The premium needs is going to be the O line, the defensive line, boundary press corners. That's the positions of premium need that we need. We need some edge rushers that can get to the quarterback. If Sam Green could really get to the quarterback, it would have kept him. The kids that we got coming up, Cam Fountain, Desmond Stevens, those are the kids that are going to get some paper. Why? Because
And
hey, look, they'll go ahead.
and here's the thing: we're not disagreeing with you, Carter. John. Oh,
Right.
I'm not. I'm gonna speak for myself. I'm not disagreeing. All I'm doing is trying to make sense of it and being in those meetings, player and position meetings with coach after football season in college, talking about the future. Like I've been in those meetings, and so the only logic and sense I can make out of it is that the coaches are saying either you haven't developed like we thought, or we're going a different direction, or you know what I'm saying. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just making sense of it. These are the only things that I can think about why they would, let somebody go and not spending money. I like Quentin Jordan. I was devastated when I seen that he was leaving, but the only sense I can make out of it is that the coaches feel like whatever they have, whatever moves they make, that they didn't have to, you know what I'm saying. And I don't know if the coaches go to NIL and say you need to up his money. If I was a head coach, I would. I'd be going in there, like I'm saying, I'd be checking some bushes up, especially if it's somebody I know I need back or whatnot. I don't know what Riley's doing behind closed doors. I know he don't control NIL, but you can go to NIL. You know what I'm saying? We've seen Ohio State do it and get $20 million for retention. But the only thing I can make sense of it is that, not saying I agree with it, is that the coaches, they got to communicate. So the coaches must have told NIL. They said we think about doing this, and they looking at budget and they like, nah, we don't want to match that. I don't know. We see he can run the ball. I don't know if it was the fumbles. I don't know if it was the struggles on pass blocking or what. And they didn't think that he was worth that. I don't know what the number is too, right? If we knew exact number to what he was trying to get, we can make more sense. We could say, oh yeah, he worked that, or ooh, that's a pretty penny. We don't know that number, and we probably never will. But the only logic I can make out of it is that they wasn't willing to pay that amount because to them they don't feel he was worth that amount.
And I feel like if we looking at it like that, we ain't gonna get nobody in the portal either. Because sometimes you gonna have to overspend to get what you want. Just like the New York Mets, this yesterday they just paid Juan Soto $765 million.
$65 million. Yeah.
Yeah, so
But I
you
think
gonna have
I
to
think they if
overpay.
they go
And
if
and,
they
and
overpay, is what B saying. If they overpay, they're probably not gonna overpay for a running back. They're gonna overpay on the defensive line, the offensive line.
but is you
Right.
overpaying if he only asking for the basically the average? I heard he was just asking for the market value that every other running back get. Now, just
Well,
What
like
that's
is the
what we have
market?
everybody
to
said, hold
establish.
on,
What's
hold
the
on,
market
hold on, hold
value?
on,
What's
hold
the
on,
market
What is
hold
the
on.
value?
market value? That's what I'm trying to figure.
Yeah.
I don't know what the
They
number is
know
for
What's the
that.
the
That's
market
what
market.
I'm
value?
saying. Quentin Joyner, he know the market value. His inside circle, they know the market value. We probably don't, but he do, right? So that's why. But just like Wedo saying and everybody saying in the comments, I said this last year. This is a Dave Emmerich problem. The same
Yes.
thing happened in the transfer
Yes.
portal last year with Walter Nolan. He lowballed everybody to the point they didn't even call USC back for Walter Nolan. I could just say it because it's a year later. They offered Walter Nolan $50K. That's what Dave Emory offered Walter Nolan, $50K, bro. That dude got it like $1 million NIL deal. That's how. Look, you know what? I'm gonna get too heated if I talk about situations that I know that I ain't even talked about. But y'all don't even know how horrible Dave Emmerich is and how many players he turned away and disgusted at USC with that jabroni be offering players. Until Dave Emmerich is gone, we ain't getting nothing. Because even if the money there, it seemed like he's trying to keep something for himself, skimming off the top. Lincoln Riley should have fired dude right there when he offered Walter Nolan, the number one D lineman in the portal, $50K. His agent hung up the phone in Dave Emmerich's face.
I thought they brought in somebody else. I thought they brought in somebody else to cover it. Wasn't it supposed to be John Robinson's son or something like that?
They brought somebody in September, but we still having the same problem.
Dave Emmerich is the one who runs the NIL. Like
I
that's
thought he got replaced
do
though.
the contract negotiations.
No, he does all the negotiations. He does.
Yeah, he does the negotiations, bro.
And they're paying. I know for a fact. I talked to my brother about it today. He works at SC. 35 racks, right? Is what they're paying Quentin Joyner. Quentin Joyner's not asking. Quentin Joyner he's just not cool with 35. But
I get that. I understand.
But 100 is okay. You 100? 150?
Let me ask you a question. Who did we just get to commit that's considered to be a premium position of need? Who did we just get to commit?
Jakeem Stewart.
How much did they pay him?
He getting like 2 to 3.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. They're going to pay the positions that are considered to be premium need positions. Running back, again, there's more running backs that's out there that's going to hit the portal than there are top programs. I'm not saying that Quentin Joyner don't deserve it. I'm not saying that. He deserves every penny and more. I think he should get at least 200 if you ask me. He's that type of running back. But he's not a premium position of need, though, man. You have to look at it from a business perspective. Go ahead.
I conceded that to you. I'm going to concede that. All right. It's about position of need. So all I'm saying is we better be cracked. If we don't make up for all the losses in the transfer portal, then it's back on me. It's back on what me and John saying. Y'all right.
I get what you're saying.
Y'all right. If we use this money that we letting pass and we use that and stack up on D, then I'll be like, y'all was right. But until then, y'all in the wrong right now for saying,
here's another thing. Here's another thing.
And hold on. Welcome Dang Trojan. Hold on. Welcome Dang Trojan to the platform. He just hopped on. You feel me?
Hey, thank you, Carter. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, man. I just want to say, man, big fan, but I had to hop on and support what you're saying, my brother, because us USC fans, we are sick and tired of the same spiel from Lincoln Riley, from the university. Hey, man. Hey, for all those who don't know, USC has about 4 or 5 Phil Knights, bro. We got Gene Buss. We got George Lucas. We got Steven Spielberg. So, hey, the university, the jig is up. They need to come out and say if they are gonna facilitate the proper funds to the football or not.
We got the Galen family. The donors. Yeah, we got the donors. They got 32 billionaires that came out of that campus.
Right.
Like you said, they got like 4 or 5 high-end millionaires, not people just worth $1 billion, people worth $5-6 billion.
So all this propaganda y'all put out about the endowment y'all get every year, about what the business school does. Hey, I don't care how many millionaires y'all producing if y'all not giving back to the university, because Oregon, they not giving out links to their fans so that they can support. Phil Knight is funding everything. He's building communities for the families to live in, bro. And it's like, if we not ready to step into big boy football, we need to step back and go to the Big 12 or something, because we not ready.
Exactly. I'm about to say the Big 10 should kick us out the conference and say, because y'all ain't serious about football, bro. At this point, we bringing the conference down. USC is expected to be a flag carrier for this conference, and we won't even play ball, bro.
Exactly.
We're not modernizing to today's football. it's like we're behind still. It's like it's taking so long for them to catch up and get it, and the longer they take, the further, deeper and deeper the hole is going to be to dig out of. It's like it's crazy that NIL had started a couple years ago, and we're just now trying to fix our issues. That's the most frustrating part. That our NIL is still not together because we waited so long to to get it going and to really start trying to fix issues, and it's still not fixed.
Just think about somebody like Dr. Dre. Like we can't say we don't have the donors. Well, why was it so or they don't support football? Why Dr. Dre gave Caleb Williams that big NIL deal with the Beats by Dre? So obviously he's willing to put into the program, but what's holding back from putting into the program to recruit, to get more
but
players, to get retention? It has
that's
to be. It
separate
has to
though.
be what they
That's
see on the
that's
field and
separate.
the coaching.
That's separate though, fam. You know, he
That's
invested money
separate from the
into
House of
Caleb.
Victory.
Yeah. That's separate from the House of Victory. He invested
Right.
money into Caleb because Caleb is going to, in return, bring dollars back to him. That's totally separate. Again, they showed me that they were willing to play ball on the defensive side of the line of scrimmage by giving Jakeem Stewart that type of money. Again, they're going to get some big time D tackles out of the portal. Now, if they don't do that, then Carter, then yeah, you're right. But I've already seen that they're willing to play ball on the defensive line, and they're going to bring in some more guys. Now, as far as Quentin Jordan is concerned, you got to remember they got to try to keep four receivers happy too. The four that we're talking about that's been chatter about, possibly dropping to the portal. I think they're going to try to allocate more NIL money towards those four receivers too to keep them happy as well, man. But I really think that that running back is not a premium position of need. I just think that's just my projection.
And that's my problem as well.
And
So
that's sad.
that
That's
also
sad.
that also signals to me that we ain't finna be dedicated to run the ball. We still finna be doing the same bullshit. Too much
Exactly.
passing and no running. If you let your number one running back go, that let me know your mind. You ain't even thinking about running the ball. So I'm with Quinn Joyner. I'll leave SC too, especially
Well,
if
they got Brian Jackson though. Brian Jackson can't run the ball. Brian
He's a
Jackson can run the
freshman
ball.
though.
He's a freshman
Lincoln
who didn't get
Riley
much
ain't gonna
minutes,
call
bro.
no run plays. It don't matter. Lincoln had a Boise State running back. And he still ain't gonna
Facts.
run the ball. So you know what? B Jinx and Chris, I agree with y'all because we ain't gonna use
uh-huh.
the goddamn running back right anyway. So we might as well shit.
Hey Carter. Woody Morris got 1,000. He got 1,000 yards this season,
Yeah,
man.
but
What you
he should
think
have
we're
had
gonna use him?
1,500 though. He should
I
have had
agree with you,
1,500 though.
but
And
hey,
we should have
hey,
had Joyner at about 750 to 1,000.
yeah,
We
Yeah,
should
but
have
then
he
you
like
should
a
have
got a
had 2,000
2,500.
yards.
We should have
but
had.
then
I'm telling you,
you got a bunch of receivers that's unhappy because they ain't get no
not
catches. Come on,
necessarily,
man.
not
How so?
necessarily,
How so?
because us running the ball is going to open up everything for them.
No, but look, it don't matter with the receivers anyway because the same thing. Lincoln Riley finna rotate 8 receivers, and these dudes feeling like they ain't getting enough snaps to where they gonna have them stats to be a first-round draft pick in the NFL. Why do you think it's rumors about our wide receivers transferring? They look at
I,
every other team. If you a wide receiver, every other team, they wide receivers damn near playing every damn snap. They top 3,
I,
4 wide receivers ain't never coming out. Lincoln Riley
yeah,
want to rotate everybody in the goddamn
that's
line.
you got some validity to that. I will agree with you on that. But here's the thing: when you got the type of receivers we got with Jacoby Lane, if I'm Riley, my pitch is my main focus is keeping Lane, Lemon, and Deuce Robinson, and maybe even Zach if I can keep Zach. That's my main focus.
And quit Joyner.
Again,
I'm
hey
gonna keep
fam,
my
again.
no. If you really think about it, now you're keeping all those kids came in together. He's
Uh-huh.
talked about he wants to keep the classes together. He wants to stack on development. I'm gonna keep them together. Do you know how much more like prestigious that championship's gonna
That's
be, or we
true.
win the Big Ten, or those kids they got skin in the game.
That's true. That's true. But Quentin Joyner, again, he's going into his junior season, man. I got a freshman right behind him, man. And again, he's not a premium
That's
position of
fine.
need. He's not
Okay,
a
so
position of need, man.
so why we been grabbing out all these portals Quinn Jordan was a freshman last year. We would have got Woody Marks.
He was a
Before that,
sophomore year after that. He was a sophomore last year.
before that, we kept grabbing tailbacks out the portal, and they worked out. That's cool. That's great. But it's like, but when you're saying that you want to develop within your program, keep the kids within the program. They're gonna have a certain different type of when we go play that UCLA game, we play that Notre Dame game. Those are rivalry games. They're gonna really enjoy that, understand the experience of it, understand what the rivalry really is. They've been there 2 or 3 years. They lost against Notre Dame 2 times. Now they're like, oh no, we ain't not losing this year. We're upperclassmen now. It's time to roll. It's time to go. It's go time. It's fight on.
That would be good. That would be good. That would be good.
We gonna get a running back in the portal every year. We've been doing it. Travis Dye, Marshawn Lloyd, Woody Marks. We ain't never getting no homegrown running back, bro. We hopping in the portal.
They all turned out good though.
They all turned out good. Exactly, Christian. They all turned out good. And if this was the old way of doing things back before NIL hit, I would agree with you. But it's not. This is the new norm. 1 year rentals. This is free agency. And you go with your positions of need. I hate it. It sucks. But this is the new norm in college football. And those are not positions of need for us right now. Running back is not a premium position.
It's sad that we are talking like that as USC fans because we have more, the money that the boosters or like we have enough money to pay all these players. And the reason that we're not needs to be investigated, in my opinion, because it's like, hey, yo, what are you doing with the money, Dave Emery? Because we should be offering a $32K is a slap in the face to Quentin Joyner, man. Like,
I agree.
That's disrespectful.
First off, none of us have a ledger, right? We know we got all these billionaires, millionaires. We don't know if they giving like that. We don't know what the NIL, but I don't even know the NIL budget. We don't know if everybody's giving money like they should be, right?
That's true. That's very true.
Second thing is the 35. The second thing is the 35,000 he got. That is what him and his dad had basically talked to NIL and came to their agreement. I believe when he first came, but definitely, right? So that's what they agreed to then. So now it's a renegotiation, right? He definitely should get more because next year he's gonna be the starter. So you're not paying him as a backup no more. So yes, his money should have been increased. Whatever number they're talking about, again, I don't know. I don't know what the running back premium is on running backs. I don't know, but definitely going from second string to a starter, you got to renegotiate, right, in order to keep it. Now I'm about to be the starter. I have a little more value, or whatnot. But we keep saying we have all these billionaires, and we have it. We don't know if them people giving money or how much they giving. We don't. We got people who have money like Phil Knight, but do they got the heart and the passion for the university like Phil Knight? Where they say,
we do know they're giving money. We do know they're giving money because they just dropped $50 million. We had a donor play $50 million for a facility, so we know they're giving money. It's a matter of where the money goes.
It's like enough with these excuses, and we don't know, bro. Like we need to be doing that stuff.
No, that's not just one donor. They got donors that are okay. Let's just say it is one donor. That one donor gave $50 million to a football facility. He didn't give it to the baseball team, the basketball team, the girls' basketball team. You know how much money they're gonna bring us with Juju? He gave that to one specific facility. So if you're giving that to one specific facility, you got to have money to bring in the players to put in that facility.
All right, so let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask you a question, Carter. What would you consider to be market value for a running back, a starting running back like Quentin Joyner? Remember, he came in at $35K as a backup, right? What would you consider to be starting market value for a quarterback? For a running back like Joyner?
$200K to $250.
$200K.
Yeah.
Right. That's it. That's the example I gave, right? About $200K, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is what I said, right?
Yeah, I'm following.
That's for a starter. That's for a starter that's not a premium position of need. That's what you're going to invest into a running back. I'm asking you as a GM. As a GM,
I'm gonna stop you right there because I can't really comprehend that having a starter running back in the Big Ten isn't a necessity, bro. Like I can't even compute that. Like that doesn't make sense to me.
I didn't say it wasn't a necessity. I didn't say it was a necessity. I said it's not a premium position of need. There's a
Okay, so
difference.
B Jinx, one more thing. So now we got a freshman about to start next year, or a
Thank you.
or you know who it
Right. A
is.
sophomore.
They're going to
Right.
come back and do the same thing. So it's
The
like,
same
okay,
thing. Hey,
so he
B
comes
Until
back,
Jinx
he's
next
and
making
year.
Toto.
35. He starts, he's like, well, I want 200. What we gonna say? Bye bye, no
Right.
200.
You gonna keep the New England. You gonna keep the New England business model. You gonna bring it. I'm telling you what. I'm
All
telling
right,
you
and
what's
we're gonna
going
stay
on.
6 and
You,
6,
Hey,
7 and
look,
5, like we've been doing.
Lincoln
not if you show up
Riley
that
is not.
defense. Not if you
Hold
show up that
on.
defense. You're not.
Lincoln Riley is not Bill Belichick, bro.
I'm telling you that's the
And
model that
Bill
they.
Belichick, he locked down skill position players. Tom Brady, Gronk. He just didn't say, "Oh, I'm just gonna focus on
That's
this unit." They had a solid roster
okay. Okay. Well,
overall, and
name
you
me.
know why
Hold
they could
on.
take losses? Hold on. You know why they could take losses? Because they had drafted
Tom
well, and they
Brady.
had stacked well, and they had backups that was ready to come right in because they
All right.
stacked.
All right,
We're
let me
not
ask you a question, Carter.
stacking. We're
Let me
going
ask you a
in the
question.
reverse, bro. That's what I'm
Let me
trying.
ask you a
That's
question,
my
Carter.
point. Our
And
roster
they knew
is
they had
going
an elite
All
backwards.
right.
QB every year.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool. Let me ask you a question then.
He said,
What running back? Let me ask you a question then. What running back did Bill Belichick really pay like that? What running back did they do?
the
Corey
NFL
Dill,
don't pay no running backs.
Who?
Corey
Who?
Dillon was the only one that got paid from New
Yeah,
England.
Corey Dillon.
He got paid
Okay. And how many years did Belichick coach at New England?
about 15 years, maybe. Was it
And
15?
you name one running back in 15 years?
Yeah, that's because
Okay,
they
hey,
recruit.
you got that?
They
No, no,
drafted
no,
well.
no, 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 no. B Jinx, you got that. So all I
Right.
say though, I got it. Like I get your logic, bro. I ain't saying
Hmm.
I don't disagree with the logic you saying.
Right.
I'm saying that this is raising an alarming bell. So the NFL, we know they got a salary cap. So the
Right.
NFL, you might have to let it. They was only letting players go to be under the salary cap, bro. Right? The NFL
Hmm.
do that because it's a salary cap. It ain't no damn salary cap in college. So I'm
And
saying our salary cap must be hella low than the other schools. And if it's this low, bro, that we can't keep this dude, then forget about stacking the fucking defense. Excuse my
right,
language. And I ain't
right.
cussing at you. But I'm just saying, forget about stacking the defense, bro. We ain't even got the money to keep this dude. So how we gonna stack the defense?
We
Well,
And to
got
you
the
add to the
money,
point real
only
Carter.
quick,
We got the hold on. We got the money, man. They just gave Stewart. You said $2.5 to $3 million.
but how,
Jakeem
okay,
Stewart, two
but
and a
do
half to
we
three million
really got
dollars.
them? Okay, of course we got some money to give one or two players a bag. We got to be able
You
to give
st-
every player at least market value.
that's what
That's
I'm
what I'm
every
saying.
saying. We should have enough
every
Exactly.
money for the market value of these positions. Even though the running back ain't the premium, since a running back ain't the premium position, we know the market value ain't that high anyway. And I'm just saying, like, damn,
we
if we
don't know what
can't
they're
match the
offering.
market
We
value for
we don't.
a
That's
non-premium position, why do I expect to clean up in the portal?
that's what I'm asking you though. What so we would have okay, and we would have to solve for X then. What is X? X will be the market value for a running back that started. We will have to
Mhm.
solve for X in this position. We
I'm,
don't know.
So
I'm
We
yeah,
telling
don't
we
you,
do.
know.
We
you around
Yeah,
what
USC, we
you
should be
said.
making the market
I'm
for
telling
running
wait,
you.
wait,
backs.
wait, wait,
Like, what
wait,
are we
wait,
talking
wait,
about?
wait, wait, wait. Yeah, we do know because right now Ashley Jinky is the highest has the highest paid running back, right? At a
Mhm.
little
At
bit over
Boise
a million.
State. At Boise
At a little
State.
bit over a million. But hold on, the according to the most recent data, the average NI
What happened?
You went
Yeah,
out.
Hello.
I think he dropped out.
Christian dropped out?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
just about to tell us the average NIL. I think for a running
can you
back
hear
is
me?
now we
Yeah,
can
Yeah,
Can you
hear
hear
we
you.
me?
can hear you now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so the average Ashley Jinky is the highest with a million, but he's an outlier.
Right.
But he's not asking for a million,
I think he went out
and
again.
he's proven on the field.
I think he
So
went out
So
again.
so what is the market
if we
value
get a
outside
transfer
of
running back,
think
he gonna have to be proven on the field too.
I think the
what's the
market
market
value
value
for the
outside?
running back is
Go ahead.
250K, 250K.
250K
That
market
if
value.
I'm not mistaken for a starting running back.
Can you gu-
On
can you
average.
guys hear me?
Okay.
Can you
We
guys
Yeah.
hear
can hear
me?
you now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read it to you. The average for a running back is 200,000. That's the average 200,000 for a running back for top tier running back. That's the average
So
Okay.
even if
NIL
we
for
dropped in
college running back.
150,
Exactly.
Well,
we could have
100,
dropped in
150,
150.
something like that. That sound good.
He would have
Yep.
stayed for that. He would have stayed for that.
But do we know how much we offered him? That's the question.
No,
That's the
no, we
thing.
don't
We
know.
don't, and we don't know how
No.
much he asked for. We
But
don't
we can
know.
go off the past,
This
and
is,
basically they probably offered him something where he had to laugh at it, walk away.
I mean, according to USC Jay, shout out to Jay. I know all y'all probably subscribe to him. If
Yeah,
you're
that
not
he wasn't
subscribed to
asking for that
Jay,
much.
but Jay said that they didn't want to give him the market value. So I guess it's what Christian was saying, 200K. I was heard he wanted the market value or anything close, like he would have took like 175, like, but he wanted close to the market value or at least something close to it. Like according to Jay, if y'all don't see his live, he talked to he know the
Yeah,
parent, and he
correct.
said
Yeah,
old boy was crying, bro.
yeah, because he didn't want to leave. He didn't want to leave.
So that lets you know what the offer was. He like,
It
damn, I
was it
can't
was
get
it was
rid of that.
below what they was asking for. What they was asking for,
It
and
had
I
to be
get it.
way
I'm
below.
telling you, according to USCJ, they was asking for at least the market value or something close to it. I listened to that live twice.
Me
He
too.
said they
And
asked for the market value or something close.
So
And
at least
USC,
200 then. So at least 200, at least.
not
It
even
probably
at
could
least
have. It probably didn't
like
have to be that.
175 would have. It sounded like 175 would have worked because he said if I'm not mistaken, or if anybody in the chat watched that live, he said they wanted
yeah, I
market
watched
value
it.
or something close to
B
it.
was on too.
Yeah, I was on
So
there. I was on there.
here's my only thing. So it says the average NIL deal for running backs is 200,000 for top tier running backs. So if he's asking for market value, we assume it's around 175, 200,000, right? He would took 175.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm not saying I agree, but in my mind, it's like USC saying we don't consider you in that top tier for that running back for that because that's not saying the average for running backs. That's saying that's the average. 200,000 is the average for your top tier running backs.
Okay,
No, the
I
top
get it.
tier running backs. We just heard that. That's Gentry. That's a million.
No, that's the exception. That's the exception.
Hey, but look,
That's an
Yeah.
outlier.
hey, but that make it even worse then because Joyner, he probably not considered top tier, even though I think he's top tier. He can't ask for top tier just because his production ain't there. So his value will probably be 150 because he's not the top tier one. Quentin Joyner not top tier. His value right now, he got that talent, but he can't ask for top tier. So if Chris say the top tier is 200K, that means his market value probably around 150, 125.
Listen. Personally, this is how I personally feel about it. I would have paid him, but if I'm looking at it from a business perspective, if I'm thinking from a GM perspective, that's thinking along the New England model, I don't pay that type of money for that running back. I just don't.
The New
Why?
England model, hold on. New England model, they won a championship and they kept
Right.
their core. And whoever wasn't the core and expendable, then yeah, we gonna cut prices there. But we're not New England. We ain't even at that level to even
I'm
think
just
how.
saying that I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if that's the model that I'm going to follow, it looks like that's the model that they're following, the Bill Belichick model. You remember the
But
cornerback?
why though? Look
I
at
Yeah,
the
don't know.
that's
team
You
who
that's the
let me ask
thing.
you.
winning.
That's the
Let me
misstep.
ask you a
That's the
Why
question.
though?
misstep.
You gotta follow the model of the college teams that's winning. Oregon #1, they undefeated, whether we like it or not, and want to be mad and hated on them. I sat there and watched Oregon dominate recruiting in the transfer portal since Dan Lanning got there in the last 3 years. And guess what? They #1. Michigan is an outlier, bro. Texas up there, they spend bag on the money. You can't follow the NFL model. This is the college model. You got to follow the model of the teams who win it. The SEC is on top and been on top because they were spending before NIL. So you follow that model. The teams who win it drop bags. It's
And if
separate.
USC and if USC is following that model, that's horrible because
That's
we're
horrible.
leaving something out in this whole equation. The New England Patriots had Tom Brady, so they knew they had
Right.
an elite quarterback that they could rely on. If we still had Caleb Williams, yeah, hey, let's not spin on a running back. But when you don't have that top tier quarterback, you need to rely on the run game, especially in a conference
No,
like the
Big
no,
Big
Ten.
no.
Ten.
Exactly.
They had a
So
good quarterback. Tom Brady's a good quarterback, but they mainly relied on that defense. Go back and look at
But,
those
but,
No, Tom
championships
Brady's
that
a
they
but
great
won.
hold
quarterback.
on.
No,
Hold
Tom
on.
Brady is
He
a
got a
great
point.
quarterback.
Dang Trojan got a point because if we had Caleb this year, we probably would have went undefeated in this bitch.
That's true, but no, that's true. But we didn't have Caleb. We had Miller.
But that's his point, though.
Right.
That's his point.
Right.
New England had Brady. That's his
Right,
point,
bro.
though.
The best quarterback to ever throw a football.
Right,
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
like you can't leave that out, bro.
You
Like
can't
they
leave
had
that
Tom
out.
Brady.
Well, that's
Duke
true, but
won
they
7
also,
Super
but they
Bowls.
also, but they
And then
also
you
had
see,
a.
and then also you see, anytime they did drop, they won. Like they dropped on Randy Moss. Look what they did that year, undefeated. You know what I mean? So anytime they did drop, which where you're supposed to, they went undefeated. They was winning.
And
So
look,
here's the
check
thing.
it,
They didn't
check it.
even
Chris,
drop. They didn't. They didn't
hold
drop.
on, Chris.
They
I'm
didn't.
gonna let you
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. And this the thing. We talking about Belichick. Look what happened with Belichick when Brady left. He never won. He didn't do shit after
Exactly.
that. The Belichick
Exactly.
era was
All that
over.
motto didn't work.
That model
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, but we're
All
not
that
talking
shit
about
didn't work.
a running back though. We're not talking about a quarterback in this position. We're talking about a running back.
But
We're not
none of
talking
it
about a
worked.
True.
quarterback.
That's
But
true. That's true. That's true.
We're
BG.
right.
talking about
No,
a
but
running
here's
back, bro. And
That's
again,
true.
go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
here. This is what we missing. The difference and what we missing about the New England model. New England kept their defense together, their core defense, and their offensive line. They long as Tom Brady was protected, they kept the offensive line together and they substituted wide receivers in and out and they substituted running backs in and out because they had their core defense together and they had that offensive line built in their quarterback. So the model was we don't have to pay wide receivers all this money or pay running backs
Oh,
because we can
thank
plug and play.
you,
So what they
thank
did,
you. That's
so what they did is, as far as running back and wide receivers, they came in and out every year. But what they got is wide receivers and running backs who were up in their years, like a LeGarrette Blunt, who still
Right.
had a couple good years behind them, and they were able to bring them in for a lower amount. They was
so.
able to
What
bring
has Riley been
when
doing,
they got
Christian?
Randy Ross, when they got Randy Moss, they didn't pay big
Before
for Randy Moss. When it was time to hold on, when it was time to pay Randy Moss, they traded Randy Moss back to the Vikings because they didn't want to pay him. But when they got
true.
Randy Moss, they got him low from the Raiders and for some draft picks, and they was like, oh, we can get 2 or 3 years out of him, which they did. But when it was time to pay him, they said, okay, we're
They
gonna
let
let
him
you go
go,
because we don't want to pay you
Hey,
this money because we can just plug and play. As long as we keep our offensive line together,
and
our
that
quarterback and
defense.
our defense,
But
we're
but
going to be okay.
they pay for Gronkowski and Hernandez though.
And Wes Welker.
Yep.
BG, BG, and Chris. Hey
They
They
man,
drafted
drafted,
them, but
they
after when
drafted.
it came to their re-up, they paid them.
Nope, they
hey
let Wes
BG and
Welker
Chris.
go to the Broncos.
No, I'm talking
Hey,
about
No, he
Gronkowski
got
and Hernandez.
but Welker had a cool contract when he first went to the Patriots. They didn't
yeah, he
lowball him.
did.
Welker had a nice contract with the Patriots, bro.
Well,
So
this was my whole point of saying is that I'm not saying I agree. But my whole thing is that
I feel you.
my whole my whole thing is I'm saying I'm in agreement with y'all. That's the
Yeah,
difference between us and the Patriots. We're not built like that. We don't have a
yeah.
core defense. We don't have a stout offensive line where we can just plug and play. That stuff got to be built. So that's the biggest difference by trying to do that New England approach. We're not in the situation that they're in. We don't have a
I think that's
proven
what we're trying
O
to do,
line.
though, Kristen. I think that's what we're trying to do, though. I think that's by them giving Stewart that type of money that they gave him. I think they're going to give some
Oh yeah,
defensive linemen and some
they're
edge,
trying to build the trenches.
some edge rushers and some offensive line. I think that's who's going to get the bulk of the money this coming portal
But
season.
my problem with that is my only problem with that is I don't have a issue with that approach. My issue is that we're already in day 1 and 2 of the portal, and you have top linemen on defense and offensive side already in there,
Exactly.
and I'm not hearing nothing about us going after.
Ain't
Right.
nobody
No,
coming to campus. Now,
It's been less than
I'm
24. It's
looking
been
at the
less than
portal
48
right
hours.
now.
So
Look, I'm looking at the
I
portal
mean,
right now.
even though the portal was open, there's players that's been in the portal for I don't know how long. That's top of the line, defensive lineman, offensive lineman.
they couldn't contact him though. Could they until yesterday though? Right?
I mean, y'all know everything work under the. Come on, man. We all know that.
Right.
You know
Right.
that,
They can
Everything
talk.
work
BG. You
under
They
the
know they
can
table,
look.
and
already
we hadn't heard
talking
about
They
before
it.
can
they go
look.
in.
Look. They could
Yeah,
talk
they're
to
not
that
talking.
agent.
You can talk
They
to the
can't talk to
agents.
the
Yeah, I was
players.
about to
They can
say, and
talk to
they
the agent.
representation. You can't
Yeah,
talk to the players.
most definitely. So we
So
better get
we
Josh
wouldn't know.
Jacobs.
So what we wouldn't know if they
Carter,
whether or
don't
not
forget
they
to put your
contact.
cash up in the chat.
Oh yeah, put that in there. Put that in there, Carter.
All right,
I
I'm
meant to
dropping
ask
it.
you that last time.
I put it. I'm a highlighter because I put it. I think I already put it in there. Let me go find it. But nah, though, like my problem is though. I feel what you're saying, B Jinx, but we better get all these dudes on the screen.
I
Whoever we
agree with
want.
you.
You
I
feel
agree
me?
with you. I
And
agree.
I'll be
Listen,
like,
listen to me.
okay,
Listen,
I
listen to
can
me,
let
Carl.
go.
Listen to me, bro. If we don't get the D line and the O line and those boundary corners that I'm talking about, then yeah, I agree with you 100%. I
No,
just see
and a
them
top
going in
tier
there.
linebacker and a top tier
Yeah,
safety.
yeah,
We need a lot.
yeah. I agree with that.
That's
I,
one
I
thing we
agree with
failed.
that.
That's one thing we failed to
And we
realize. We
need a
need a whole
And
team.
tackle.
what,
We need a
We
what,
need
tackle
a
and
whole
what,
offensive
team.
yeah, yeah.
tackle too.
And what again? What showed me that they are looking at really showing up the defenses when they paid Stewart to what they paid him, man. That's all. I was like, okay, they're going after a defensive line. They about to build up a premier defense. When I saw them pay that kid what they paid him, I'm like, all right, they serious about this. They not again. You're going to see more running backs in the portal than you see top programs, bro. They gonna be in the portal. They just not a premium position of need for us. What's a premium position of need? Stewart, he is, and that's Henny's boy, right? Isn't Stewart Henny's boy?
But what's up with
Yeah.
Green though? Let's get off Joyner. What's up with Green? Explain that. I
Green,
see y'all point on Joyner. Y'all can have that. I give you that. What's up with Green?
Green
I
was
heard you
Again,
did
my
saying we
nobody
didn't get no
I,
sacks last year, but that's not good enough because
did
he did.
nobody
I,
did nobody get to the quarterback? Did nobody got to the
But
quarterback
how
outside
many
of Eric
games?
Gentry?
That is true. That is
But
true.
how many games did he play where he got
He
them
played.
snaps where you expected him to?
I saw him play in at least 5 games this year. At least five.
No, I'm talking about
Hard to get to the
no,
quarterback when you don't play press coverage on nobody.
no. But I'm saying like I'm talking about in
Shit,
the
Tootie
game.
got to the quarterback.
I'm
Tootie
talking
got to
about
the quarterback without press coverage.
nah,
no, but
yeah,
this is what I'm saying. Go ahead. Now y'all go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
our inability to get pressure to bring the quarterback down behind line scrimmage had nothing to do with playing press on cover. We just didn't have the
we
hogs
just
up
didn't
there.
get to it. We just didn't get
Yeah,
to
and
it. When Eric
if we
Gentry
did
went
get
out,
there,
we
if
didn't
we
bring
did
him
get
down.
there, they didn't break them down. But here's
They
what
didn't
I'm
bring him
gonna
down.
say. I like Sam Drake. I seen him start playing the Rutgers game, and he was flashing. But again, being college, being in their meetings after season, only thing that I could think is that the coaches brought him into a meeting and said either we haven't seen enough development or we haven't, you know what I'm saying, for whatever reason, maybe you don't fit the scheme or, you better off going into the port where you can, you know what I'm saying? Like those sometimes those conversations be had where coaches be up front. It's like, I mean, we would love to have you back, but as far as, being a starter or getting the playing time that you want with the players we're bringing in, with recruitment
Right.
in the portal, we don't see that you will see the field more. So it might be a better option for you to go ahead and port, go somewhere where you can actually play
How
and see the
tall is?
field.
Let me ask you a question. How tall is Sam Green? He what? Six
Like
two and a half.
6'1", like yeah, six
6'2"
one,
and a half. Okay,
something
cool.
like that. Yeah,
You guys got
How
me the
tall is
fact.
Cam? How tall is Cam Fountain?
like six
Six
four,
six.
6'5". Yeah,
All right. How tall is Braden Shelby?
6'5". Yeah,
Okay. How tall
I
is
see where you're
Gus
going.
Cordova? How
Okay.
tall is Gus Cordova? How tall is
Six
Gus
four.
Cordova?
Yeah, six
How
four,
tall is this Stewart kid that we're bringing in?
About six six,
six
six five,
six.
six
Yeah,
six. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, they bringing in some monsters, man. Sam
that's
Green
true.
ain't that. He ain't that type. You know who
Yeah,
he remind me of? He remind me of the linebacker that we had that's leaving out, number 10. What's his name? Elijah Muhammad. That's who he
No,
remind me
Jamel
of.
Muhammad. Jamel Muhammad.
Jamel,
Elijah
Elijah
Jamel,
Muhammad
my
is
Muhammad.
bad,
Brooklyn.
my bad, my bad.
Elijah Muhammad is
Hey,
Brooklyn.
That's who
hey,
South
hey,
Florida
don't
is,
do
bro.
Sam Green like that, bro. Don't
Hey,
do
my
Sam
bad.
Green like that.
He remind me of Jamel Muhammad, man. That's who he remind me of.
Cash,
He
Elijah.
cash
that
app
fit.
in
Yeah,
the chat though. If y'all want to donate, cash
Uh,
app in the chat. But I hear what
that's
you
who he
saying.
remind me
I
of,
look at it
man.
as still depth. Like what you not realizing is that's still a spot we got to replace with somebody,
And we
right?
got a whole lot
And
that's
to
also
replace.
true. That's also
We
true.
got a whole lot
right.
to replace.
And
Hey,
I
Exactly.
hey,
So
think
but
we
to hey,
already
and I,
but to
came
B
into
Jink's
this
point,
year. Look, we already came into this off season. Remember the last live I did, and we was like, man, we're gonna have to smash in the portal. We might have to grab like 15, 20 players in the portal. Now add more
Oh,
to
you
that.
you might you might as
Sam
well up that
Green
to
got
about 30.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. This
Well,
means
and then
we gonna have
also
to clean up the portal.
the thing that sucks about that is we're a year 4, Lincoln Riley, and still have to jump in the portal like that.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah,
And
that's
that's for
horrible.
somebody who said he wants to grow in house. So it's like if you're trying to develop and grow in house. Now, one thing I will say is that about Sam Green, he was a Grinch recruit, you know. So Grinch, one of
True.
the smaller guys who could get
The
around with.
undisputed, right?
I get that,
Right.
like I understand that. So, but but Quentin Joyner wasn't. That was a Lincoln Riley recruit. So you would think that Lincoln Riley is looking at it. He has a young offense. I'm trying to keep them, and I want to integrate what I can in there on the line because that's really the only aspect of the offense that need to be corrected. And then from there, offensive line, and then we're going to go. Well, before we go, at the same time, we're going to go after what we got to do on defense. We need defense on every single level. We need we
Right.
need we need we need elder statesmen on the defensive line. We
Hmm.
need some cornerbacks. We're gonna need a safety, especially if Kamari goes, because his rating
Hmm.
to go to the NBA, his grade to go to the
NFL.
NFL is high.
NFL.
And we're
Hmm.
gonna need some linebackers. Not to say we don't have good linebackers. All right, not to say that, but we need a bigger room if that makes sense. Of some
And
We
that's
talented
what
need
they're
guys.
gonna
depth.
spend the money
We need
on.
depth.
That's what they're gonna spend.
We need
Yeah,
depth
That's what they're gonna spend the money on. That's
because
exactly what they're gonna spend the money on.
Gentry haven't made it through an entire season. Gentry is very very good, but he hasn't made it through an entire season yet.
right. So it's
So we
like
need
really
depth.
what it's like a catch 22. But I would never leave out the tailback. Not your number one guy coming up. He reminds me of Blake Horn, man. The kid's really really good. And if I believe that if Woody Marks wouldn't have got 1,000, if he would have been our full time tailback this year, he would have got 1,000 yards for sure, guarantee it. Because just look what he did, based on the limited carries he had. And then we would have had to where
He
now
did
to
get a
where
thousand
we're
yards though.
yeah, and then now we're integrating all those cats. Imagine having him, and then imagine if it would have been him and it would have been B Jackson as a freshman behind him. Now you got younger cats that are getting integrated. They're understanding the offense. They're getting yards. They're getting any sport. I don't care what sport it is. The more success you have, the more runs you get, the more run you get on the field or on the court, whatever it may be, the more confidence you gain. Especially when you go get a championship, when you guys are winning, it gains and it builds your confidence. And the only way to do that is to play them and to keep them in the program.
Well, let
And
me ask you
another,
this:
and
It's John, right?
Yep.
My man John, right? Uh, about a two. I just let's look at this and just see if this has anything to do going to the decision. About two lives ago, you brought up Quinn Joyner. We were talking about how do we feel about next year. Everybody was like, okay, yeah, we're good, we're good, we're good. You brought up your only issue is sewing up the fumbles, right? And my only issue I
Was
was
what?
saying
One more
is
time. Feeling what was that?
the fumbles,
Yeah.
the fumbles. You were saying as long as he sew up the fumbles, right?
Yep.
And mine was I believe in Joyner. I like Joyner. My only thing is there were a lot of times he was in on pass block and he wasn't a great pass blocker. That they needed to develop him over that, get him better. Which is a lot of the reason they were saying he wasn't seeing the field as much this year due to pass blocking.
Hmm.
So did the coaches have that meeting with him or look at their film and say, okay, for what we need for this offense, we need a running back to go in that we can trust the pass block and hold on to the ball. Did that have something to do? That's, you know what I'm saying? Like, other than that, I don't
Right.
see no reason why they wouldn't resign the kid unless they said whatever money he was asking for, we're not willing to pay that. And somebody else, it could be that they offer him a decent amount, but somebody else is more in the dire need of a good running back and was offered them a lot more. And he said, "Hey, they're offering me this," and they're like, "Okay, we're not willing to do that. Go in the portal, take your offer." You know what I'm saying?
That goes into the aspect of like, and this is not me saying this, right? Which I agree with it, but this is what Lincoln Riley said. It's about developing the kids that he recruits and keeping them in the program so that they develop.
facts,
So it's
facts.
like the kid's a sophomore. He didn't really get a lot of run last year. He got run this year. There's going to be challenges. And yeah, I did say that the fumbles, but over the end of the year, he had like two fumbles. They were at critical. One of them was at a really critical time. But
I
that's
mean,
that's going to be a
he
part of the
lost two
development.
fumbles. He lost
Yeah, I
two
know.
fumbles, but there were more fumbles that he had where we recovered. But he only lost two, but there was other fumbles he had, and we just happened to recover either offensive lineman or he recovered his own fumble.
I think he only had 2, maybe 3. It wasn't like he was like fumble fingers all the time.
Yeah, he wasn't fumble Rooski like
He
that.
wasn't like, yeah, it was like he
That
had
was
like 2
like
or
one
3
game.
fumbles. That was it.
Bro, you make it
That
seem
was,
like he had like 7 fumbles, bro.
Right, like
He done had those.
I
yeah,
wasn't
and
nervous
it's his
to be
first
honest.
year playing, man. It's his first year playing like full time, and and then I remember they had benched him one time, and I would have never benched the kid. I'd have put him right back
That
in
was
there. I think we
Minnesota.
talked about that. So it's like you gotta throw the kids back in the fire sometimes. Sometimes you gotta sit their ass down. It just depends on the kid and it depends on the situation.
All
So
right, so it's clear. Look, it's clear that we need to go heavy in the portal. So
right.
who in the portal that gonna make this team better? Where are the Derek Harmons, the Kamari Ramseys? Where's that in the portal? Like that's another thing. We depending on the portal. It may not be as many impact players it was last year. Last year
Right.
was a gang of top quarterbacks and a gang of top D linemen. What if it's not that this year? What if it's like you said, a gang of running backs and receivers and linebackers or something like? What we gonna do then?
Well,
We
it's going to be
gonna
hard too, Carter, because you got to think about this: the kids that are good that may not got as much player time, but they're good. A lot of those programs who pay players, they're paying them to stay.
and
Yeah,
So
this
it's
is the
gonna
it's
thing.
it's,
working.
And
it's
this is
gonna be
the
Now,
hard for
thing.
those kids to
I'm
jump in
hearing
the
different.
portal when they getting paid. Like, okay, I'm gonna jump in the portal. I'm making 250, but I go to SC and they're gonna offer me 150. Or I
I'm
could
hearing
go to
different.
Boise State. They're gonna offer me 100.
I'm hearing we're not the only program that's seeing mass exodus like
Oh
this.
no,
Right now, you
it's
got
happening across the country. It's
yeah.
happening
Yeah.
across
Right
the
now,
country. It happens to everybody.
But what's the quality of a player
the
that's jumping in?
University of Alabama right now is hemorrhaging players also. As a matter of fact, they had 2 or 3 lives going today. I'm talking about the amount of players, especially along the defense, that are leaving.
Who's hopping in the portal that has had production? Last year it was dudes that was in the portal that actually played. I'm scouting dudes in the portal, and when I go to scout them, they didn't even play. They ain't got no stats. They transfer it for more
Well, they
pay.
did. The portal just opened yesterday or today. Was it? Today? Portal just opened today, so we got to give it a little time. I think you're gonna see some of the Derek Harmons, and I'm not saying him per se, but you're gonna see some of the Derek Harmons in there. You're gonna see some of the kid that came from TCU that went somewhere else. I think he went to Oklahoma. You're gonna see them in the portal. I think it's
Yeah.
coming. They just gotta, you gotta remember, we got all the way to the 28th before it closes
And then
All
spring
right,
window too.
I heard. Yep,
I
I
think the
heard.
real portal is gonna hit after the playoffs is over.
after the
Yeah,
bowl
true.
game.
That's
It's
what
gonna be
they
after
say.
the bowl
Right,
game.
right.
That's where the quality players probably come at.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
But I heard,
We
I
ain't making
heard
the
Henny.
playoff.
I heard Henny is going after Keyshawn Silver, the
Who is
6'4".
that?
From
He
Kentucky.
yeah, he's 6'4", 330. I heard Henny going after him. So
So how
we should
much you
have
think it's
extra
gonna
money.
take
Look,
to
look, we should have extra money then. Let's say
right?
Exactly.
That's what I'm
We done
saying.
let
That's
go
what
of the
I'm
running
saying,
back, but
Carl.
you got
we'll
extra
join there.
money to get them.
That's what I'm
Ain't no
saying.
excuses. Keyshawn Silver should be a Trojan because we
That's
just
what
let
I'm
Green
saying.
go in, Joyner, Mason Murphy, Miller Moss, Quino. Like we got like 11, 12 players in the portal. So Keyshawn
All that
Silver,
money you got shored up. Yeah, better
yeah,
transfer that money over to
hey, B Jinx, he
Right.
better come
Yeah.
on. We better get who we
Hey,
want.
I agree with you. And I think Henny gonna get who he wants, just like he got Stewart. Henny wanted Stewart, he got him. If he want another kid, they've already told him, hey, look, I'm looking at it like this. Everybody saw how bad we look stopping the run against Notre Dame. That ain't gonna happen again.
I mean, we didn't stop the run all year. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but Notre Dame
No,
really showed
I
up.
disagree.
Hey, Preston, hit the link.
Michigan,
Hop on, bro.
Minnesota.
Well, yeah, I mean, you kind of might be right. Minnesota,
Yeah,
Michigan.
man.
Who
Everybody
else
was
though?
running
Notre
Penn
Dame.
State. Yeah,
Right.
we wasn't.
Other than that,
Our
we
run
were
defense
good
was
though.
better this year. Man, our run defense was better this year. Than,
But it
no,
wasn't where it needed to be at.
no. Teams was
So
scared. We wasn't making no tackles behind the line of script. We wasn't getting
thank
people
you. And that's
behind the
all I'm
stick.
saying, man. They listen,
We
they're gonna drop the
people was
bag
getting
on
4
the
and 5
defense
yards.
this year. They're gonna drop the bag on the defense this year. That's what's coming, man. I'm telling you. They're
And
gonna drop the bag on the
B
defense.
Jinx, to that point, although it's his first year, I have more faith in Danton Lynn recruiting in the
Right,
transfer portal than I
Right.
do in
right,
Lincoln right now. That's something we
right.
should talk about because man, that defense so promise and the offense right now. Man, I don't know. I don't know what to say
Exactly
about
what
him.
he is so promised with what we had. Lincoln
Yeah,
Riley's problem was he was trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. He should have been replaced Moss. And I'm not saying anything against Miller Moss. Miller Moss did not fit the system, man, or
or
prototypical
how
Lincoln Riley cornerback, man.
the offensive line
He
could
couldn't
give him
even,
the protection.
yeah.
he couldn't even throw the ball down the field. Look how many times he underthrew receivers that were wide open, man. He underthrew to where they had to come back and do a jump ball against the defender.
Especially Deuce Robinson, man. Deuce Robinson had to do a
Especially Deuce
180 every time he was
Yeah.
every
on the ball.
time.
And y'all
Every
gotta
time.
realize though, speaking of that, on the offensive side, we need offensive line just as bad as defensive line.
For
Yeah.
sure.
Straight
We
Yeah.
out.
need
What they going
guards.
after?
We need guards in the
We
And
need
secondary.
a
Like I
and
don't
tackle.
I
No, we
don't
need a
know
tackle. We need a
Oh, for
tackle.
sure.
tackles.
For sure.
And we're gonna need a guard for Craig Nunn. But
Man, look, we need the
and a
whole
center.
line. We need the
Yeah.
whole
Like I
line.
don't know
We need the whole line.
We
who we
need the
gonna play
whole
against Texas
line. Check.
A&M. I don't know. We ain't gonna have nobody against Texas A&M.
no, well, we got two players coming back. We got Elijah Page. We got what's it, Amos?
Amos hit the portal.
No, not the
Amos hit the
what's the
portal.
other one? Alani Noah, and
Lonnie
then
Nova.
I figure like a right tackle, we're probably gonna put Tobias Raymond because he did get some run. Which I never understand why they put Murphy back in because Tobias did really good against Michigan.
That offensive line you just named is not good enough. Sorry. Try again.
I know, I get it. It's two,
That's
but
not
I'm
good
saying
Man,
enough.
we
after
gonna.
two
I'm
players,
trying to figure out who we gonna play against Texas A&M. We gonna lost so many linemen and people that was projected to start on the next year, and our two seniors ain't gonna start getting ready for the NFL. So we gonna be
It's gonna be
that's
mix
what
all
and
we
matching
really
freshmen and
gonna
down
see.
there.
sophomores. All freshmen and
Try to we
sophomores.
we try to mix and match and get a line out there.
If we
If
could
I'm
get
a
at least
freshman
the,
or
if
I'm
we
a
could get at least
sophomore
the
at
center.
SC and I'm on the offensive line against Texas A&M, I'm licking my chops for playing time right now.
And look, check it out though. That's why the only negative I had about the recruiting class because we only got 21 players. We ain't
Yeah.
even got the bodies right now, bro. That's why I'm like, damn, okay, y'all like we saving money for the portal. We saving. I thought we saved the high school money. We should have been able to re-sign Quinn Joyner then. We only signed 21 high school kids and a gang of 3 stars, which should have been 4 stars. But them 3 stars can't demand that much money. So we should have buku money.
Right.
As
We
I
get all
went
these
to
three
earlier,
stars
We
every
ain't
year.
even got the bodies, bro. We ain't even got enough money to have an 85-man roster stacked with all talent that's not from the portal, all recruited kids.
as I
We gotta
stated
have
earlier,
a portal
our
every
number one
year.
thing should be
Yeah.
roster retention. Number two should be recruiting. Number three should be the transfer portal.
Listen, man,
Yeah,
in this
man.
day and age,
Unfortunate.
man, you can give a kid, some paper, man, and if he feel like he can go and make another, a bigger bag somewhere else, he gonna go. This is just the nature of college football. It has
Right.
turned into the
B Jinx,
semi-pro
man.
league.
Hey,
B
so,
Jinx.
hey,
Hold
so
on,
Hey,
hold
like
on.
you
B
said,
Jinx. I hear you, but Dakota
A&M lost their
Fields,
whole line today. Okay.
the Dakota Fields and Roderick Pleasant are staying at Oregon just to sit on the bench. They ain't played in 2 years.
So they get in the bag,
They
sitting
get
on
in
the
the
bench.
bag to
hey,
stay there on the bench.
That's retention. That's
hold on,
retention. They keeping the players
hold
there.
on, Jay, hold on. Let my boy Preston up in here. Y'all follow Preston
Yo,
Paradise?
yeah, I
yo.
follow
Yeah, yeah,
Preston.
yeah.
Shout
Yeah,
out
I follow
Preston.
Preston.
Hey, what's
Yeah.
up, boys?
What's up with
What's
What's
it?
going
going
on?
on?
What's
Hey,
going on, T?
man. Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. Like we have to get Silver, but he's gonna be like $1 million dude out the portal, man. But we have to get that guy, bro. He had like 43 tackles the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
Big time. Like he's an athlete at 335, which is actually insane. Like he doesn't even have a stomach, man. And that would be big, man. And then as far as the offensive linemen, there's a lot of just guys that competed in the SEC at the tackle positions that we could use to kind of like help bring along those youngsters that we have already on roster. So we're gonna have to spend some money though. You got to spend some money. So if we're gonna spend money, we're gonna be in
That's
trouble.
the thing. We have to.
So, Preston, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You think Henny gonna get Silver sold up if Henny really want him?
Well, with Silver, it's not even. It's actually not even Henny. It's Sean Nua. Sean Nua recruited
Okay,
Silver when he was in high school to Michigan. When
okay.
he was at Michigan. So I mean, the reports
But
came
ain't
out like a
Sean
few
Newell
hours
gone?
ago that we're
No,
Oh,
in
no, he's
his
still here.
top four. So I mean
is
that's
he playing
somewhat
inside or is
good.
he playing outside? He playing outside or what technique
Inside,
is he playing? He playing
Inside,
inside.
so he's
inside?
like a 3, like a 1-3.
He gonna
Okay.
be like that Jay Toa for us.
Yeah.
Okay. I think they're gonna get him. Like I
I think they're
said,
gonna
man,
do it. I think he's
they
good, man. The fact that
I think
we're in his top four, that's good news today.
trust me,
Hey,
if they drop the back, go ahead.
somebody said A&M just lost damn near their whole O line today.
Yeah, to the point I seen that they were in there. They've been dropping
That's what
like
I'm
flies
saying,
right
man.
now.
This is a
It's
different type
everybody.
of yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's everybody
everybody. It ain't just us, man. It's everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody
across the
losing
country.
players across the country, man. This
But
is
if
an
we
NCAA problem. That's what this is. It's an NCAA problem because had they implemented revenue sharing a
Guardrails.
while back, this wouldn't even be an issue right now.
Revenue sharing coming this year though in the fall.
Yeah, but they could have done this 3, 4 years ago, longer than that. They could have done this 10 years ago, man, and this wouldn't even be an issue right now.
But revenue sharing ain't gonna stop it because that's separate from the NIL. So the players gonna get revenue sharing in their NIL deals. So the
Yeah, but
revenue,
Right.
we talk about retention, though. When we talk about retention, some of that revenue sharing will keep your depth, man. Right now, like you said, we don't have the depth, right?
nope, at all.
That will keep your depth in pocket, though.
So Preston,
And I'm
you
gonna
just got on here. I want to know what you think about letting Joyner go. You think that was the right move? Have you been listening?
Yeah, I've been listening, man. You know what? Brian actually he actually kind of calmed me down a little bit because we have a lot of talent, man, in the running back room. We got some big backs and we got some electric, really fast dudes coming in. So in terms of like we don't really need. I hate to say it like that because I love Quentin Joyner. I was excited about him. I want him to be the starter next year. But I think we'll be fine without Joyner. But we have to get that defensive front right, and we got to
Thank
get a
you,
linebacker,
Preston.
and we got to get a linebacker, and we got to get at least one solid, productive tackle that's played college football for a couple years.
I think we
I,
need
I'm
So
like
not worried about
I
the
think we
receivers
need two
either.
linebackers.
Yeah, two would be great. I'm personally not worried about the receivers. I don't know how you guys. I don't know if you guys have spoken about the wide receivers. I don't think the wide receivers are gonna leave. I don't think the sophomore wide receivers are gonna leave.
you want to know why? You want to know why?
man, my only fear is Jacoby Lane leaving. He seems
I
like he
think
want
they
out.
like being at USC, man. I think they're playing basketball. I think they're kind of like Jacoby's a silly guy, but that's how like the
I think
best
he needs
receivers
to
are if you look at a
mature,
TL.
but I think he needs to mature. But you can't coach 6'6", 6'5". You can't coach, running like a deer. You can't coach a 40-inch vertical on a receiver, even a receiver that wears a 5-inch glove. So what you do is you take some of that money and you slide it over to him. Hey, look, we need you to stay here. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, for
We
sure.
need you to
But
stay here.
Preston, I got a question for you. And just go back to what Carter was saying because I was just thinking about something. Not to be combative of anything, with my concern, and the biggest concern I have is the House of Victory, right? And our whole NIL situation. And this is why.
Mhm.
B, I know we paid Jakeem Stewart, right? But here's my issue with our NIL and my fear still not together. We didn't offer Jakeem Stewart the most. LSU offered him the most. We got
Mhm.
Jakeem to go ahead and do it because he believes, from his own words. Remember we played it, Carter? His own words is that he trusts Henny and feel Henny gonna do right by him and train him up and get him to be a first round draft pick. So my concern is still with our NIL. It's not like we gave him the biggest offer.
That's
LSU
not
gave him the
true.
biggest offer.
That's not true. That's not true, Christian. That's not true. We offer him the most. We offer him more than LSU did. LSU offered him 1.25.
Yeah, I don't have any information on like what we offered or what they
we
offered.
definitely gave Jakeem the biggest bag.
Uh,
He went to Oregon the week before he committed to SC.
yeah, he said after he went on that Oregon trip, he knew he wanted to come to SC. So
Yep.
I mean,
So you already know how that's been happening for years for SC. That the kid goes up to Oregon on the last
yeah,
trip,
the
and
late night. Yep.
the late night bag it comes. You know.
DeAnthony Thomas. DeAnthony Thomas.
Yeah,
Right.
DeAnthony Thomas. How was DeAnthony Thomas in tears when he committed to Oregon? Like, and not
Right.
happy
So
tears. Those
You
weren't
know
so
happy
why he
check
was
tears.
in tears. You know why he was in
check
tears.
check this out, B. Check this out, B.
Yeah.
I don't have any access to send you anything. I don't know what your
I
name
can give you
stuff
my
is on
email
social media.
address. Yeah, I can
But
give you
it's
my
a
email address.
but it's a
Yeah.
it's yeah, oh, you can even type it in on Google. and
Okay.
it was coming out even the day of he committed, and LSU fans and everybody, and basically what the article was saying is that what USC offered them and what LSU offered them because of taxes and everything else, the deal was worth more at LSU,
Okay, I
and
got
yet
what you're
he
saying when
and,
you talk about the taxes.
Hey,
and
we
yet
got the
he still
Godfather in the building. We got
and yet
USC.
he chose and yet he chose USC, but that goes
I
back to
I heard
it.
the package was 1.25 for LSU and for SC was 2 million, but he also is going to be working with Marvel Studios because of this
Yep.
whole Thanos
Yeah,
thing,
Yep.
yeah,
which is gonna increase his NIL also to pass
absolutely,
2 million. So
And then
he's
also,
going to use
Chris,
another
absolutely.
financial thing. Yeah, go ahead.
also,
Let me
Chris,
get
you
my,
got to
hold
think
on,
he
Jay.
gonna be
Hold on, Jay. Let me get my
okay.
let me get USC Jay. He just hopped on. What's up, Jay?
Yeah.
What
Man,
up,
what's
Jay
Jay?
up?
in here. What's up? What's
What's up,
up?
Jay?
I had to put it on. I'm driving, but I had to put it on reverse for a minute because I love you, Christian, but I got to set the record straight on that. Whenever they pay your taxes and then they offer you 2 million opposed to 1.2 million, you winning. You coming out on the upper side with USC. They clearly, hands down, USC gave them more, as well as the
Yep.
Marvel Studios and all that. It ain't
Yep.
even close. It ain't even close. It ain't
And
even
Hold
that's
close.
on.
CJ.
Hold on, hold on,
Also
hold
for that.
on. Jay,
Okay.
hold on. You said that USC paid his taxes?
Well, I'm not gonna go on. Let me just say this: USC gave him way more. I'm just gonna leave it like that. USC gave him way more. I can put it to you like that.
Told you.
Yeah, I didn't know that
Yeah.
part of it. About I didn't
Oh,
know they.
yeah. I'm just telling you that USC paid him way more.
And
You ain't
that
got to
doesn't
go into
even
detail,
include
Jay. You ain't got to
that
go in
doesn't
detail.
include the downtown penthouse. You know what I mean? Overlooking
Well,
LA.
yeah. Well, that's expensive, but I'm just saying USC gave him way more bread compared to to LSU. Matter of
So
fact,
how you
there was
feel,
a.
Jay?
I feel about what?
Is we taking the right approach by letting Quentin Joyner go and shit like that?
No, well, I mean, you know how I feel about it. I did a live about it, but I just think you don't let a guy like that go. I just think he was a starter. You can find running backs anywhere, but here's the thing. I saw a message today. Well, yeah, it's players on the roster. They not feeling it like that. You know what I mean? When you see guys like Quentin Joyner leave, and I'm watching all these guys posting it, but you got to go get another running back. We can't just operate with Brian Jackson, Marion Peterson. Riley Wormley out of Texas just said, look, they thought he wasn't going to play football no more. The injury was so bad that he had, but they found out it was an MCL, ACL or something. But he's coming in the season. He's not going to be. You got Harry Dalton. So who else we get? We got to pay for somebody else that's coming in. You're going to pay for Grip. If you talk about Jaden Ott, whoever, I hear people talking about him, you're going to pay a lot of money. You were better off giving Quinn Jordan what he wanted. He wasn't asking for a lot. I know the figure. He wasn't asking for a lot compared to some of these guys that are getting paid other places. That's that's the bad thing about it. And I felt like you could have kept him there. He knows the offense. And look, yeah, he fumbled a couple times, but the guy is absolutely explosive. You want, yeah, I mean, if you know the figure that some of these other schools are offering in
Nah, we
Texas
don't
A&M,
know.
I mean, like, come on. Yeah, he was willing to take a discount on top of a discount. So that's the thing about it. So they could have kept him, but it's all about what they value, man. And yes, we need to get the big guys up front. We have to get those guys. And I don't know if that's how they're looking at it. If they figure that they have to cut some other stuff off to get that, but man, I just don't think they should have let him go.
And my boy Frank said, "Don't tell me that the running back position is not a position of need. USC
It
plays in the
is,
Big
yeah.
Ten where we need a running game to play complementary football and help that very defense that we talking about."
Again, I keep saying it's not a premium position of need. We think when you talk premium, okay, what do we need most? We need that D line, we need boundary corners, we need some linebackers to make some tackles, and we need the offensive line. Again, I didn't want to lose Jordan either, but if I'm thinking from a GM perspective, with the amount of running backs that's in the portal, I can go and get a running back from
Well,
Utah pay
Well,
him the same.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
say this: if you thinking from a GM perspective, he should have went and got Cam Ward. But obviously, he ain't thinking out of GM perspective. You should have got Cam Ward, and we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. We'd be going to the national championship. But instead of having Miami doing what they doing right now, that's the.
Hold
But he
on,
ain't thinking like that.
hold
You
on,
get what I'm
Jay.
saying?
Hold on, Jay. Because remember, when we go back to the bowl game again, we were fooled by Miller Moss. So why would you go and get a Cam
No, no,
Ward
no,
if we
no,
were?
no. No, before that, I said before Miller Moss, even if Miller Moss, I was high on Miller Moss after the bowl game, but I said, you get a guy like Ken Ward or even Malik Murphy, to me, back then, and I was pretty much knocking down the Will Howard type thing. But
Uh-huh.
If you had Will Howard, man, come on, nobody's thinking about Miller Moss or Jaden Mayava at that point. You got to
You
be
talking
thinking
about if you
about
had Cam Ward? If you
yeah,
had Cam Ward,
because it's not even on the same. He just makes you better, like Caleb Williams. Period.
I
Like
agree. I agree, but
Miami was
Miller,
a five or
I agree.
17, and then they were 75 the year prior to, and he brought
I,
them way up from way in deep South Alabama somewhere. Brought them up. You
Hey,
get
I
what I'm
agree,
saying?
but you have to look at it from this perspective too, Jay. Miller Moss had a lot of people on the Miller Moss bandwagon. As a matter of fact, I was on the Moss bandwagon, him throwing 6 touchdowns and 1 pick in that bowl game and close to 400 yards. I'm thinking, well, hell, we don't need no damn nobody else. As a matter of fact, he scared off Will Howard, remember? He scared him off.
No,
So
no, no. I'm talking about before the Miller Moss thing, we were all still, I was doing videos about Miller Moss, Will Howard, and I was saying, look, you don't pass up on a guy like Cam Ward. But I remember everybody specifically saying to Carter, I know you remember this, they were saying, nah, he's asking for $1 million. He shot. And I remember people bashing him on Twitter but you know what? He was worth it. He's worth it. You know why? Because he's going to put $1 million you're going to exceed that in the bowl games that you get ready to play in because he made that money back for you. But a true GM is going to recognize that a true GM is going to know how to run an operation and be able to bring those guys in so they can put the money in the seats and then bring it back into your revenue and then you're going to be able to expand. But no, he's so lost in the sauce and selective about what he wants to do look where we are now. We had to go with Miller Moss. You see what I'm saying? We all had to.
But if you consider it as within a vacuum, Jay, let's just talk about it from perspective within a vacuum. If we take that one game, everybody was high on Moss, and everybody was like, "Well,
I
hell, we
was
don't
too.
need another quarterback." You wasn't sold, but a lot of people were sold, though, Jay. A lot of people were sold on Miller Moss.
I was sold on Miller Moss. I was sold on Miller Moss after the game, but I'm talking about before that game, that Louisville game. I remember specifically saying, because at that point, we didn't know if Miller Moss was how he was going to do in a bowl game. And I remember leading up to that I said, you don't pass up on a guy like Will Howard. I know you remember those videos.
Yeah,
Not
I
Will Howard.
remember. I remember. You said it. You
Cam Ward.
said it.
Yeah, I said Cam Ward. You can't pass up on that. Now, all of that's coming back to bite us because they think, look, Lincoln Riley needs a certain type of quarterback in his system. But to have this one guy not really understanding and recognizing the need. Look, I don't understand the value of that because I think Miami.
You said it, Jay. But if we being honest, man, if we go back to that bowl game and hell, even the LSU game, everybody was sold on Miller Moss. Let's be honest here now. So if you
Oh
got the
yeah,
fan base, so if you got the fan base sold on Miller Moss, it wouldn't be no need to pay Cam Ward $1 million. Hindsight is always 2020, bro. That's all I'm
Hey,
saying.
but what Jay
Well, this the
saying
only
though,
thing I.
hold on, let me chime in. What Jay saying though is that it was a period in between the end of the regular season in that bowl game, and we
right,
wasn't
Right.
going after Cam Ward even before the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, he said
yeah.
it. Jay said it. Listen, Jay said it. I'm agreeing with Jay. Jay did make a video about it, but once we went to the bowl game, because you have to remember the portal was still open. Hell, the portal was even open in the spring. Remember?
But
Cam
Yeah,
Ward
we
didn't
took.
sign with nobody until after
When
then.
did Cam
He didn't
sign with
sign with
Miami?
nobody. Huh?
When did
When did
Cam
Cam
sign with
sign with?
Miami?
When did he sign with? He didn't sign with Miami until like March or April, didn't he?
You sure?
I think it was March, but I can't remember if it was before the bowl
Right.
game. I don't even want to say I lied to you, but what I am saying is I just felt like initially coming out the gate. But I'm just the whole point we making though is we're talking about a GM. A GM, it's a game manager. That's what it stands for. And if you're gonna manage something, you got to know how to properly put pieces in the puzzle the correct way in order to win. Let me say this: Oregon, Ohio State, and I hate to Texas. I hate to bring these teams up. They don't look like they're having no problems with their GM. It look like everything is on and popping and on and cracking. Like they really just smooth sailing right now, getting the talent. You know why? Because they put that money in the right places, man. And
Mhm.
look, Oregon looked like they smashing out there over the weekend. As much as I
Oregon
hate to
got
say
a
it,
Oregon got an open checkbook, bro.
well,
They got
I'm
an
just
open
saying
checkbook.
it's not just Oregon though, but it's other teams too. It's Texas. Texas is it's Ohio State. Now, sure they're not going to they in the playoffs, but they got two running backs. They got one from Ole Miss. They doing it as best as they could to make sure they get to the place that they need to go. And I feel like if we USC, if we care about what we want to care about, we're gonna do the same thing, prioritize all positions. Running backs, they already had a good running back on Ohio State. They brought in another one, Jenkins from Ole Miss. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, look, man, they know what it takes to win. And that's the bottom line.
Jay, I want
You
to
get
ask
what I'm
you
saying?
this. Do you think we let Joyner go because we just stupid or because our money ain't like what it should be?
Man, I was told the money is there. They said anywhere from 15 to 18 million dollars supposed to be. And look, like I said, you have to recruit your roster. Ryan Day said it best. He said, "Look, I need $13 million just to keep my own roster. That's not even including the guys we're bringing in. And if we can't understand that, if they can't understand that concept, you got to recruit your own roster first, and then the guys outside, you bring them in as well to complement those players that are around you. And I think we just have to do that, man. We have to really focus on the guys that really mean something to us. It's no way that a team like Ohio State can bring in a running back after already having a good running back and say that, and here we are letting one of them go. That's really our best running back. That don't make absolutely no sense whatsoever.
I would say this though, Jay. In this current climate, you said we got 15 to 18 million. That ain't enough though. If we
Well,
if we got that ain't enough. To get players and retain our own players, we need at least by like 25, bro. For sure, for sure. Frank said we
I
all gonna
agree, but
go ahead.
I don't think we working with that right now. I don't think we working with 25 million, and I think we got to work with what we got to work with. But it is what it is. I just think to just casually say that, man, we're gonna be okay with Joyner, and I think we are gonna be okay. But it's just kind of a nonchalant type of feeling and attitude. Like that dude was really balling. He made some key plays. We saw some of those runs that he made against Penn State, like Notre Dame. I mean, this dude was breaking on the outside. Like he's just not um, a
I
regular
think
running
he's
back.
going to the NFL. I think he's going to the NFL.
He is. He is. He just got to protect the ball and control it, and make sure he protects it and doesn't fumble. But yeah, it's just crazy, man, and
Frank
unexpected.
Frank said we all gonna watch USC sign a new running back for more than the 35K Joyner was making. How does that make sense?
I don't think we're gonna do that. I don't think they're gonna do that. I really don't. Because if
If
that's
they
the
get
case,
Jaden
I don't know
Ivey,
what they're
I
gonna
they would
do.
have kept Joyner. I don't think they're gonna do that. I think they're gonna bring in a running back, like you said. Who was the kid that we were looking at from Utah or something like that? They're gonna bring him in
Who
for
they
depth,
looking at Utah? I know you know.
a running back from Utah or something like that.
Jay on mute. But yeah, I forget
Hey,
to
I
go.
don't know. Hey, I don't know. But hey, fellas, I gotta get up out of here. I got my GPS on trying to follow this on my phone. I'm all lost in the sauce, about to hit the wrong turn. But I'm gonna get at y'all, man. Hey, Brian, it's all love. Christian, it's all love, man. Hey,
all
Carter,
right,
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
yeah,
holler,
know.
man, you
bro.
I
be
know.
careful.
All right,
All right,
Allen.
fam.
Hey, hey, Carter, his name Jalen Glover.
Yeah. And they say he
What
averaged
is he?
40
What
yards
is?
a carry.
How's he classified? What year is he?
Chris, you know what year he is? I don't know, but what I do know, he averaged 4 yards a carry. So it looked like he will be a downgrade from Quentin Joyner, though, basically. It's a downgrade, and we might end up paying the downgrade more than Quentin Joyner. Because
They
now,
ain't about to bring in no downgrade and paying
think
more than
about it
Quentin
though.
Joyner.
Whatever running back come to USC got leverage because we ain't got nobody who proven nothing. Peterson ain't proved nothing yet, or Brian Jackson. You heard what he said about Wormley. He coming off an injury. Then you got Harry Dalton.
Yeah,
So
dog. I think Brian Jackson. I think Brian Jackson. We're gonna see what
Man,
Brian Jackson look like in the
Glover
bowl
Glover
game.
Glover is a junior, and the reason he going into the portal is because he couldn't crack the star position this season
exactly. You
at
see
Utah.
what we gonna be working with? But we want him though. USC targeted him, somebody who couldn't even play at Utah. And when he did play, he averaged 4 yards a carry.
Again, I
This is
think
what
he
we
just.
want to
I think
replace
that.
Porter.
I think they're going after that type of running back. First of all, because he's not going to cost that much, and then second, because he's going to be depth. I think that Brian Jackson is going to handle the load. We'll see in the bowl game. I think Amarian Peterson is going to be his backup for the bowl game. I think they're going to even. They may even hell. They might even put Zach Branch in the backfield and bring him out of the backfield like they did with what's my boy name St. Brown. St. Brown ran some running back sometime when he was when we were hit with running back depth. Well, I think we played Colorado at Colorado. We were hurt bad at running back, and they put St. Brown back there in that backfield. So I think they're gonna to give Zach Branch some more reps to use him differently. I think they might even put him back there and bring him out of the backfield. So I think we should be okay for the bowl game. But I think a kid like that, they're gonna bring him in for depth and a little bit of experience, man.
So
Wait,
if
wait,
we
wait.
add
Do
Utah,
we even have a list of like possible running backs they're looking at? I didn't even know we were looking at the Utah running back. If we looking at the you, if
I'm at
we,
the portal right
I'm
now.
about to get
I
look
could go
Carter. I'm about
right there.
B. You about to lose B. You about to lose me. I'm about to get like Carter. If we let Joyner go with the intention of bringing him in, I'm
I don't
thinking
think
let's
that
let
I
Joyner.
don't think that they targeted him. I'm
I'm
thinking
about to
that's
get the
because
look. I'm about to get the hollering fucking like Carter. What are we
no,
really doing?
I don't think they were targeting him. I think that he's what's available in the portal right now. You know what I'm saying? It's more so like an evaluation. Okay, who can we look at to come in? Because think about it, nobody knew that Jordan was leaving except for the coaching staff, right? So if he leaves, we got to target somebody. So let's bring him in. Let's look at some tape for the evaluation. I'm not saying that hey, that's who that zero and in on. But if I'm looking at bringing somebody around the same to pay them around the same amount I was paying Joyner his first year, it would be somebody like that. That's
So
what I'm saying.
who realistically gonna come in and jump in the portal that's gonna be like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna take $35,000.
I
That
don't
that that
know.
that has had some
Hey,
success
look,
somewhere.
Jay, it gonna be somebody who ain't never did shit on the college level.
Exactly. It's not gonna be that. Like, what they gonna come in and Cape 50? Like, oh, we want to offer him 50? Like, Quinn Joyner's a beast. He's a baller. Like, I would. There's no way. It's just the culture. Like, remember I was talking about earlier. USCJ said
Mhm.
the same thing. The culture of keeping the kids because like they're all in the game together. Okay, we saw it last year with Michigan. They won that championship because they kept that whole team together for 3 to 4 years.
Right, right.
They
And
kept that
then
whole entire team, no matter what it took. Kids could go to the NFL. Nope, come back. Kids could be able to go transfer. No, come back. They did whatever he
yeah,
had to do to keep that team together because
and
it's
Yeah,
like
but
until
a
this year,
culture
NIL
that
like
you're
and
it's
until
like
building.
this year, they just started paying people. This year, they just started
I'm
paying
about to say
people this
I'm
year.
about to say, but the NIL ain't been like it was when that class came
Right,
in from Michigan. So they had the luxury
right.
of
I mean,
building
yeah, they have
on
the
the old
luxury of
system.
it, but I mean, there's other teams doing it too.
Who
I mean, okay, let's look at
outside of Clemson, who else is doing it?
other side of Clemson. Let's see. Texas.
Right, name
What's
them.
his name? He's been there for 3, 4 years. He hasn't grabbed out of the portal a lot,
Texas
he-
buying players like crazy.
but he hasn't been going in the portal a lot.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Yes,
Not to the
Sarkisian
okay.
has.
Okay, so Starks Keegan's gonna have to go into the portal like we are, and he's been there the same time Lincoln Riley is. How many portal
Oh,
players we got to grab this year?
the
30?
only the only
How many you
teams
gonna have to
who
grab?
have really
10?
the only teams who have really been in the portal that's winning right now has been Clemson and Michigan. That's it. Everybody else has been on that portal. Hell, even Colorado has been on that portal.
But
Everybody has.
check it though. None of the teams that's winning and going to the playoffs gonna need 30 players in the portal to
At
make their
all.
roster be complete, bro. We
That might be
like
true.
They're
That might be
choosing
true.
fill
players
in.
short. We
That
like
might be
20
true.
players short, bro. I feel like the only one I trust on the O line is Elijah Page. So in my mind, we need 4 offensive linemen. On the
Right.
You
defensive
don't trust. You don't
line,
trust Alana Noah. You don't trust Alana
no,
Noah at right guard.
I seen him get blew up for no reason. That may be John Hanson. He don't know how to use leverage. I'm not comfortable with Noah. He got the talent, but when it counted like that Michigan game, certain games, nah. Welcome the
No.
Cardinal and Gold to the podcast. What's up,
Hey,
bro?
hey, what's going on with your car? Then go.
Hey, what's up, Carter? This is D, man. I have a new moniker.
Oh, okay. What's up with it?
Hey, man, I just wanted to talk about the devaluing of the running back position. If the college football game is going to get more like the pros, then I mean, are we going to have a running back by committee? Is that the goal?
That's the thing, though. We can have a running back by committee, but Lincoln Riley ain't gonna even run the ball enough. So them running backs by committee gonna be getting what 6 or 7 carries. See, that's another problem. That's why I ain't really that mad. I'm more looking at this is we ain't got the money to build the roster we want. I'm not really mad about Quentin Joyner, the running back position per se. I'm mad because this is signaling to me we still ain't ready to play ball. And the running back position really don't matter at SC because Lincoln Riley ain't gonna use it enough. So my point is, I feel like we ain't got the bread. But the running back by committee, I mean, I guess if we get the Utah running back, right, and then we got Peterson and Brian Jackson, I don't see nobody that's taking over the number one role like Woody Marks did coming in, Marshawn Lloyd and Travis Dye. So to answer your question, yeah, I think it's gonna be running back by committee. What y'all think? Y'all think it's running back by committee, or we gonna make somebody the number one running back?
Well, we thought it was running back by committee this year, and I mean, look how many few runs that Quentin Joyner got. And I know
Exactly.
I had heard Jaywalk on a live, and he was saying he wants to preserve the player, and I'm like, okay, well, if you want to preserve the player, that's fine. I remember that year when we had the Herschel Dennis, Lindell White, and Reggie. It was like a 3 tailback monster, and that was a run back by committee. That's 3 running backs running the ball.
And this the
So,
thing. I remember when Jay Walk said that we was just coming off the game where I think Woody had like 23 carries, 24.
right.
He had a good grip amount of carries.
And we want to see him
But
running like that every game, but he can't.
look, this the thing though. To Jay Walk point, ran him down. In that same game, Quentin Joyner only had 3. So we could have still kept running the ball. We could have gave them carries to Joyner. Joyner had one game where he had, I think it was the Penn State game. He had 3 carries for 83 yards.
The thing we have to evaluate is us passing the ball 50 times a game.
Exactly.
That's the number
None of
one
this
thing
shit
we have
gonna
to look
matter.
at.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what you
like
arguing about the running back, that ain't gonna matter if we gonna throw the ball 50 times.
exactly. So it's like somebody needs to go. I'm telling you, we got to put Pete Carroll at GM. Go have him grab an accountant, somebody who really understands the recruiting process and what you got to pay for portal players. But have him be somebody that Lincoln Riley has to listen to because he's not going to listen to Cohen. Obviously, he thinks he could do what he wants to because we're not going to buy him out of that $10 million, that $90 million contract. So, it has to be somebody that could come in and kind of change the mind frame of the program. And that would be a great pick. I'm sure there's others too, but that could change the mindset of the program to where it's the old school way of thinking with a new school mentality with it too.
Right.
'Cause
Cardinal and Gold. I want to ask Cardinal and Gold something.
Yeah.
Do you think we gonna clean up in the portal? You think USC gonna make up for all this, make me look silly, and just clean up in the portal and say, "Hi, Carter, this is what we was doing"?
I mean, I think we will as far as other positions, like B was saying, but I'm nervous about the running back position because Quentin is a different style than the other guys we have on the roster. So
Right.
if we have to fill that position, whether it's depth or just to get somebody equal, they have to be better than Quentin. They have to
Right.
be leagues above Quentin. And That's why that loss hurts so much, because the
We don't have that home run
philosophy,
hitter.
yeah,
He was a
the
home run hitter.
philosophy, yeah. And if we don't get that home run hitter, is Riley going to get the value out of the big backs, right? The big bruisers. I mean, he already didn't give a lot of carries to Quentin. We had what's the scat back that went to Arizona State?
Raleigh Brown.
Well, Rick Brown. We didn't really utilize him to his value. So, I mean,
Yeah, he's not getting clocked at Arizona State. He could have stayed.
Let me ask you a question though. If we're going on 14, 15 play drives, what would be the need for a home run hitter?
Because we ain't got to go 14, 15 play drive. The more plays, the more chance
Hey,
for a fuck up quarterback.
hey, Carter. You remember that game we were watching when we played Notre Dame? You and I was on your live, and we were playing not Notre Dame, but I want to say it was Wisconsin. Was it Wisconsin or Nebraska?
Yeah, I think it was
We were playing them
Wisconsin.
at home, Nebraska. It was Nebraska. It was Nebraska because we beat them 28-20, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was
And
my
toward
other
the
first
end,
game, right?
yeah. And toward the end of the game, we were talking, right? And I said, Carter, we need to go on about a 13 or 14. I said, we need to go on about a 15 play drive right here, and we need to score. You remember that? Remember that conversation we had? Yeah, and Riley went on 13 plays and got a touchdown, and we ended up winning the ball game 28-20. There's no need when you got a tailback like Brian Jackson. There's no need for a home run hitter. It would be nice to have one, but there's no need for a home run hitter if you're gonna dominate the TOP. If you're gonna dominate
My
the
honest
TOP,
opinion, I think that Quentin Joyner gives you both, though.
Right.
yeah, that's true.
And
That's
look,
true.
and listen,
Coach Riley wants to average 40 points a game. That's his reputation.
so he feel he can't do that pounding the ball.
And that's why
In
us
this
as a
conference,
fan
you're gonna
base,
have to though.
that's why selectively, yes, we want him to do it more, but that's what the conflict is. That's not his MO.
You're gonna have to adapt though, fam. You
Here's
can't.
here's two things. The first thing is, I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't trust USC consistently completing 15 play drives. Like
Exactly.
it's either gonna be a turnover, it's gonna be a false start, it's gonna be something that throw us behind, like consistently. We're not gonna complete 15 play drives.
You know what's gonna happen? Mason Murphy gonna get a false start.
Stop.
Also, look at our quarterback. Look at our quarterback. Maeva is supposed to be the more dynamic quarterback, so we're going to try to expand that play calling, and that's what we want, right? We want that creative play calling from Riley with Maeva. So the at some points we're going to have to run the ball and drain the clock, but that's what Lincoln's trouble is. I mean, he barely can even manage his timeouts.
Facts.
And that game was proven against Penn State.
Yep.
Man.
Well, we know what
So
happened.
when we come out with a
Penn
2
State,
touchdown
though,
lead,
man. We know what happened to Penn. We know what happened to Penn State, though. Come on,
what happened?
We know what happened.
He talking about that
game.
Miller Moss cross pattern, that Miller
Oh
Moss
my
deuce.
God,
Yeah, but
that was awful.
Yeah, the Penn State game was a total. We try to put it all on the off. The Penn State was a total team debacle because there's no way you come out. There's no way you come out of halftime. You got to think about it. The defense gave up 2 97-yard drives that game.
Mm-hmm.
That can't happen. And then they let us score 3 straight times coming out of halftime. That can't happen.
That's
because we couldn't get to the quarterback. Hey, remember though, we couldn't get to the quarterback though. Remember, we had problems getting to the quarterback all season long, especially with our interior line. We had people coming off the edge. That was our main issue. That's why we lost a lot of those games.
On fourth down of the last drive, we had a chance to get a sack. But Muhammad got back there.
But we were chewing them up on the run.
Wait, hold on. Hey, John, me and you was at the USC game.
Right there next to each other, like
look. Let me tell you what really happened. What really happened that game?
What happened?
First, just like he said, we gave up 2 fourth downs on that final drive in regulation when they came down and tied it. We gave up a 4th and 10. Somebody broke free for the
quarterback.
Sack. Just missed
Jamil Muhammad.
Yeah,
Jamil Muhammad.
And the second thing, look, And the second thing that happened is we waited too late to put Kamari Ramsey on a tight end. They tight end killed us for 3.5 quarters. I'm at the game. I see him put Kamari on dude. He didn't do nothing no more, but it was too late.
We had Branch on their tight end for way too long.
And that was a mistake. Branch is the deep field safety, center field. Like, he's not a coverage safety.
Yep.
Right? Kamari Ramsey is the coverage safety. So I don't know why they had Branch.
I think Kamari got hurt that game. I think Kamari came out the game.
No, he didn't. He played that whole game.
He played,
They played
I thought I saw going under the tent that game.
He kind of cramped, but he came right back.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Got hurt in the Nebraska game.
He got a cramp.
Yeah, he had a cramp that game.
Okay.
The reason they wasn't putting Kamari on a tight end at first is because they wanted him in the box helping with the run. They were so scared of those running backs, and so that tight end would get. So that
what's his name? K-Tron. What's his name? K-Tron Allen.
They was killing us in the pass game. I remember
not in the
our
first half.
defense was pretty good.
Singleton is the tailback. Singleton's one of the top one, and then they got that other kid too. Both of them going to be NFL tailbacks.
Both of them.
They had two of them, yeah. But even the live Carter, even the live you did before that. Remember, I was telling you, you're like John. What do you think gonna happen? I was like, dude, they got 3 offensive players. They got the 2 tailbacks and the tight end. And the
John,
tight end.
Look, when we was at, not to even cut you off, but when we was at the game, what the Penn State fans were telling us, all we got is Warren.
Yep.
All y'all got to do is stop him. The Penn State fans was at the game deep, and they was expecting us to win. They was like, y'all got a good team. Like, they was like, what are y'all doing? We don't know what y'all doing, but thank you.
The dude right below us, him and his wife, right below us. He's like, we only got the tight end. That's it. That's the only player we have. That's like super legit.
And the fan gonna know his team.
But guess what? That fan knew that Allen was it. You knew it. USC knew it. We knew it. And every other team that they play knew it. And that kid still gets off.
Right.
He don't get 17 catches for 200 though.
He still gets off.
You're right.
But he don't get 17 for 200.
But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If we could get to the quarterback and get him down, like I've been saying, that's what they're aiming to fix. Did we not even having this conversation? We could not get to the quarterback and we could not get him on the ground this year, period. After Eric Gentry went out, it was a wrap for us.
All right, so I mean, I think this is the two. That what you're saying is absolutely right, B. But this is a two-sided coin, and we're supposed to have an offensive guru. As an offensive, and I'm saying guru, like he's supposed to be an offensive guru, not just a quarterback guru, right? If you're an offensive guru, and you know that you have bookends like literally just curling around your tackles, like it's easy work, right? You got D tackles just blowing up your passing game, but every time you run the ball, it was Quentin Joyner, you're getting 7 yards a carry. Woody March, you're getting 4 to 5 yards a carry. Why not play to that strength?
I agree with you 100%. I'm not disputing that whatsoever. I'm just saying what costs us.
They keep your defense fresh.
Right. I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you.
That helps with injuries.
Listen
and so
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you 100%. I'm agreeing with you. But I'm also saying that, hey, look, had we been able to stop the run this year, man, which, toward the end of the year, that offensive line got shored up. But had we been able to stop the run, we having a different conversation, man. We will won at least another 4 games. At least another 4 games.
Why we couldn't stop the run though?
We didn't have the depth.
Okay, why we didn't have the depth? Because we bullshitted in the portal.
Right. I agree with you.
Bullshitting with this roster. Did anybody hear what Lincoln Riley said? Because Joe Boyd said Riley is completely cheap. His comments today are completely insulting. What did Riley say?
What did he say?
Tell us, Joe.
Tell us, Joe. What did Riley say?
Hey, but this is what I'm
Well,
gonna tell you. This is what I'm gonna tell you,
saying that
John. If you want,
because
Oh,
Lincoln Riley
he
said
said,
straight up that he wants to have player attention.
no.
Retention
Look, he said,
in the program.
hold
wait,
on, John.
somebody breaking up. Somebody breaking
Yeah,
up.
yeah, hold on, John. He said his comments to the media today are completely insulting. Basically, he said our NIL is great. That's a complete lie. Fire day. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. If our NIL is great,
I'm online right now,
what's going on?
What is he supposed to say? NIL
Right,
suck.
Why he can't?
Is
He
he
supposed to
supposed to
say
say
what
that?
Ryan Day said and what Nick
What?
Saban said before he retired. Hey, I need this amount of money if y'all want me to compete. He should be a
Nick,
real man. Say the
Nick, hey,
truth.
Nick, Nick Saban was dry snitching on Prime, man. Come on, man. Let's not use Nick
right.
Saban because he was dry snitching on
But
Prime.
Nick Saban, look, Nick Saban still told his university in his collective that he need a certain amount of money to compete and have the roster we need. We
And
all
what
know
He
happened
what
couldn't get
when
the
Ryan
money,
Day
so he
said,
bounced.
but
he
Nick
got
Saban said the same thing.
and
So
he got
you
the hell
ask,
on, didn't
no,
he?
hold on. You ask what should
Uh-huh.
Riley say? I'm telling you,
Uh-huh.
he should say the damn truth. We don't have enough money to build a championship roster. Because look, think about it. It's gonna go on his resume. USC gonna move on whenever he get fired or go somewhere else. This gonna be a stain on your coaching resume. So you gonna be a chump and not say the truth because you don't want to make somebody mad. The same people you don't want to make mad gonna fire your ass. So you better go out the door keeping it real. Hey, we ain't got
I
enough
think
money.
Carter,
That's
he think he gonna go out the door with 110 million though.
He's going out with that
it's
regardless.
not.
Yeah, he going out the door regardless, but he gonna go with 110 million. I mean, shit,
I'm talking
I'll
about
go.
he young. He
Right.
want to coach again. So this is gonna be on your resume. They're gonna look at Lincoln Riley and say, hold on. You went to Oklahoma, took over Bob Stoops' program.
Yep.
Every year you had there, the record got progressively worse and worse. You went to USC, started off 11-3. Program got progressively worse and worse. Maybe you an NFL coach because you can't build a program because every program he then took over then went down since he got there, bro. So this is his reputation. Do you want to leave USC as a failure? Other colleges gonna look at you like if you couldn't win at USC, why we want you? All that talent out there, you couldn't win at a Blue Bud on the West Coast. So why any other college team is gonna want him? So he need to keep it real because it gonna fall on him. USC gonna fire him, and this shit gonna start all over again, and it's gonna be a new coach. The world gonna continue turning, but this gonna be a stain on your resume. And his next contract ain't gonna be for 100 million if he don't get shit right here. So he need to speak the damn truth. Go ahead,
Yeah,
y'all. I just had to say that. Like, fuck
and
that.
Well,
Let's move on.
here's the one thing.
Yeah.
Here's the one
I
thing
think
I was gonna
that'll be. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's all good.
go. Not, also, here's the one thing I was gonna say because I know we keep saying uh, about USC and we focus on the inability to keep running the ball, running the ball. I mean, to be honest, there's only one way if we want that type of ball to get back to it. It's only one way that's gonna happen, right? And if we that's if Lincoln Riley's gone and we move on to a coach who has that mindset. Lincoln Riley's a spread coach. That's what he runs, and we knew that bringing it in. So he's not going to change his philosophy and his whole offense because that's what he runs. That's what he knows. So I'm
Right.
not even hopeful that we're going to get the ground and pound and run the ball and do that and not throw the ball because that's who he is. That's what his offensive philosophy is. That's just
And
like that's just like running those zone blitzes and dropping people off into zone. Now, that's who D'Anthony Lynn is. That's what he's going. That's what he's going to run.
Mhm.
So we might want to give up that hope that we're
Yeah,
not going to see
yeah,
games next year
yeah,
where we're throwing for
yeah.
40 and 50 passes. Like
Riley was like that at Oklahoma. He was like that
it
at
is
Oklahoma.
what it
And
it is
he
what it
ran the
is.
same
That's the
thing.
type of
Yeah.
offense he runs. He's an air raid guy.
Yeah, he ran the
But he
same
was
thing at
running. He
Oklahoma.
was running the ball at Oklahoma though.
Yep, in
A
the
lot of
first 2 years.
Because he put Penryan in there, he put Joe Mixon, and he had them both at the same time.
Yeah, but what was happening is a lot of the runs at Oklahoma and the play cut was a lot of the quarterback keep as well that accounted for that.
Right.
And then at Oklahoma, they were playing in such a bad conference where there was no competition outside of them in Texas. They were up dramatically big. Then he would do that.
But
All
P
right,
Ryan, but
have
P
you ever heard
Ryan
somebody
and
tell
Joe
you?
Mixon,
Go ahead.
P Ryan and Joe Mixon still got enough carries though to make it to the NFL.
I think they went for 1,000 yards both in one season.
Yeah. Now, if you look
Did
at
they?
Riley's career, every year he's running less and less. It's a trend. No matter what quarterback he had, he started out damn near 50-50. When he started out, I
But
think
a
he
lot of
ran the ball like 43% of the time his first year at Oklahoma. Now I know a
right,
lot of
a
it is
lot of
the
those
quarterback.
runs.
I know that. But
Yeah,
still,
a lot of the runs came with the quarterback. And here's another thing that you got to notice. A lot of that came with having big leads and being able to blow teams out. And so
and
what's
then
happening is in these tight games, he gets. I'm not gonna say he gets flustered, but in these tight games when it's tight and there's a panic and it's close, he goes back to what he know when it's pass,
Right.
pass, pass, pass.
that's
Right.
the problem. And hold on, we forgetting.
He's an air raid coach.
Didn't P Ryan set the fucking record one game? He rushed for like 300 some damn yards.
Yeah, then he got
Yeah.
bumped the next week by
So it
Melvin
wasn't just
Gordon.
the quarterback. I'm saying he wasn't just running it with the quarterback. P. Ryan had set the NCAA record with 300 some damn yards. Woody March could have did 250 this year, something like that too, if we would have kept running in certain games.
That's
So
where the
I agree with
that's
you, Chris, but I'm just saying I agree with you. He is a pass first, and a lot of his runs being from the quarterback. I'm just saying he was better. He was more balanced in the beginning of his coaching career. That's all I'm saying. He never was 50-50, right? I agree with you. But he was more dedicated to the run than he is now. And just like you said, when shit get tough, he abandoned the run. So I agree with you. I'm just saying it's still even been in decline on
Carter.
how much he try to run.
Carter, you're right, because one of the selling points of Lincoln Riley was that he was going to run more. Because remember, we
Yep.
were comparing him to Graham Harrell,
Yep.
right? We were playing UCLA, and we had 4 wide receivers have over 100 yards each. So then, when the selling point with Lincoln Riley was, okay, he's going to run more, because we all didn't necessarily like the air raid that Graham Harrell was running, but we had to do what we can do because we had Clay Helton.
And they're from the same tree.
Same tree.
Hey, look, and Jeff Rodriguez, not to cut you off, you can continue cooking, D. But Jeff Rodriguez, and I know he be looking at the stats. He said Lincoln Riley never ran less than 52% at OU. So he, according to Jeff Rodriguez, I know he's looking at the stats. He never ran less. So he was run first damn near.
Yeah, and I think
50%.
Yeah, and I think what happened was he underestimated the Pac-12. That's why we had the problems with the Utahs, and we had the problems with the defenses. I think he just came thinking, I'm going to just air, I have Caleb, and we just going to outscore everybody. But obviously he didn't plan on Grinch, kind of having the first year we had high turnovers, right? That's what saved Grinch, right? The high turnover margin is what saved Grinch.
Right.
And he kind of thought Grinch was going to adapt that second year, and sadly it didn't happen.
Yeah, I think we had a plus 22 turnover margin on the season, which it blew away everybody in college football away. They were like, these guys really, take away the ball. But if you look at the hidden numbers, we couldn't stop the run, which is what we couldn't do last year. And what we could not do this year. The problem happened with Grinch was it would be hard pressed. It's not like Riley is not like he's not an SEC coach, right? It would be hard pressed for him to fire a coach after you just went 11-3. There would be no explanation behind it. I agree with that. Even though we lost the conference championship to Utah, we were one poor hamstring away from going. Yeah, we were one poor hamstring away from going to the college football playoffs. Remember?
Yep.
So Go ahead.
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
So it would be hard pressed to fire a coach after going 11-3. Now the year where he got fired, which was last year, we looked bad. So he was justified. The record justified the means. This year we did it better, but our depth hurt, and we could not stop the run in those key games. We just could not stop the run.
So
That's the difference between us being 10-2 right now and 6-6 is we could not stop the run when we needed to stop the run.
so check
Or the
this out.
pass.
So
We
check this
couldn't. What
out.
it was,
True.
I'm gonna let you go with that. The real issue was we couldn't make a stop when we needed to.
Right.
We could throw out the whole game and not being able to stop the run and pass. We couldn't stop people on game winning drives. We couldn't get the stop when we needed to, and offense couldn't make the play when they had the ball in their hand last and scoring position. It's a whole team failure.
This is where Lincoln Riley's reputation took a hit. You made a great point about the loyalty. I can understand the loyalty that he had for Grinch for that second year. I get it. But here's the problem. Grinch started to show favoritism. And once you show favoritism, that's what really penalized, and that's what penalized Riley. When you start playing Tackett Curtis, who's just
That's
missing
what it
every
was.
tackle.
That's the kid.
You're
That's the
playing
kid. He
Tackett
was showing
Curtis over
favoritism too.
Rajon and Eric Gentry. Think about that. Tackett was
Right.
actually playing over Eric Gentry, who was damn near All-American this year.
Right.
Not
Right.
necessarily.
It sure was.
Remember, they had Tackett at the middle linebacker. He was playing over Shane Lee and Mason Cobb or something.
He should have been playing over Mason Cobb. That's the
Remember
problem.
Gentry was playing. He had got hurt against Utah. But Gentry, he wasn't taking Gentry snaps. He was taking Shane Lee and Mason Cobb and Rajon snaps. But I remember he was playing the middle linebacker though. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but he's right though. But for whatever reason, last year Gentry wasn't getting the clock out like he was beginning of the year. Because I remember everybody said,
I agree.
Why are they not playing Gentry?
Yeah, I agree though. I agree that he played.
And
we all know he played favorites with Tackett. Why y'all think Tackett went to Wisconsin with him?
And he played favorites with Shaw. So I don't like to talk about nobody, but there's no way Shaw should have been on the field.
yes, Brian Shaw is a great example too. And like I said, I don't like to pick on him either. But Zion Branch that year didn't get a lot of run.
Yep. Shaw was getting torched.
Shaw cost us that Utah game against Dalton.
Well, he's good in the box. He's good at coming down for run support. He's just not good in pass coverage. So he couldn't cover that tight end.
Hey, it wasn't Shaw. Hey, look, Shaw was trash, but that Utah game wasn't Shaw. Alex Grinch dumbass had 5'9". Max Williams on
Max Williams on him. That is
oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
He also had Max Williams on the tight end in the Notre Dame game.
Yeah,
right, against the Raiders.
I thought she was crying.
Yeah, and now that tight end's in the league too. We done got so many tight ends in the league with numbers. Now, the best tight end. I mean, they were good tight ends, but this year that was my only knock on Lynn was how that tight end did us against Penn State. I mean, it was just
that was criminal right there.
That was vicious right there. I'm like now, but also I give their offensive coordinator. Like he gets the utmost respect from.
He was creative.
Yeah. Because when he put him where he snapped the ball and ran straight down the middle of the field on a one-man route and scored for a touchdown, I was like, I never seen no play like that.
I found out after that had we had somebody to cover him up, he wouldn't have been able to go down the field like that. He had to be uncovered. So yeah, that was very creative and very smart on that offensive coordinator.
Well, on that play, Brent was right there and just didn't make it. He was there on that play.
I'm talking about when he was on the line and he was snapping the ball. Had he been covered up, he wouldn't have been able to take off down the field.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna bring somebody to the stage. He was in the comment talking shit, but I'm gonna let him cook. I don't care. I'm gonna let him cook. He said I was an idiot. So I want to see what he got to talk about.
Who said that?
I'm bringing him to the stage. I ain't tripping. I think he pro Riley.
All right.
What's up, man? Jit? I'm gonna let you cook.
Hey, what's up, Carter? How you doing, bro?
What's up with it?
Hey,
why I'm an idiot, bro? Why I'm an idiot? Let me know.
No, you're not an idiot. I'm just a frustrated USC fan.
I feel you. How
Hey,
you
What they
feel
got to do
though?
with you calling that man an idiot
You
though? What they got to do with you calling him an idiot though?
yeah, but you
What's
guys
up with
keep
that?
you keep talking about Lincoln Riley, this and that. What about the NIL, bro? If what first season 11-3, you got all the momentum, pay the money. Josh Connerly, Francis Mauga. You don't think they want to come to USC? It's all because of the money. If you miss on 2 or 3 recruiting classes, you're behind the 8 ball. It's over, man. It's hard to catch up.
I agree that the first problem is the NIL, but that ain't why we lost all these close games though. Because Riley play calling and time management though. We
What
had
about
enough talent on this year roster to win plenty games that we lost, bro. What you got to say about that?
what about your boy Genius on the defensive sideline against Michigan? That game was won. You got. I mean, Riley can't go on the field and make tackles, right? How does Khalil Mullings break off that 54-yard run? You tackle him, that game's basically over. Against Penn
That,
State, they convert on 2 fourth downs. Ramsey has a freaking interception in his hands. You make that interception, ball game's over. Riley can't make that catch, right?
none of that
But
has to do with the NIL. That has to do with the management of
No,
what
no,
it
I'm
is.
that's two separate issues. You guys keep blaming Riley though. I'm talking about NIL and defensive players making plays. Riley can't go out
okay,
and freaking catch the ball, right?
all right. Look, I agree with you on the NIL. I agree with you, but what you got to say about the play calling though?
No, that was
That
that was
still was an issue.
I got you, I got you. But hey, Carter, let me ask you another question, bro. What happened to Zachariah Branch? What did he have a serious injury? What happened to that guy?
It's a couple things I think, in my opinion. Now I ain't saying this facts. This my opinion. The first thing, I think he lost a step in speed because he gained that weight in the program. Them extra pounds he gained seemed to slow him down. Second, Miller Moss couldn't hit him with the deep ball. Zachariah Branch, he ain't being as what we expected, but I seen like 3 or 4 touchdowns that he would have had if the ball was placed accurate that we left on the board against Michigan, against
Oh,
LSU. Like the first 4 games that we played, Miller Moss had missed them for like 3 or 4 touchdowns if the ball was accurate. He actually got past the defense over the top of the safety wide open, right? So I
okay.
think Zach Branch, he wasn't as bad as his stats say. I feel like we didn't have the quarterback who could use him right. And then second, Lincoln Riley always want to throw a bubble screen to his ass, and the defense know when it's coming. Our wide receivers never block the safety or the DB when they throw a bubble screen, and Zachariah get lit up behind the line of scrimmage every
I got
fucking game.
Yes, he did. Okay, so but did that weight gain cause him to call a fair catch when there's no defender within 10-yard line? He's calling fair catches when he's 10 yards out of the freaking end zone. You're a returner, return the ball. Why are you catching fair catch, man? I don't get that part. Why is he calling fair catches? There's no defender within 10 yard lines.
You talking
Well,
about
I
Answer that
kickoff
question.
or punt return?
And punt and kick. I've seen both. Against Michigan, he was out of the end zone 5 yards, and he's calling fair catch. You're an All-American returner. Why are you calling him fair catch?
Well, I
What the
think
what?
in college, if on kickoff, if you call a fair catch, you automatically get it at the what 30,
No, but
25.
okay, even on punt though, doesn't matter. Why are you calling it free catch? You're the All-American returner. Make something happen.
Right. Well,
I,
D,
I
did,
look,
B Jink that put a great point to that before though. Is that's the reason why I think we took him off kickoff, B Jinks, from what you said, because he had too many,
He
he
had too
had too
much.
many
He had too
irons in the
much on
fire.
him. He had too much on him, man. We had the kid receiving the most targets on the team. He was running kickoff return and punt return. I think it was weighing too much on him. And to Carter's first point, that muscle, all that he put on him, it made him a step slower. So that's why he didn't look as explosive as he did his first year in the program. But go back and look at a lot of those punt returns and those kickoff returns he had last year as opposed to this year. Hell, even when they threw it into the flat or on a drag route, he was getting caught by linebackers.
Well, that's what I was disappointed. I was hoping like for a picking Reggie Bush,
But that's the
Heisman Trophy kind of
that's
season.
the weight program. That's not him though. So you take some of that muscle off of him. You drop some of that weight so he can get his explosiveness back. That's what you do about it. That's how you fix that problem.
What who added that muscle then, man? I mean, you are
The
what you
weight
are. Why you
program.
add muscle?
What's his name? Benny Wilder added that
Yeah.
Uh,
muscle. Everybody picked up muscle. What are you talking about?
But why would
You
you want
want
to
all
add a
your
bunch of
players to be
people to the
bigger.
team?
Nobody knew that he would lose his
Right.
speed was
Nobody knew he
becoming
would lose
bigger,
a
you know?
step. Nobody knew that. What are you talking about?
But he wasn't
And
the
I
same. I'm
think,
telling you, man.
what
No. I love Zach Brand. I was hoping for like a Reggie Bush type of year, Heisman. But
you
if
can't
I
put
see
that
this
on
guy
that
straight
kid
guys,
though,
I'm like,
man.
oh my
He's not a
goodness.
Reggie Bush though. You can't put that on him. Reggie Bush was a once in a lifetime player,
Oh,
man. You
I got
cannot
you.
Hey,
put
Reggie
that
Bush
on him
probably the greatest college football player of all time. Hey,
Right.
ever. You cannot
hey,
do
hey,
that
hey,
to him.
man. Hey, I'm gonna put you backstage. I'm gonna bring you back on. Somebody else
No,
want to get
no, he
on.
need to apologize first, man, for calling you an idiot.
Hey, bro, I'm just a disappointed USC fan.
Hey,
But what I saw in
No, I
Zach
don't
last
care.
year,
You need to apologize to that man for calling him an idiot. That was uncalled for.
all right, bro, I got you. But if
Apologize.
all right, I got you. You cool, you
No,
cool.
hey,
apologize.
man,
I ain't say I
Zach,
didn't
what's wrong with being
apologize.
You
respectful,
can't just
man?
say you apologize, bro. I even
Just say
let
you
you on stage and
apologize.
let you cook.
As a man, say you apologize.
I apologize, okay, but some of the
Thank
points you're
you.
making don't make any sense, though.
All right,
All
we'll
right,
see you,
Oh,
man.
that's
We'll see
cool.
you.
You don't have to be disrespectful, though.
All right, Carter. All right, man. But Zach, that was a disappointment, bro. I never got
Okay.
that.
All right, man. All right.
All right, man.
Go ahead.
yeah, let me add
Jump out of here, nigga.
Trojan Trey to the stage. What's up, Trojan Trey? How you feeling, man?
What's going on with you, Carter? I'm feeling cool, brother. How are you?
I'm chilling. How you feeling about the state of the program? Am I tripping? Are we self-destructing in real time?
Man, I just watched USCJ today and what he said earlier, bro. Nah, you are absolutely on point. This dude, that cornball you just had on earlier was on some other shit. But that being said, no, I'm not really happy about the state of the program. Our signing class was mediocre at best. I do like that we try to emphasize the trenches. That being said, man, I'm not really liking where we headed at, man. I've been a Trojan fan since I was yay high, '03, '04. My goal was to get a full ride and go play ball at SCU. I just wasn't good enough. Um, I'm born and raised in California myself. So that being said, man, just to see this sorry state of a program where we came from, it's just horrible. This cornball Lincoln Riley came in here with all this hope. He held us sold us false promises, right? 11-3 first season, and it's just been downhill from there. And my biggest thing, Carter, I think my biggest problem with it all is just the lack of just how soft this motherfucker is, man. I don't mean to cuss, but man, this dude is soft. Like our players are soft. What happened to the days of Coach O and getting us riled up ready? Coach Pete had us ready. This team here, we soft as baby shit, man. We didn't quit, but they just soft. They getting bullied by Minnesota's, Maryland. Come on.
Hey, it's no coincidence that you mentioned two defensive coaches too, because a lot of people think the attitude of the team is taken on by is the coach's attitude, right? So you mentioned Pete Carroll and Coach O, two defensive
Absolutely.
guys.
Absolutely. I mean, but I like Coach Lynn and I like what they did on the defensive staff. I don't care for what Matt Ants did, just leaving on signing day. That was weak. But other than that, man, I really love what we did on the defensive side this year. We did a lot better. I'm happy. I mean, no disrespect to Mason Cobb, but man, he was catching a lot. He came off the year starting real great against LSU. Then I don't know what the hell happened. He was not the same player. So I mean, that being said, like I said, our defense, I do like what we did. I just that Lincoln Riley. I don't like this motherfucker, man.
Uh, hey, I ain't mad at you.
Ah,
Hey, look, and to your point, about defensive coaches who was ever saying that, B Jinx, you was bringing up Bill Belichick. He's a defensive coach. So y'all own to something. I think I'd rather have a defensive minded head coach too. Because even
They
though
talk about Bill Belichick gonna go and coach in North Carolina.
Man, they ain't
I'm
about to
yeah,
they ain't
he
about to hire
interviewed.
that man. They not about
He
to hire
interviewed
no
for
Bill
it.
Belichick.
He interviewed for it.
Yep, he interviewed for the job.
But I don't think he's gonna be successful in today's college game because he not gonna be able to run that militant like with the
no,
Patriots because them kids gonna be gone in one year. I don't
Yeah,
think
because he
he'll be
run it
successful
like
in the college game.
how he runs it like how Saban run it.
I
he
don't
gonna
think
need a recruiter because he ain't
I
gonna
don't
be willing to kiss kids ass and shit. Like he gonna need a
Right.
Bill Belichick
I
gonna need
don't
a recruiter.
I don't think he'll get the
I don't think he'll
job,
be
but
successful.
I don't think he'll get the job. But the only reason that I think there's a small percentage is because their last coach was Mac Brown,
Who was an
and I
old
didn't
school type of guy. Yeah.
I didn't think Mac Brown would ever be at Tar Heel.
I think
Yeah,
Belichick
And
can
but
he
do
got
that.
Tom
Matt
Brady
Brown
for every
coached
one of
at
them Super Bowls, man.
Texas and
He ain't done shit since Tom
he's a
Brady. I
lot
don't care for
different
him.
than
But what
Yeah.
I would be interested in is Coach O. If we could get Coach O back somehow, he ain't doing shit last time I checked. Let's get Coach O.
last time I seen him. He was on the beach with a young girl with his shirt off.
Well, he did. Yeah, he just got a divorce. I mean, shit.
I know the leadership that was in place at time Coach O got let go. They didn't like him. He was too country. They didn't like the way he talked. I know we got a different regime now, but our administration is known to be bougie, bro. Even like right now. So Coach Oregon is too raw. He too much of a personality. I think they'll be intimidated hiring somebody like him. Because Coach O,
I
he'll
think
be keeping it real right now. He'll be saying what Lincoln Riley ain't saying. Coach O gonna tell you if he ain't got the dogs, and we need to get him. Like, so we
But
do
Well,
need.
here's the thing: it don't matter who the coach is until NIL get their stuff together. It don't matter.
well,
I
it's
mean,
hard to have a dude that got a $30 million match in at Ratchet Palos Verdes to bring him to the hood because he from Oklahoma. He feel like he should be in his, he's not on campus recruiting or doing what he got to do to be in the hood. Pete Carroll never thought of it like that. Pete Carroll was in the hood regardless because he knows this is how I build the program. But I think the thing about Pete Carroll would change the game is he actually loved it though. He loved inputting all that into the players. He loved being over there and giving back to the community and understand this was a whole like SC is a community. SC, that's what makes it a lot. I mean, a lot of these college campuses, there's communities because they're in smaller areas, but it's a whole LA community that backs SC. All of LA. And it's in the middle of the hood, so you get all the people who are impoverished or lower income. But that's where all the talent come out of too. So being involved with that, helping the families, helping the people, growing the community, that's a huge thing. Pete Carroll could come back to SC right now. He can literally walk in Nickerson Gardens by himself for nobody, and they gonna embrace him.
speaking of
Yeah,
which, isn't he some type of consultant right now? What the hell is going on with
nah,
Now
that?
he's
So
a
he's a
professor
He's a
professor.
professor. He's
He's
a
a
professor.
professor
Oh,
at SC.
okay.
in the
But he
spring. Well,
doesn't
in the
he
spring
doesn't start classes.
until
No, he
spring
started classes this spring semester. So this is his first semester of spring classes at
coming
SC as
up.
a
Yeah,
professor.
I see. I see. So hold on. I guess here goes my next question. Do you think Lincoln Riley got enough? I guess is he willing to let his pride down to ask for some help, ask for that consultation?
Is he humble enough, you mean?
Yes. There you go.
Yeah,
My fault.
so yeah,
I think so.
he did it for the defensive staff. So don't tell him after this season. I think he doesn't have no other choice.
Earlier, Carter was mentioning that he doesn't want to be a failure, and if he doesn't do well at USC, where could he go? He would probably just have to go to the NFL and be a offensive coordinator. And I agree with that too, because if you look at what happened to Kiffin and you look at what happened to Sark, they had
Right.
Nick Saban. They had Nick Saban to save them, right? He helped them. They joined Alabama and they were able to kind of get under their feet. Who's going to save Lincoln Riley as far as to get him back into the head coaching front? I don't even know if that would be a situation. I could just see him being a glorified OC somewhere, and that's it.
Well,
if
I think you just
USC was to
answered your
get
own
rid of
question with
Riley,
that one.
another if USC was to get rid of Riley, another college would give him a chance.
But
It
it'd
might
be
not be
lower.
to the
It'd be a
level of
lower tier
USC.
there. It'd be lower
Yeah,
tier.
it'll be a lower tier.
Yeah. It'd be like a Florida International or what I'm saying. He'll still be D1 level, but it ain't gonna be to the level of like Oklahoma or USC. But somebody else will give him a chance.
nah. I think he could because he could sell this. The same thing we could put him. He could say, I couldn't win at USC because they NIL was shitty. I didn't have the players. And somebody might believe that and be like, okay, I feel you. He could
Yeah,
say,
but
look,
also when you give them their resume, they gonna follow up in your resume and see what really happened.
yeah, and they gonna try to even if they know that's the case, they still gonna use your record to lowball your contract. So I
Right.
think go to another major school, but it ain't gonna be no 10-year, 100 million or nothing.
Nope.
Like Florida
Yeah.
State, certain schools, Michigan. I mean, he could get a Florida State, Michigan State types. You know what I'm saying? Like he ain't got to go to Florida International. I don't think
So
because
We
he
gotta
let me
look.
ask you. Let me
We
ask
gotta
you a
look at the
question,
bigger
man.
picture of what his contract came with, though. So not only did we give him 110 million, we bought his house, we bought him out of his mortgage in Oklahoma, and we gave him a $30 million house in Rancho Palos Verdes, looking on the hill. Now
right.
he probably agreed to, which we see all the kids come and they got the summer bashes and everything. But it's like, what are those amounting to?
You said he got two houses.
They bought him out that house in Oklahoma. People are giving him
Oh,
death threats and
well.
shit when he quit at
Yeah,
Oklahoma.
he had to get out of there. But let me ask you a question. You think, I don't think this guy came here, looking to lose. I think he just wants to do it his way, which hasn't been
Yeah.
successful. He just wants to do it his way. So he did make one move like to show me that he was serious. He got rid of Grinch because he could have been like, nah, I'm not getting rid of Grinch. You're gonna have to fire me. And they would have had to have paid him anyway, remember?
Right.
So I think he
Look,
just wants to do it his way. So
and,
if
and
I'm
that's
a
the
fair and if it's me, if I'm on fair man, I'm gonna fair doing it my way, not nobody else's. That's just me.
hey,
Yeah,
but check
So
but
it though. Hey, but look, check it though. That's the problem. I'm gonna give y'all some
mhm,
inside information. They
okay.
say they saying that USC is finding a hard time finding a GM because they say Lincoln Riley and Dave Emmerich is hard to work with, and they have isolated themselves from the rest of the people in the program. So we can't even find a GM because they like Lincoln Riley is fucking hard headed. He don't listen. He hard to work with, and Dave Emmerich too. Just to let y'all know, if
I
y'all didn't
heard
know.
it, I heard it about Emory. I heard, as a matter of fact, I heard that we had brought in somebody that's supposed to be replacing Emory or either working with Emory that had more of a GM background to run, this type of program such as the NIL. Now, as far as Lincoln Riley, again, I really do think that the man wants to win. Nobody gets into, a coaching profession and, with the aim of losing. That's just my perspective. I just
Mhm.
think that the
Everybody,
guy. Go ahead.
everybody wants to win. The question is you
Hmm.
gonna do what it takes to win? And he need to pound the table. If I'm Lincoln Riley, y'all, I'm coming to the university administration to be like, look, I can't win if we can't get the
Hmm.
players. If recruiting keep going like this every year, I can't win. And just like the other dude was saying, like so many years we miss out on so many players. Josh Connolly, Roger Pleasant, Francis. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Each class, it being like 6 to 7 players that wanted to come to USC, would have came to USC, but we didn't have the money to get them. Walter Nolan, first stop was USC. Derek Harmon, I think we was like his last stop. So we didn't
Hmm.
miss out on so many players. Lincoln Riley could come to the board and say, look at these 20 players. I remember Cyrus Moss. He wanted to he was Zachariah Brown's teammate at Bishop Gorman. He wanted to come to
Hmm.
SC. He went down to Miami. It's a laundry list of players. Dakota Fields, Ryan Pelham. It's a laundry list of players that wanted to come to USC, but they couldn't turn
Well, you
down.
know what happened with Ryan Pelham though, man.
I know,
That was
but
an
Lincoln
Oregon thing at the
Riley
last
could
minute.
still. Well, look, Lincoln Riley definitely could put his name on the board because he could say, "Look at Ryan Pelham. He was committed to us to the last day. Oregon came at the
Hmm.
last minute and offered him more." I'm just telling y'all, if I'm Riley, I'm like, I
Hmm.
can't. You can't sit here and act like you could get this done with the way we running our roster. Riley got to tell whoever he need to tell, Dave Emmerich, whoever he know better than I know. He need to have a cold hard conversation with somebody and say, if y'all expect me to win and live up to this contract, look, y'all invested 100 million in me, right? I'm gonna cash
Right.
them checks regardless. I'm gonna make that money regardless. Do y'all want to make y'all money back on y'all investment and not? It's like the street game. It's like you got to spend money to make money.
So
So
I'm
That's
Riley,
I'm gonna
true.
play devil's advocate.
go ahead.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate with you, Carter. Yeah, I spend money on you. I mean, we got money regardless. But at the same time, I want to get you all these players. I want to do everything you can, but you don't seem to produce what you can on the field with your play calling, which was matters most because we feel like you could have won the game with just the talent you got already. So what we gonna do?
Mm.
Give you more talent, spend more money,
Hey,
and trick.
you know what Lincoln Riley? You know what Lincoln Riley gonna say? He gonna
What?
say, "Well, you have untrained eyes. You ain't seeing what I was seeing." Like that's what he gonna say. He gonna
I'm
say
just
we
playing
didn't have
devil's
enough time.
advocate. You know what I mean? I
No,
get what you mean. Yeah.
I feel you, but I'm saying we gotta be fair. If we sitting here complaining about the NIL, he can too. He can too.
Right, because our biggest, I mean, that you can say that was an issue. Yeah, we could have ran more at certain things, but we have bigger issues outside of the play calling that made our season go the way it went. And we've talked about all that when it comes from the offensive line to the defensive line. You know, say even when good plays are called, people not executing, dropping of the balls, you know, all that. So there's a lot more issues, and the biggest issue that it comes down to is NIL, which is Carter saying, which is missing out on all these players that could have filled those gaps, to fill those needs that we needed. To a lot of them situations we wouldn't even been in.
Exactly. We would have actually had the talent to stop Michigan running the ball 40 times.
I
Right.
think Riley tried to get it last year, but maybe they just wasn't willing to, to let it go. To whereas this year, okay, it's been 2 years in a row. It's obvious we don't have what we need along the defensive line, along the offensive line, and we're gonna have to really pony up in order to get to where we want to go, which is eventually, a national championship. So I think I think they showed a sign, a step in the right direction by signing Jakeem Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they're going to go after that kid that you guys were talking about, the defensive lineman for Kentucky. I think if Henny wants him or Newell wants him, they're going to get him. It's another kid from Western Kentucky that's considering USC too. That's a
Oh
defensive
yeah, I saw
lineman. I
him.
can't think of his name.
Yeah,
I saw
And
him.
then
Big
what's
thing.
his
I
last
forgot his
name?
name, but I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think he's
he
like
got
305.
USC. Yeah, he got USC, and I think he's from the West Coast. He might be. I don't know,
He's
but
from
he got
California. Yeah.
Yeah, he's from Cali. He's
he
from
got
Sac. He's from
he
Sacramento.
he got he got USC in his top 4 or 5. So I think they're going to go after the big time defensive linemen to show up that defensive line. I think they're going to get some offensive linemen to show up that offensive line. And I think that we're going to use the running backs that we got better because again, running backs are not a premium position of need. Again, I love Joyner. I wanted Joyner to stay, but when you talk about premium position, we need boundary corners. We need offensive linemen. We need defensive linemen, and we need some linebackers.
Hey,
Those are
this is
And
my
we need a
question.
safety.
This is
and a
my question.
safety.
This is my question to all y'all though. Revenue sharing kicking in the fall. So
Right.
why are we still having problems? Why can't we offer a player top notch dollars and be like, look, when we gonna give you this now, and then when fall start and revenue sharing kick in, we gonna give you the money out of that. Or you could take revenue sharing money right now and put that shit in the NIL. They ain't gonna fucking know all these schools, these big old boy got 10 million come out of high school. That's not NIL money. NIL money is name, image, likeness. If
Right.
that was worth 10 million NIL dollars, then LSU could have gave him that.
I think they're gonna
That's
spend a lot of that revenue sharing on the backups. I think that's gonna take care of the
uh,
backups. Now, as far as
no,
the
no,
collective,
no.
this is
Look,
just my opinion. This is just my opinion. I think they're gonna spend a lot of that revenue sharing on the backup. From what I understand, we're going from an 85 man roster coming pretty soon to a 105 man roster. When is that supposed to start?
I think next this coming up year too.
This coming up year to where you can carry
Yeah,
105 scholarship
but with
players,
the
right?
revenue sharing though is shared. I think that's to get shared equally. So that
Okay,
puts everybody where Quentin Joyner was at 35,000. So
right.
now
Okay,
everything else on top of that is what you're willing to
it's gonna be
pay.
gravy. It's gonna be gravy on top of it, right?
Right.
So,
So if he
for,
get those
for, but
35 and then you come in with 150, that put him at his price point almost, or
right,
like any kid that's
right,
balling, like let's say, I'm a 3-star, I'm coming out, y'all sign me, I know I got revenue sharing coming at 35. Now it helps the campus out because now you only got to give the kid, let's say another 35. He making $70,000 a
right,
year
right,
balling. You know what I'm saying? But at the
right,
same, but then and he steps up his game. Now you can come give him another 100, 200 on that. It helps. It kind of it like obsoletes the total cost you got to pay the kid. Because it kind of like, all right, this is revenue sharing throughout the campus, or throughout the team. But I think it has to be evenly all the way around.
yeah.
Now,
It's a
do we
form.
really
It's a
know it's going to be like that? I don't think so because you got somebody like, let's just go to Oregon. They're going to do more than what it is. If revenue sharing is $35,000 for every kid all across the nation, that's the maximum you could pay him. There's still going to be cats like Phil Knight that be like, well, fuck it, get all my kids 100.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, just get all my kids
Right.
100. Like, yeah. So regardless, any kid comes in here making $100,000, dude, that's a 6-figure income for an 18-year-old, or some of these
Yeah,
kids are
yeah,
17-year-old, 19 years old.
All right, this is
yeah.
I guess this is what I'm really trying to say. Do y'all think? All right, what's the revenue sharing cap? Didn't they say it was like 23 million?
So if it's 23 million spread over what,
For the football
100 kids,
program.
what's that number? Oh, let me
All
look.
right, this is my thing. So exactly. So do y'all think that these elite programs is just gonna spend 23 million out their revenue sharing, bro? When they
They're
make
gonna have,
when they make $1 million, $2 million a game they play in the Big Ten contract money. Do you think the NCAA is losing power daily? If y'all ain't recognized, the federal court hate the NCAA. They're going to lose every case that any school take them on. The Fed said the NCAA is criminals, and they
They're like a
said,
cartel.
they said
yeah.
if this was any other business in the country, they'll be going to jail for racketeering and all kind of shit. They'll be in prison. If this was any other business corporation, if it wasn't sports, if it wasn't college football, the NCAA will be in prison. So there should be no fear of the NCAA. The federal court is finna rule for the school every time, bro. They already said that shit. That's why before Nick Saban retired and Dabo Sweeney them was trying to go down to Congress to try to get them on their side.
So
But
check
they
this out. Let me just tell you this number. You asked me. So 23 million. If every school got 23 million to spend, B, you said 105 kids. 23
Yeah.
million spread over 105 kids per year, right? That means every kid makes $219,000. Two
I
hundred
think
and
that
nineteen thousand dollars.
now is that for all of the sports though, or is it just for football?
I don't know if it's just for football, but let's just say, I mean,
I
I
think
think
it
if
it's
is.
for all of I think it's for all of the sports though.
all right, so
Well,
well,
if
that's
it's
gonna
for all of the sports, it ain't gonna be equal then, because water polo and shit like that, they ain't finna get what the football players getting. I think that 23 million is for the football team.
okay. So let's say like through basketball, that's a lower. That doesn't have a lot of numbers. Baseball, not a lot of numbers. Let's say it's 500, or we'll put it at 600 total scholarship athletes, right? So
Right,
600 total scholarship athletes on the whole campus. That puts
right.
every single athlete at 300 $333 per year. So they're going
How
to be
much?
right where Quentin was. That's at 600
What was that?
athletes
What
on
was that
one
number
campus.
again? What was that number again?
Okay, so it's $23 million spent a year, right?
Uh huh.
Revenue sharing. That's
Uh huh.
split between 600 athletes, student
Right,
athletes. That gives
right.
you $333 per year. You get paid a
38,000.
year.
38
So let's just call
38,000.
it,
Right.
let's just round it up. Let's just say $40,000 a year for 600 athletes.
That sounds about right. That's why I was
So
saying
here, so
it's going to be for
I
all
just
of the
looked.
athletes, not just the football
Yeah,
team.
I just
I,
looked it
I
up. It's
disagree because
Can you
I
hear me? Can
disagree.
you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
I, I just looked it up. So revenue sharing is not just for football; it's for all sports. But
I
Yeah.
thought so.
with the majority of it going to basketball and football, and the way it works is it's 20% of your annual income for all athletics that year, but you can't go past 20 million.
Right. So
And
20 million, we'll do the numbers at 20 million. So if you go $20 million and we do that at let's say at 600 athletes, right? Because I think that's like the average
Let's just
athletes.
say no,
That's
hold on.
still at 30, that's like 33,000.
Let's just say 500 athletes. Let's just say 500 total athletes. Don't go over six. Just do five.
At 500, that's 40 racks a year for every athlete on campus.
That sound about right.
Every athlete on campus is making $40,000 a year.
That sound about right.
I don't know how expensive it is to create a program, but I think USC is going to create a softball team. So there's probably
Right.
money's going to go to that too, as far as expanding on some of the women's sports.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because if you looked at where Lincoln Riley came from with Oklahoma, that's what made him big. They got a big baseball team and softball team. Their softball team wins the championship every single
Hey,
year.
Mhm.
so basically what y'all saying is what Antonio's saying. Antonio said the revenue sharing is gonna only help the kids that who normally wouldn't get nothing.
Right.
Right.
So we still
which is justified, because if you're a bench warmer, don't you deserve something?
Right.
That's what I said earlier. That's going to be for the kids who don't really get no burn. I said that.
Everybody got to
But
eat.
the kids who getting the major NIL still gonna get that too though. On top
They
of
gonna
theirs.
get their bag. They shit gonna be separate. Theirs
Right.
is gonna be separate
so,
from everybody else's.
Yeah.
so what you
Nah,
telling me is
they're gonna get that revenue sharing
Yeah,
plus the
yeah, yeah. They're
NIL
gonna get
deal.
that plus their NIL. Yeah, right.
so
Which
what you
helps
telling
out
me
just like the
hold on,
football
hold on,
program.
hold on.
All
So
right.
what y'all telling me is the revenue sharing ain't gonna do shit, ain't gonna help shit for us.
I mean, I guess it will.
It's
We
gonna help
had
your
Quinn Joyner at
backups.
35,000 this year. He gonna get another 5,000 for just sitting on the bench.
And he
Nah,
wasn't a
I
mistake
don't
But
think
for
we're
us
it's
not
last
gonna
being
year.
a starter. I'm not gonna say it's
I
gonna
don't think
help, but
I
they're
don't
gonna
think it's
have to.
gonna help because another school is still just it's gonna come down to who giving the biggest NIL deal. Because another school could
Mhm.
come and say, yeah, you still get the same revenue sharing that you get here, but we're gonna give you a bigger NIL. You still can get
Right.
outbidded.
I think what they're doing this for is to make purity throughout all of sports and all of college for all athletes. It's not built on just football or just basketball, because now the water polo player, like USC has the number one beach volleyball team in the whole nation, been winning for like 10 years, right? So like
Right,
those type of teams, they get paid. Or like if the soccer team they win, they're all going to make money regardless to go to that school. But the NIL program is going to be a incentive. It's going to be added money based on what type of quality player that you are, or to keep you, to retain you, or to bring you in, that type of thing. Does that make sense?
right.
Well,
Yeah,
It's gonna
and
be
it's
like
for those people,
it's gonna be like the NFL. It's gonna be like the
and it's for those
NFL.
people
You
who
get
on the bench as well, because
yeah, yeah,
you know what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
practicing. I'm a student athlete. I'm doing all this
yeah.
too, and this person getting $100,000, and I ain't getting them but a free education. So it's
Hey,
for those kids as well.
it's gonna be like the NFL, man. You got your base salary players that make the standard, across the
Yeah.
board, and then you got
The
the ones with the
the
big
league minimum.
contracts. Yeah, the league
Mhm.
minimum, and then you got the stars who get the big time contracts. Your Dak Prescott's. It's
and
gonna
they
be
get
like that.
endorsements
Your
too. They got
Patrick
their own
Mahomes.
endorsements.
Yeah, they got
I
their own
think I
endorsement.
think
It's
with
gonna
this
be
though,
exactly like that. You think he's
I think this doesn't help football or basketball though. I think kids are gonna ask for more now.
they're
Well,
gonna have to get a union if they do.
Well, because it's like, well, no, because if you're coming in, okay, so now it gives everybody an even playing field, right? But it's
Hmm.
going to be the same crap that we're dealing with right now. Because if I'm a football player, I'm a 5-star kid, I'm coming in, I could go anywhere in the whole nation, and I'm guaranteed
Hmm.
to make 40,000 because it's the minimum they can put. That's the minimum I'm gonna get,
Right,
right?
right.
So now I'm still coming in with the NIL. So I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
well, they told me, Miami told me they're gonna give me $1 million for NIL, or Oregon told me they'll give me 2 million, or like, SC told me they'll give me 1.5 million. They're still gonna be
Right.
playing. It's like a base
Yeah,
salary, like,
we're still in the same situation as we in today.
yep, because it's like that 40,000. I'll just give to my mom, and I'll go make 1.3
Well,
million. I
So
ain't even
but
got to pay my mama no more.
the question is these schools gonna even be able to fill 105 spots with all these players transferring, and then
It's gonna,
especially USC. We only got 21 commits this year, only 23 last year. How many teams is really gonna be at the max limit? If you smart, I'm keeping my shit at the same 85 and keeping that money. Notre Dame, they ain't finna have 105 kids that qualify academically to go there, right? So
yeah,
every
but
team.
what about your depth? We heard for depth right now, though, Carter.
But
We
80,
heard for
if
depth.
we got 85 though, that's enough depth. We didn't seen that over the years.
We
If
had
you got
80, what,
105,
84? We had 80, we had 83, 84 this past season, and right now we hurting for depth.
because
word on the,
the players we got is unproven, right? So if I look at our roster and I'm looking at potential, hey, we rocking and rolling. Devin Tompkins got potential. Anthony Lucas, Carlin Jones, G Day. We got potential, right? But it's not proven. If Carlon Jones, if all the potential we had was proven, then we'll be straight. We
He was
need
hurt
that
though,
because
wasn't he?
players are too deep, ain't
yeah,
it?
he was hurt.
He was hurt. Carlon Jones was hurt this year.
No, I'm just saying. Look, you not
Uh
hear
huh.
what I'm saying. I'm saying if
Yeah.
I look at this roster, right, and if every player lived up to their potential, I know that's a reach, but I'm just saying, if
Uh
these
huh.
players lived up to their potential, then we wouldn't need nobody else, right? So what I'm saying is, if we knew G Day was gonna play, if he was playing like a star, If all our
Mhm.
defense alignment and all our talented players that we got out of high school, the 5 to 4 stars or whatever. So I'm talking about dudes like Anthony Lucas, Devon
Right.
Thompson, Elijah Hughes,
Mhm.
G.J. Adversary, Ratu, everybody we got. If they live up to their potential, we don't need too much. Now we just need some little backup. You feel what
Yep.
I'm saying? So we
Mhm.
only need 100 players because the players we got ain't good enough. I'm saying if we got 85 players, that's enough to have 2 deep at every position, bro. Because so the defense is 11 players. So if we had 22 players on defense that we could rely on, and they go come in and we ain't gonna drop off. In the offense, we don't need that because the offensive line, you're not gonna rotate them. So we only need 16 players on
Special
offense.
teams.
Yeah. But
All right.
Carter, that plays is exactly what I said earlier. I've said this
Hold on,
this is my
brother, let
third.
me just land real quick. The only thing I'm saying is if we got the talent we need, 85 is enough. 100 kids can't get on the field. If you got 100 kids, then you going 4 deep. And then if you going 4 deep, they that good, they finna transfer. That's what I'm saying. Like, you wasting your time trying to fill that 105, bro. Like, just like I said, it's 11 starters on special teams, 11 on offense. Just like I said, you can't count the offensive line, so that's 6. You ain't gonna rotate them. 11 on special teams, 6 on offense, that's 17. 11 on defense, that's 28. So that means if I want 2 deep at every position, I need 56 players that can ball. I don't need 105.
No, you don't need 105, so you just keep it within 85. You keep your retention
Exactly.
high.
Yeah,
You keep
so
your retention high, though. If you keep
I
your
know,
retention
but this is
high,
what I'm saying. If y'all say that money got to be allocated evenly through the football team, I'm saving that extra 20 spots. That's 40,000 each 20 spots. So that's an extra
I get what you
400,000.
mean.
You get what I'm
Right.
saying? I'm
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
going to
I get
fill up
what
the
you're
whole
saying.
105. I'm
Right.
going to
I see
save
what you're
that
saying.
money. If I'm USC, Oregon, they ain't got to do it. They can have 100. You know what I'm saying? But USC, we need to save that money and focus on the top 85 roster. Fuck the 105, nigga. We ain't even got enough. Just like you said, B Jinx, we short on bodies now, and we short on
Mhm.
money. So we gonna try to add another 20 players to the. That means we got less money now. So we need to be a team that don't try to fill the 105 mark. We'll be stupid.
Yeah,
That's
do
what.
So
85,
you
maybe
take
90.
so
Maybe
would you say
90. Maybe
85
put
to,
this
would you
extra
say
5.
85 to 90? Would you say
Right.
85
85
to
to
90?
90.
I'll
Yep.
say 85. I watched Pete Carroll and USC. Our team was stacked as fuck with just 85 dudes. We could go 3 deep with just 85. Yes, dude like Clay Matthews didn't even start to his 3rd year. That's how deep he was, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, 85 is enough players for you to be deep. If you deeper than that, then niggas gonna be transferring.
So let's do the numbers. All right. So we said 40,000, right? Each person. So
Right.
40,000, right?
For
Times,
80
what are we saving it? Times 15 players. So
20.
times
Because you
15.
said no, you said it's going to 105 spots, right? Or
Right.
100.
Yeah. Oh,
105.
okay. So let's say,
So
well, if
20
it's 8,
players.
all right. So let's say 20. So we got an extra 20 spots on team. So
That's
that's an extra
800,000.
800,000.
That's
So we got
800,000.
an extra, like, yeah, like $1 million almost in the kitty to pay for. And that's for this one player every time.
Exactly. And you could
So
spend that 800,000.
you're gonna cut your overhead to get one fly player out the portal or out the recruiting class. Or, even in the portal, you may be able to split that down in 2 or give one kid 300, 5, whatever. So you got
Look,
an extra 800,000. I mean, for 800,000, what these kids getting played for, I don't know if that even makes sense.
listen, but you forgetting this is extra money. So that 800,000 go on top of what we would have had anyway. Because even with the revenue sharing, we still gonna have to have spend on NIL. The revenue sharing ain't doing shit if everybody getting the same amount. That's what I'm saying. So if the revenue sharing ain't doing shit, we might as well save that money so we could bid. You feel what I'm saying?
You're
Save that
going in and out. You
Right.
got to repeat that. You got to go in. You're
This
going
is
in
what
and
I'm
out.
saying. You saying 800,000 from one player. I said that 800,000, right, is on top of what you already got. So you saying without that 800,000, if that's all we was offering, that means we didn't have shit then. The 800,000 is the money recreated extra. So the 800,000 is extra money. So when you bidding for a player and they like, okay, if y'all give me y'all 100,000 short on this other team, if y'all come up
Oh,
with,
go ahead, give me the extra 100. I get what you mean. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
you feel me? Because
It gives you more negotiating power. Like I got an extra 100 in the kitty, 800.
yeah,
I got extra 100, 800 right there, just sitting over there. Like, yeah, if he wants
yeah,
extra 200, give it to him.
yeah, and it's kind of like what the Dodgers be doing, deferring contracts. Like, okay, we gonna pay you this much, but we gonna back in and shit, so we got money to spend now. Otani making 70 million a year, but he only getting paid 2 million a year. This dude deferred 68 million of his contract. So you got to get creative with the money. And I'm saying that's a way to get creative with the money. Okay, we got money for an extra 20 spots. Fuck them extra 20 spots. That extra 20 gonna be scout team players anyway.
Now
Players
I
who,
would do that. I would do that for right now. What's coming in, not the transfer portal, but I would do it more or less with the recruits coming in. So I
these,
would do like a contract with the. I guess I would look at. Man, luckily I don't have a son that's going to school about
I
to
want
playing college football. But I would be like, hey, listen, this is what we're gonna do. Like we'll take a little we'll get a bigger contract, but your first year you'll take less.
exactly,
Like if
yeah,
you get let's say a Jakeem Stewart, he gets a $2 million contract. Well, your first year is $500,000, and then you ball out. Your next 2 years, you got that 1.5, so 750 each,
yeah,
or you know what I'm saying, something like that. Like that's how I would negotiate it. But I don't think they have a manager that even like understand numbers and business like that.
yeah. And I wanna ask Chris, B, Jinx,
But
and D,
I
like,
think I
am
think
I bullshitting?
you'll lose that. I think you'll lose out doing that because of course it's still gonna be the same. It's like in every sport, the kid gonna go with the most upfront guaranteed. Like many of them is not
Or
gonna
or
take
or give them
that back
750
end
up front.
contract.
So Chris, you think I'm on some bullshit? Like,
No,
you
no,
rather
no, no. But no. What you saying makes sense. I just don't think the approach of giving them less the second half of what was just being discussed is giving them less up
oh,
front and more in the back end. I don't because it's just gonna be another school saying who's gonna come in and top that and say, well, we're gonna give you this your first year. We're gonna give
So
you this high amount
what
your
about
first
like
year.
I
but
guess like a signing bonus up front?
look, no, hold on. That's when college football across the board gonna have to have a meeting and get on board. That they all agree that we gonna back in this shit. Some niggas already transferred. Like the
Bro,
college people didn't tell
I've been saying this from get go. The problem with NIL, there are no guardrails on it.
you. Right.
It's
Right.
fair game. I've said it before. I know you said you was against salary cap, but I was saying I think NIL should be, you know what I'm saying, where each school you just basically like NFL where you got a salary cap where you can't spend over so much. That's gonna give everybody equal playing field.
But this is my thing
Well,
with that. The only reason I said I'm against a salary cap because I know people are gonna break the rules. I know Oregon is gonna go over the
Yep,
salary
yep.
cap.
So
That's
they gonna
why
get
I'm
back to what was before, yeah, behind closed doors or behind the way.
yeah. And the SEC gonna go right back up because they don't give a fuck. They
well,
taking the NCAA to court every time, bro, because they know, like I told y'all, the federal court do not like the NCAA. They look
well,
at them as criminals. They are never going to rule for the NCAA on no university. Whether
And
they
one,
before we get off this point, I don't know if you guys seen this because we're talking about how many players to the 105. It's crazy. Did you guys see the coach from Nebraska? His press
Matt
conference, he
Rule?
was complaining. Yeah, he was complaining. He was like, he got 151 people on this roster right now, and he was complaining about having to cut people and all that and cut his roster to 105.
y'all hit the like, y'all hit the like button. There's a few people up in here.
Well,
Chris
Chris.
he love these long ass podcasts. Hey, I don't even be trying.
Nah, Jeff. What's up, Jeff?
Hey,
Jeff,
I don't
Chris.
funny.
even
Word
be
on the
trying to go
street
that hard.
though. Word on the street is that Oregon got like way over 100 on their roster right now.
Yeah, I know Nebraska got 151 because their coach was complaining about having to drop down to 105. He didn't. He was like, how bad it's gonna hurt. He had to make a decision and call kids in and tell them they got to leave the program and
To
this
me,
and
what's the
that.
point of having all those kids and they can't even play though?
but here's the thing
That's what
though.
I'm saying.
It's
So why
supposed to it's
waste the
supposed
money on them?
it's supposed to be only 85 scholarship players, but you can carry up to 105, which means that the other 20
A
are
red
just,
shirt,
practice players or walk-ons.
a
Now,
walk-ons, right?
yeah. It's supposed to be going up to you are able to have 105 scholarship players coming up pretty soon. I agree with what Carter is saying. What he's talking about is downsizing. which is a true. That's a true. GM. That's a GM move right there, where you're saving and cutting costs, cutting the overhead, and only rolling with the 85 to keep player retention and keep kids from walking anyway. I
Yeah.
would say 85 to 90 because you never know when an injury might come up at a key position. Any
I'll take
kid,
90. I'll take
right,
90.
right. Any kid that comes in, man, and he's considered to be a premium position is going to want to start, even if in a competitive environment, they're going to want to start. So even if you are paying them, then the next means would be okay. Well, hey, look, I want to go somewhere where I can play. Every kid wants to play and they want to get paid. Period. So again, you have to choose what do you consider to be your premium positions. What do you need the most? And I feel that what SC needs the most is that defensive line, like I said, the offensive line,
Mm-hmm.
the boundary corners, and some linebackers, and maybe a safety. Again, you're going to have a whole bunch of running backs that's going to jump in that portal, and you're going to have more running backs in the portal that can go to these top blue blooded schools. That's just the nature of the business. And I feel that USC is taking the same approach that a New England would take. They've always underpaid their running backs, always have, but they've always managed to win as long as they had a defense and an offensive line. Sure, they had a good tight end and Grunt that they could throw to, or Aaron Hernandez, but those were the exceptions. They didn't pay Randy Moss, they didn't pay a whole bunch of receivers, but they made sure that Tom Brady was happy and that he was protected, and they made sure that that defense was shored up. Period.
What y'all know about
I,
true freshman? What y'all know about true freshman quarterback Selman Bridge? He
Who
entered
was
the
that?
trans. He entered the transfer portal. He is 6'3", 180 pound DB. He was a 4-star coming out of high school. He got 3 years of eligibility remaining. He played
Where's he
at
Where's
from?
he
he?
play for he play here in the state I'm in. He play up there in Arkansas.
Was he
What
good?
position does he play?
A corner.
He
He is
ain't see
six.
the field much.
He didn't hit the field.
He ain't see the field much.
Well, he was a true freshman.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. All these freshmen is jumping in. They're
So is
Yeah,
not
he a
so
developing in the
cornerback?
program.
He a cornerback? You said he's a
he's a corner.
cornerback?
He was a
Six
4-star
three.
recruit in the 24 class. So he was a true freshman last year.
I want a kid. If I want a kid, I want somebody like y'all remember when that kid Caleb Downs came out of Alabama last year and went to Ohio State?
Ohio State, right?
Yeah, he was a starter though, and he
Yeah,
was an SEC All Freshman All American. Yeah.
exactly. But those are the type of kids if we gonna drop money on, you go drop a bag on. That's what you go get. Other than that, you keep, like I said earlier, roster retention. Then you look at the recruiting ranks, and then you look at the portal. We at the point now, we in the third stage of it. Now we looking at the portal. It's roster retention and portal now. Recruiting's done.
Right.
So you keep you
Okay, so
keep you
let's
keep the
let's look.
money.
But we're in trouble for next year though,
Hold
because
on. Hold
if
Hold
on.
you
on,
look
what
at
you,
recruiting,
Hold on. I see somebody in the portal with production. A line. They say he is safety size linebacker. Kendall Daniels plans to enter the transfer portal. He is
from
6'4".
Oklahoma State,
Yeah, he's 6'4", 240. It say he totaled 240 tackles. Oh, that was over 3 seasons. I'm about to say, goddamn. 7.5 sacks, 13 pass defense, 5 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles in 3 seasons. Which I'll take a look at him. So if he got 240 tackles over 3 seasons, that's like what? Like 80 tackles a year. Yeah,
yep.
that's an average of 80 tackles a year. In his freshman year, he probably didn't do that. So most of them tackles probably his last 2 years. Oh yeah, I want him.
So
And
you
where is he
progressive.
from again? Where
He
is
from
he from?
Oklahoma
Oklahoma
State though,
State.
like Mason Cobb, so I'm kind of scared, but I'm kind of scared because he's from Oklahoma State. But hey, he got the numbers. Like he
And
He
see,
got the
here's the
numbers.
thing
I
though.
just want to look at his go
Here's the
ahead. I
thing
want to
though.
look at his character and his injury.
hold on, one at a time, one at a time.
When Mason Cobb was at Oklahoma, here's the thing too. You got to look at when these players have production or don't have production at the other schools. You got to look what's around them. When Mason Cobb was at Oklahoma State, they had a big front line that can get penetration, so he was able to run free. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? To make those tackles, and like we gave him a hard time at USC because he missed a lot of gap assignments and things like that. That's because, you know what I'm saying, the offensive lineman, you know what I'm saying, was getting to the second level thing and he was having to get in traffic. Which
Right.
as a linebacker, you want the defensive lineman to eat up them blocks so you can run free. So when we look at the production of these players, I mean, you got to look at everything that's around them as well.
Yep.
What
What I
type
like
of what
about
type of
this
And
scheme
kid
he
though,
played in?
what I like about this
right,
kid, he got 13 pass defense and 5 interceptions. So he a hybrid. He like I ain't even watched his
Hello?
film, but looking at his stats, it looked like he like a Seward Cravens type.
he
Look
got
like he,
good size to be.
yeah, look like he
You know
got
what
the
I'm saying? That's a
size he
good
was.
size linebacker. Yeah.
Yeah, and he could cover. That's what I'm saying. He could cover too. So it's like he'll be perfect for D. Anton Lynn. Would he preach positional versatility?
Who are
And
our projected
that's one
starters?
thing. That's one thing we ain't talk about with our linebackers neither. We need some linebackers who can be able to run, especially with as many zone blitzes and things we run, and for them to drop in coverage from being on the line of scrimmage, faking blitz and all that, to get out there to cover the flats and things like that. Like they got to be
What do you
able to,
say,
they got to
B?
be able to run in this team.
The
What
Miami
do you say,
running
B?
back, the Miami running
No,
Hold
I
on,
back.
just
hold on, Carter. What do you say about
no,
the
I just said who's our projected who's our projected starters? Our linebackers.
Gentry, I would say Gentry and Davis,
Well, and
and
number
Stevens,
20,
and
number
Desmond
23.
Stevens. Yeah, that's
Steve,
Desmond Stevens. Stevens, yeah.
Yeah.
he definitely gonna play. The
oh for
Miami
sure.
running back, hit the portal. AJ Allen.
Martinez.
Nah,
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, no, they started running back as Martinez that played at Oregon State last year.
he got
Yeah.
2 years of eligibility. He got 127 carries for 734 yards. So he averaging about like 6 yards a carry.
And what I was gonna say
So
to
he
what
gonna
you were
probably
saying,
demand
John.
more than he's gonna definitely demand more than Quit Jordan.
Hey, T.A. Cunningham back in the portal. Now remember this, if y'all follow recruiting, when he committed, USC was like in his top 3, but we lost him to Penn State. This a dude we need to double back on. It say he redshirted this year, so it say he will have 4 years of eligibility remaining. He was a big time kid coming out of high school. He actually had came to California for like a year or two and played his sophomore and junior year. That's why USC thought they was gonna get him. We was recruiting him, and he moved to California and all that. But his senior year, he had moved back down south, but we still was recruiting him, and he chose Penn State. But I think we was like second and third. So
I
TJ
just think when
Cunningham,
you go into, I just think when you go into the portal, you looking for, yeah, it's a lot of, because it's gonna be a whole lot of 5 stars and 4 stars who was coming out of high school and didn't see the field and stuff this year. But when you go into the portal, I think you're looking for proven play. You know what I'm saying? Proven players that have production.
yeah,
That's gonna make you
You're not looking
but
motherfucker.
for
look,
a project.
but hold on. This is where I play devil's advocate. You look at him as like a high school recruit because he got 4 years left, right? So
What
I
Yeah,
would
position
but
you playing,
does
Carter?
he help
expect
you
him.
right now in this next season?
No, but he gonna help with the other class. He gonna be running with Jakeem Stewart and Floyd Bucard and Gus Cordova. You put him right with them. He got 4 years just like them. So I'm gonna give him regular high school standard. I ain't gonna give him Jakeem Stewart money. I'm gonna give him his market value if he want to come. Now I get you, of course. That's why I brought up the linebacker from Oklahoma State. Of course, when we talk about next season, yes, we want the top players in the portal is players with production. But I'm taking the kid who got 4 years left, and I wanted him out of high school. USC wanted him, and you know you got a shot because you was in his top 3. So I hear what you're saying, but Chris, you gonna pass up on this dude? He got 4 years left. He held 50 offers out of high school. He was a 4-star. Like he was
What's
like a freak athlete. He was like a phenom. He
what's
young,
his measurables? What's his measurables?
6'6", 285. He
I'm
could be
probably
a
getting up
monster. He could be a monster. He's 6'6",
And
285.
D
So he
line,
had 30
D
pounds.
line,
You're right.
D
I
line
got it
all
right
day
on the
long.
screen. Look at the
Yep.
screen.
D
I guess
line.
y'all don't be looking at the screen.
Yeah, I'm
I
looking
got
at
it
it
right
now
on
we
the
now.
see your screen.
I'm looking at it
I
now.
can't pull it all the way up because I'm on my phone. But yeah, I got you.
But
Yeah,
yeah, I'm saying D line all day long. D line. That's what you need. That's who you go and get right there. Players like that.
Yep.
And John,
I
what I was
guess
going
it's
to,
like got to
what I was
be
going,
like a mix. Some young guys, you have to get a couple older guys, the
And,
character.
and the Chris
and John, I
Paul.
was going. Go
Now
ahead,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Oh, to your
Now I
point.
was going.
Now to your point, I agree. But the second dude I'm taking is dude with potential like this, a dude that I wanted out of high school. So you believe in him, and he ain't prove you wrong or right. It ain't like he played and he looked trash. He redshirted, just like Carlon Jones redshirted. But we big on him. We excited about him. So this dude in the same position as a Carlon Jones. He just at Penn State.
Okay. And John, what I was going to ask you, uh, because I know you said we're in our third stage right now, right?
Yeah.
As far as retention, you said. All right, so I'm gonna just go down the list as fast. I just want to get your take to see if we fear for next year, right? You said your first stage is high school recruitment. What do you give? What grade you give us on our class?
No, I say our first stage is retention. Second
Okay,
stage is
so
high school recruiting.
okay, so what do you give us? I can imagine what you go. What do you give us on retention?
Well, it hasn't all the way came through yet,
I'm just
but
saying so far, so far, not good, right?
Not
I'll
good at
give us
all.
a. I mean, Quentin Joyner was a hurt. Kate Elders was a hurt. Gino Quinones was a hurt. But B
Hudson's in
minus.
there.
Who?
Okay, Hudson
Kyrie
in there.
Hudson,
Portal.
Who is?
Kyron Hudson.
Yeah,
Oh
he been out the
yeah.
portal. Virginia Tech safety Moses Phillips the third. He entered the portal 6'2", 195. He has
And
65
so
tackles this
So
season.
Chris on the retention, B minus, and then
B
what?
minus.
What else? Yep.
Then you said
He
high
minus,
school
bro.
for the recruiting class.
High school recruiting this year.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going
Recruiting this year, I actually think we did a B plus. I think we did.
I
We
think
did
we
good at
lost
the
them.
defensive line. I feel like we have a lot of athletes who could go either way. A lot of athletes like there's a lot of kids that could go either way. We did good with the quarterback, offensive linemen. I mean, those are you could just
So far
which
two
I
so
love.
far two B so far two
I'll just give it
you
a
you
B.
gave us a B minus, you give us a B
I
minus
give
and a
us a
B
B
plus.
plus. Yeah, not
So
a
B
not an
minus and
A. I'll just say a B. We won't say a B plus.
so that definitely means so if we got a B minus and a B plus, that means we definitely got to hit an A in the portal. Is what I'm getting to.
Yep.
A plus plus. We got to get extra credit. We got to
It,
make the
that's what
honor
I'm.
roll.
Yeah.
That's what I'm.
For
That's
sure.
what I'm getting to. That how pivotal that this portal is going to be because we
Alabama
did.
O Alabama O lineman hopped in the portal. Nikhil Bertrand, 6'6", 320, 3 years eligibility left. Hey, B Jinx, you down south. Tell me about these Alabama players. Another Alabama player, defensive lineman, Hunter
That's
Osborne.
what I've been saying. I've been saying that all day long. It's
Woo!
happening all the way across the country. But we need to
Woo!
focus. If we're going to get players, man, we need to get those trench players. Alabama got a few more minutes in the portal.
He's six four,
Georgia,
300.
Georgia,
He's six.
Georgia, they grow like that down here, fam.
6 with three
And
They
years
got what's
eligibility.
his name? What's his name? Oates from
He
Alabama. I think
older.
he's a
the defensive
yeah,
lineman, yeah. Yeah.
yeah. He 300 pounds, man. So again, the Georgia got a couple that's in the portal. Hell, Oregon got an offensive lineman that's in the portal,
A
man. We're gonna focus
monster.
on if
Hey,
we're
that
gonna
dude like
focus on
6'8". Like, not to cut you
if
off,
we're
but that
gonna yeah. If we're
not
gonna
gonna let it.
focus on somebody, man, we need to get the trenches, man. Where we hurting at. I mean, I think this is what I think. If they were willing to spend that much on Stewart, they gonna be willing to give one of these, a couple of these defensive tackles out of and a nose tackle. We definitely need a nose tackle. I think they really gonna drop the bag on the trenches, man, which is what we needed.
A Michigan O lineman just joined too. I don't have his
Look
name,
at all
but
these
he's out from
linemen
Michigan.
going into the portal, man. Why would you go and get? Why would you be too overly concerned about a running back, man? No, you need the
They
trenches.
go BG. Hey, I feel you, BG. Only reason
I
I was
feel you.
concerned
I feel you, but
because hold on, Jay. Hold on,
Yeah.
Jay. The only reason I'm concerned, I just feel like that signal that our money ain't right.
No,
Cam Newberry.
I think it just signaled that they placing more emphasis on that defense. That's what I think it is.
Cam, what about the offensive line
I,
though?
I
Cam
think
Newberry.
Yeah.
I signal that's no loyalty.
Hey, what y'all know about Cam
Well, this is free.
Newberry?
This is free agency, bro. Ain't no
Yeah, I
loyalty
know,
in
but it's
free
like if
agency.
a kid want to be loyal to you and he balling, then I'm gonna be loyal to him too. Like you're gonna be loyal. It's not like you being loyal to what you were with when it came to Alex Grinch. This is being loyal to a player that you seen play for you. That the kids played out. If he was the number one tailback this year, he would have went over 1,000. We all know that.
Let me
And
ask you a question. Do you currently are you currently like working for a company? Have you got a tenure with any company? Is
yeah,
anybody
I
on
own
this
my
phone
own
got like a
company.
tenure? I mean tenure like working being employed with somebody else.
I
Anybody
have,
that's got
yeah, back in the day, yeah, for sure.
how long were you with them for?
I was with them for 6 years.
Let's just say you was in tech, or would you say you was in what finance, or you were, or
I was in
what
finance.
industry? Industry. All
Oh,
right, cool. You was in finance, and you were with them for 6 years, right?
hmm
I don't know what your salary was, but let's just say on average it's like 120 starting out. All right.
hmm
Now you with them for 6 years, and then a new company come along, and they said, "Well, how much are you making?" They said, "Well, around 120." Well, hell, we're gonna give you 180. But you've been
hmm
loyal to this company for 6 years. Would you leave for 180?
Would I leave for 180?
Yeah.
I left to do my own thing, but I that's a different type of perspective to ask somebody like me. Because the company came to me and willing to ask me to pay me more to stay, and so it's like I'm not now, but I want to do my own thing. I got this.
Yeah, I got what you're saying.
I mean, I would look at it
Okay,
as
cool. Let's take it from that angle. Let's take
a
it from
great
that
question to
angle, right?
answer. Me, ask me.
Let,
That's all
let,
I'm
let's
saying. But like,
let's
yeah,
take it
yeah,
from that angle. All right. Let's just say
yeah.
you can make 250 starting off on your own, but you've been loyal to
Are
this
you?
company for 6 years, and they paying you 125. You comfortable there? But hey, look, I see what I can make somewhere else. Would you stay? Did you stay, or did you decide to do your own thing?
Hey, look what I got on the screen.
What's that?
If you could see, if you could look.
Oh, that's funny.
I
Hello,
Hey,
got you.
hey,
hello.
look, to that point, hey, ain't you in Alabama, B Jinx?
Yeah.
Why they say that Alabama got more California players than USC, bro?
Well, that
hmm
didn't start with Raleigh though. That started with Hilton.
Bro,
Hilton was
not
the
like
reason why, huh?
Hilton never only got 4 California kids, bro. We only had like 4 or 5 California kids this class. Like, come on now.
Yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is where it started at. So it started with Hilton. Okay, so once they saw the floodgates open, of course we start. Let's be honest. Last time we put a fist up around Cali was really, I would have to say, it was Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin was the
So you
last
traded,
one to hold
Man,
that fist
bro. Look,
around Southern Cal.
the sanctions
The
opened up
sanctions
the
killed it.
floodgates.
yeah,
Yeah,
The
that's what I'm
sanctions
about
opened
to
up
say.
the
yeah,
floodgates,
but
California.
if you look at that first recruiting class that Lane Kiffin had, he brought in like close to 30, 32 players, and then after
And
that,
then the next year
it
he
was
brought
like
in
down to
like
12.
12.
Yeah, because that was the sanctions hit. But that's when
hmm
all of the talent started leaving out. So you can't say, hey, look, this is on Raleigh. Because you got to remember, even when Riley was at Oklahoma, he came into Southern Cal and picked out cherry picked players.
No,
Makai
you know
Lemon
why I can't.
and Nelson, Malachi Nelson was committed to Lincoln Riley when he was at Oklahoma.
You know why I can't say it's Riley?
Why?
Because if you look at all the talent in California, it's
Hmm.
too many players that left, bro, and with the other schools and is balling right now. You bring up Frazier all the time. He
Right,
just is one of many, bro.
right, right. I
He
agree with you. He's one of many, but again, this is a problem that started a long time ago. So once
look,
kids
but
start
he
seeing
get
the
paid
floodgate,
100 million to fix it.
he gonna be
That's
able to
the
fix it
thing.
though, and he gonna be able to fix it in 2 seasons.
But where's the effort?
I
I
get
heard
what you're saying.
I heard he only go to Bosco, John Bosco in modern day like 1-2 times a year, and that
Yeah,
shit right
but
down the street.
he ain't got the pass.
Right.
He ain't got the pass to go to Inglewood to the communities around that's actually around USC like Pete Carroll
Well,
Why
has.
you
not?
go
You
get the
can't put that on
pass.
him.
Hold on. Why not?
You can't. Well, he don't have that
Yeah,
pass. That
he
it,
going on his 4th season. He should
it
know the
took Pete.
landscape by now.
Listen, he should know it, but he ain't from Cali though, fam.
But
He
he
not
Wait,
from
been
B,
Cali.
here
B,
3
B,
years.
B.
B
Yeah.
not
I'm
you
gonna
can't
say
do
this.
that.
I'm gonna say this, Carl. I'm gonna say this, B, because I haven't been on the to get rid of Riley. I ain't there yet, but it is a problem with recruiting in California, and we can't use that as an excuse you don't know a layout because uh, here in Arkansas, Bob Petrino was a head coach, and he didn't know the layout of Miami, none of the places. But what he did, he went out and hired Randy Shannon, who had ties down into the hood of the Miami. That's how he brought in Collins and all them. And he had Arkansas a top ranked team all the years he was here until he got in trouble on the motorcycle with the girl. That's a whole nother issue.
And
Cheating on his
look,
wife and they crashed.
Yeah, I
But
remember that.
what he did, but I'm saying, and they were with Ryan Mallett and all them, they was in the top 10 the 3 years, 4 years he was here every year. And what he did is he didn't know the layout, but he brought people on his staff who can go into. I can't go, but my defensive back coach can go recruit this running back, can go get this corner out the project. You know what I'm saying? My running backs coach can go. I might not can go, but I have somebody on this team. I'm gonna hire people on this team that can go into these places where I need to pull this talent. And I think that's what called it. I think that's what a lot of people are saying is that Riley needs to utilize his resources. Okay, he might not feel comfortable going to Inglewood, but you need to get somebody on staff who can go and can relate and get those
No,
recruits to
no,
come in.
and
no.
So I
look,
Riley has
think
the
it
and
does.
resources.
hold on,
No, Riley has the
hold
resources.
on,
He has the
hold on,
number
Tron.
one resource in
Tron.
all of college football. Pete Carroll.
I mean, Pete Carroll just got there this year. Pete Carroll been in the NFL,
Pete
but
Carroll,
he
Pete
got
Carroll,
he
Pete
got
Carroll can be like, hey, go down here, Riley. Or I guarantee you, he can. You even heard Jaywalk speak on USC Jay's page. All the players will give him the pass. The players who played at SC, who know the whole landscape, come out of those neighborhoods, who play for SC, got championships, can give him a pass down there.
But
And
I
They
don't
look,
can
think you
throw
hear
bullets
what I
off
said.
hold
I
him.
don't think you hear. I think you missed the key word. What I said. I said to bring them people on staff who can go and do that. To
You
bring
don't
in them
got to bring
resources.
him on staff to get the pass.
look. This is the thing, though. Back to what B Jinx was saying when he was saying Lincoln Riley don't know LA like that. So you mean to tell me Kalen DeBoer know LA better than Lincoln Riley? Kalen DeBoer went to Washington the same year Lincoln Riley went. And Kalen DeBoer down in Alabama signed more players out of California than Lincoln Riley. So
Mhm.
how
He had
another
built-in
coach
Hey,
say,
relationships.
those kids,
hold
Carter,
on, hold
those kids
on.
were.
I'm gonna let you cook. Hold on. Tell me how another coach that ain't never even coached in California can recruit California better than Lincoln Riley.
No, he
They
did recruit in California. He was a head coach at Fresno State though.
still though, it don't matter at Fresno
Yeah,
State. He
yeah, but
wasn't even
those kids
recruiting
were
the same
already
player.
on board though. You talking about kids that were
Yeah, he
committed
already
to
built those
saving
relationships
staff.
with them
He
from
I'm,
already
Washington.
not, but
that was saving staff that built
I'm
that.
not saying that. I know he brought his Washington class. I'm saying from up in Washington,
Right.
recruiting California better than Lincoln Riley. In
You said how he built them
Alabama, he
relationships.
doing the same thing. Now let me go over the top players out of California. Okay, we got the number one player, Longstreet. Alabama got the number one corner due to 5-star in our own backyard, Mission Viejo.
Who was
5-star
that? Who was
corner,
that?
Dejon Lee, 6'3",
Deja Lee.
6'3" and a half.
He was already
But
committed to
I
Alabama
don't
though, fam.
care. This I don't care. It was at one point he wasn't committed to Alabama. Then we go down the line. You got Jackson Lloyd, 6'5", 6'6" and a half, 280. We know they don't grow like that in California all the time. He grew like that. He went to Alabama, 96 rating. The second best corner in the state, Adonis Curry, went to
Yeah.
Texas A&M, 94 rating. The third best corner went to Alabama, Chuck McDonald. I watched that kid lock down Zachariah Branch as a freshman. There's
I
no
remember
way.
that. Hey, I remember that card in that game. Like, yeah. I knew you
That
like, yeah. I remember that game for sure. I remember that game. Yeah.
yeah, right. He the real deal. Since a freshman, he was elite. He went to Alabama. Manny Faramo, we know, went to Notre Dame. Hayden Lowe, let him go to Miami. Marco Jones, Texas A&M. Noah Michael, Texas A&M. Alabama and Texas A&M got more top 20 California players than USC. That's unexcusable. The fourth best corner went to Washington, 92 rating. The fifth best corner went to Penn State, 92 rating. The number one defensive lineman, Josiah Sharma, went to Texas, Oregon. Go down the list. Oregon, Ohio State, Oregon. I done went through the top 20. How many USC got at the top 20? 1, 2, 3. Goddamn. Alabama out the top 20 got 1, 2, 3, 4. Alabama got 4 out the top 20. Oregon got 4 out the top 20.
If I'm
Okay.
a coach, I'm gonna look at it like this. I'm gonna tell my wife, like, listen, babe, I'm gonna just stick with the state. I can be home with the kids more because I only got to travel within my state to go get the kids I need to be able to build a dominant program. I don't gotta move. I don't gotta move out the West Coast. I could go an hour to Vegas. I could go an hour up to Oregon or Washington. Anywhere I could get a Cali in an hour on a plane, and I could go to Arizona too. I'm just gonna stick to the whole West Coast.
And Nasir
And
White,
I'm a fir-
linebacker out of
and I,
Mater Dei. He wanted to come to SC. He wanted to come.
I
He said he
understand.
grew up an SC fan. Went to
I
Oregon.
understand what I understand what B saying. I understand what you saying too, Carter. And my whole thing is, if I'm a college coach, it's even what I say here. You can't let you got to win the recruiting battle within your state and the borders. You got
Yeah,
to protect it. You got to keep your best players in house and not let them go out. You got to protect the state and the borders.
Look,
that's
we
a
got
championship team.
look. Yeah, what we missing out on is the championship team. We got 3 players out of the top 40 in California. 3, bro. And out the top 40, 34 of them is 4 stars or better, and they all signed to top programs. Alabama, Oregon, Texas A&M, they in the top program, but they SEC. Like, it ain't like we passing on kids who going to Fresno State, San Diego State. We passing on ballers, bro. He ain't even trying. Another dude, Jordan Davison, I know he wanted to go to USC. We fumbled that one, the running back, right?
And another thing too, I'm gonna tell you, it's tough to protect the borders of Florida, Texas, and California because that's where everybody's coming in to grab players. But you have to do it. You have to figure out a way to do it.
3
Them
out the
three
top.
states right there.
You lock down Cali and you go cherry pick everywhere else if USC. If you're USC, you lock down Cali and you go cherry pick anywhere else you want to. You cherry pick them.
All right,
Well, yeah,
that player.
we would have cherry picked Jakeem Stewart. That's a
Hey,
cherry pick.
let me. I agree with that, but let me ask you a question. The top two, when Sark was at USC, the top 2 running backs that he recruited, what were they from?
Texas.
Texas, right?
Yeah.
Why is that? When we got talent in Cali.
Well, Ronald Jones is just a phenomenal talent.
Okay, but
You
what
know
about his backup? What about his backup?
what year was
Uh,
Sark coaching?
Sark coached there in 14, and he was fired in 15.
All right, I'm gonna go to his recruiting class.
he
Go
got
We
ahead.
Ronald Jones. He
we
And
got.
gonna
he got what was the other boy name?
Yeah, I
What
know
was his
you're talking
name?
about the other tailback. He got 2 tailbacks out of Texas.
Out
Yeah,
of Texas.
but he
all
was
right.
cherry picking though.
Let me see, because I got it right
Yeah,
here.
pull up
I'm
his,
gonna go to
put
that
it up.
class. I'm pulling it up.
He was cherry picking.
I'm finna see. Okay, we got Adoree Jackson.
You're
Wait,
right, Cali.
no, hold on. Let me go to the class because this is just the players for that year. So
Adora was out of Missouri. He wasn't out of Cali. He went to Sarah. He transferred in to Sarah, but he was out of Missouri.
But he was a Sarah for like 2 to 3 years. He a Cali kid. Like that's a Cali boy.
yeah, for real, for real.
He a Cali boy, like for sure. He's always back in Cali. Like yeah, he does these camps down here. My boy be going to like Adore's a Cali boy.
Yeah,
Man,
he
and
is.
I know. Well, we all most likely I believe from Southern California, right?
Yeah. Well,
John,
I'm
you
from
and
Central.
Carter, LA. Okay, so you from Central. Well, I'm from Southern California. I'm from San Diego. And one issue that I've had all the time is that, like when I was in high school, I played against Kellen Winslow, Alex Smith, Reggie Bush,
Okay.
Teo Johnson, all within the same year. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? And my thing is, I know, I
Keller
even
went
played
down to
against Tyson Chandler.
Miami. Yeah.
Even played against Tyson Chandler. This was basketball in the semifinals. State. He was up at Compton Dominguez. But my thing is that I know Compton, Inglewood, all the LA area with Bishop going, all them schools, not Bishop going, that's Vegas, but all the schools up there that have a lot of talent. But I feel like San Diego often gets left out, and there's so
That's what
much high talent down there.
we
Yeah.
sleep at. Oregon be getting all the San Diego talent. We
And
don't
there's
even
so much.
more.
I'm
We
gonna
don't
tell you
even
guys about a guy from my actual high school, right? Lincoln High, where I went to high school at, right? Lincoln High in San Diego. We had a guy not last year, 2 years ago, 5 star, Roderick Robertson.
Yep.
There's no way Georgia should have came in and been able to grab him. Dude is a
He was
beast.
a tailback, right?
He was signed to
Yeah,
UCLA first too.
he
I
like
used to
six
live in I
he
used
like
to live
six.
in Pacific Beach, bro.
Oh, okay.
hey, hold
I used to
on.
live in
PB.
PB. I lived in PB first. Yeah. I used to live
Hey,
in PB.
Yeah,
I played
I
baseball.
know
I
all
played
about that.
baseball at Lincoln High School.
Hey
Yeah.
y'all, hold on. BG,
Yeah.
you don't want to see this Sarkeesian recruiting class. I'm
All
gonna
right.
run it
Go
down.
ahead.
Or Dory Jackson, #1 recruit out of Gardena. Juju, Long
Yeah.
Beach Pop.
Right.
Damian Mama, St. John Bosco, Bellflower, California. Another dude, I ain't even gonna try to pronounce his name. He was out of Centennial, Corona, California. Bryce Dixon, out of St. Bonaventure, California. Toll Lobadon, out of La Harbor, California.
No, that's
Jonathan,
Vianney. Vianney, the one that you were asking, the offensive lineman. He coaching up at Stanford now. Yeah.
Jonathan Lockett, out of Mater Dei. Chris Brown, out of Inner City School, Loyola, in Los Angeles. Malik Dorton, out of St. John Bosco, California. I ain't got to an out-of-state kid yet. Jalen Green, Gardena,
That was the
California.
left-handed quarterback. Yeah, I remember him.
He played wide receiver. John
But no, he ended
Plattenberg,
up playing quarterback. But all right.
yeah. John Plattenberg, safety. He out of Texas. That's the first out-of-state kid. Elijah Juan Tucker, out of Gardena, California. Don Hill, they got him out of Idaho. Lamont Simmons, out of Florida. Jordan Austin, out of Claremont, California. Ajay Harris, out of
That's right,
Crenshaw.
close to San Diego. Claremont. We played Claremont.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Janae Harris, out of Crenshaw, Inner City, Los Angeles. Right? Rashad Johnson, out of Long Beach. Uchenna, out of Norbonne, California, and Joe Ford out of Anaheim. So they only had two players. No, 3 players. A player from
Hold on. What recruiting class was that one? Which one was that one?
2014.
Go to the 15. Go to the
Go to
15.
15?
I
Okay,
remember
but
Dixon. I like Dixon, but he got into that trouble, didn't he?
yeah, I think he did.
Didn't Dixon
Now,
he got kicked off the team or something like that?
We don't have
yeah,
a number of players to do that.
look.
He
I'm gonna go to
played
15.
tight end / receiver or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dixon was
Dixon,
nice,
Bryce
man.
Dixon. Is it Bryce Dixon?
That's who he was, Bryce Dixon. That's
Yeah.
Dixon's
Bryce
name.
Dixon.
Yeah,
That's
go
All
to
right,
that one.
I'm gonna go to the 2015, but before I leave that, look, this
Okay.
was gonna blow y'all mind. It say the recruits, they was 83% from in-state. And it said the average distance of the recruit was only 247 miles. We didn't go nowhere but California.
Okay.
All right. Now let me go to 2015. Let me go to
Right.
2015.
And why you doing that? There's no way we should have let Bobby Green out of California. Dude was getting
Just to
300
prove
yards
a
catching
point.
5 touchdowns. That's
None of them
crazy.
kids was leaving. None of them kids was leaving. They weren't leaving. And this is us coming
All right,
off
look,
of sanctions.
hold on. He said 2015. I'm happy he said that because that was the second ranked class nationally.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Now look, before I even get to the roster, it already telling me 74% was from in-state, and the average distance was only 314 miles. I don't even gotta look at now. I know now our average distance is 1,000 damn miles. But I digress. All right. Iman Marshall. We sticking to the top programs in Southern California, and we going inner city. We got Iman Marshall out of Long Beach Poly. We got Rasheem Green, Now, Iman Marshall and Rasheem Green was 2 5-stars. Rasheem Green out of Gardena. We got Chume Udoga. He was out of Georgia.
He was out of Georgia, right? I remember him.
Then we got Ronald Jones, like y'all said. He was out of Texas. Porter Gustin out of Utah. Osa Messina out of Utah. John Houston out of Gardena. Daquan Hampton out of California. Wakili Ross out of Riverside. Marvell Tell out of Encino. Jacob Daniel out of Clovis. Isaiah Langley out of Pleasanton. It is all California. Sam Darnold out of San Clemente. Noah Jefferson out of Vegas. Cameron Smith out of Cali. Tyler Petit out of Cali. Christian Rector out of Los Angeles Loyola Inner City School. Servite. Clayton Bentley out of Anaheim, California from Servite. Isaac Whitney was from Oklahoma. Oh, y'all talking about Cedric Ware?
Yeah,
Michael Cedric Ware.
yeah, that was the other
He
tailback.
never
out of
got enough
Texas,
burn.
yeah.
I liked him. He never got enough burn.
Right.
He had Rojo in front of him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like Jonah having Marks in front of him. You can't,
Y'all see the point.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So out this class, let me see. 1 out of state. I'm gonna let y'all cook. I'm just gonna count the out of state dudes. 2, 3. I don't even consider Vegas out of state, so I ain't even gonna count that.
How you not gonna count Vegas out of state?
Because everybody that live in Vegas is from LA or the Bay Area. That's why.
Okay.
Nobody from Vegas. Vegas is a transit city.
Hey,
right? Just like Zachariah Branch. It say he out of Vegas, but he from Cali. He used to play for the
Cali boy. Yeah.
Hey, when we had those 4 wide receivers, Amon Ra, Michael Pittman, Vaughns, and
all
Rick
Cali.
London, all Cali.
Yeah, I know
all
that.
Cali.
They all Cali.
Oh, yeah. That was a monster lineup. Oh my
this class
God! I was the coach would love to have them.
So this class had 7 out-of-state kids and 20
Vegas
from
only 4 hours from Vegas only a 4-hour ride from San Diego.
It's a 45 minutes on the plane.
Yeah, Vegas is our blueprint. That's our territory. Like, period. So I consider that California. Like, shit. I went to Vegas. Came back in the same day. Drove to Vegas, picked somebody up, came back. That shit ain't.
You know what's crazy? If you look at the state, if you look at the top whatever recruits, you can go down the whole list. And you look at the state of Oregon. Oregon don't produce that many.
I talked to Bonnie.
Oregon don't produce
nobody, and yet they program was able to come in because of Nike and everything and steal everybody. They recruit.
I talked to Bonnie.
And look,
who's Bonnie?
I talked to Bonnie, mom, at the film place.
Hey, mute your mic if you're talking to somebody else.
She said it'll be kind of risky, but she said I could.
Who that, D? Hey, look.
I don't know.
That was D talking. I muted him real quick. But now this class say the in-state is 24%, and the average distance travel is 1242. So we went from 80% kids distance travel 300 miles to 24% and 1,200 miles. That ain't gonna get it done. I'm sorry.
All right, cool. Let's go with that, right?
Yeah.
Let's just follow your model, right?
Yeah.
Now, do me a favor. You were looking at Sarkisian, right, for 2014, 2015.
Yeah.
What was Sarkisian's record in those 2 years?
He's probably using a.
I get where you're going, but he never got to stay to develop them players that he had. He never got to stay to develop them players. You hear me, BJ?
I think, I got you. I just think that I get what you're saying, and trust me, I believe that Riley should put the fence up around Southern California and cherry pick from everywhere else. I agree with that. All right. But this thing started way before Riley got there, man. You got to remember, Najee Harris got out of Southern California with the Alabama. Who was the other quarterback?
That year Najee came out, the problem is that Stephon Carter came out too. Najee Harris, he was up there in he was in Northern California, Antioch, and then we have Stephen Carter and Fontana.
Okay, well, what about
and both of the tailbacks didn't want to go? Like they was like one was going to go somewhere and else, from the other.
What about Thibodeau that went to Oregon? What about Thibodeau?
Thibodeau, that was just a miss.
In my opinion,
California, what the Oregon?
In my opinion,
that was a miss.
in my opinion, it started when we missed that big DN that went to Oregon. He's a New
But
York
Thibodeau,
guy.
damn,
Thibodeau.
Yeah,
That's
I think
Thibodeau.
I think it tipped
Yeah,
the scale
Thibodeau.
when we missed
Yeah,
Thibodeau.
that's what I'm saying. This been started though, man, a long time
no,
ago.
to me, it
But
started when the
gonna say what
sanctions
Carter
hit.
said. I'm gonna
Go
say
ahead,
what
Chris.
Carter said. I'm gonna say what Carter said because when everybody went live and we was like, we back. When Lincoln Riley said it was another job they were saying he was going to, and he was like, I'm not taking that job. I'm not.
LSU,
And then that same
LSU.
LSU, and then that same night it broke that he was going to USC, and everybody was so happy. And I'm gonna tell you the issue and what Carter saying is right. We paying him all that money, and the first thing we said is, "Oh, he's gonna be able to recruit. We're gonna win California recruiting again."
Hmm.
Exactly. We thought we was gonna dominate recruiting now.
We
Yeah,
thought we was gonna have California back. I know I said it personally. I said, "Oh man, yeah, we got Riley, we good. Ain't no more coming in taking our players out. We about to win recruiting again in California,"
I
and it
believe
hasn't
so.
happened.
I
well,
agree with that.
he had
I
Mixon
thought
out of
so.
Cali. He had Joe Mixon, so I think a lot of that played on Joe Mixon playing out there because he bought. So it's like Joe Mixon went to Oklahoma, and that played a large part of him getting into Cali. Because Joe Mixon was a Northern Cali boy. I'm from Central California. I'm from Bakersfield. I know all the kids from both coasts or both landscapes and from where I'm from. And it's like, because like in high school, I played against all those kids, like, well, not those kids, but older ones. So you get like, the high schools and where the kids are coming from and stuff. But even like up north, like plugging into like the De La Salles and, like going up there and hanging out like at Piedmont in Oakland, like they're producing players. They produce players.
Hey,
So,
look like just like bro said on the screen, Stephen Bingham. Oregon took Aiden Breland and Jericho Johnson. Can't
right.
keep having that. I could have swore we was gonna get Jericho because it was at the end. We were short on linemen. He came. He committed at the end. We could have got him. We didn't
You know
want
what we're doing? What we're doing is we're going after right now. What's happening is because Lincoln Riley is used to having a national landscape of recruiting because he's from Oklahoma. And I mean, he would have
Lincoln
to go
Riley.
everywhere to get players, but
He
not.
used to why he used to recruit in Texas so much. In
Yeah,
Oklahoma, them Oklahoma coaches they recruit Texas.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So Lincoln Riley, I don't know why he won't recruit California kids. But y'all answer me this.
Sound like one of these guys that I don't even know went to Lincoln out of the blue. Some random guy. I'm gonna talk to him later. He said,
Oh, he,
down in San Diego,
hey,
we missing out on the
look,
running back.
look, check it.
What's that?
Lincoln Riley, I don't know why he don't like California players. At this point, you cannot really like. Do you got something against California players? Like you've been here 3 years, why you won't recruit them, right?
I don't
Because
know if
some
he
people,
don't. I don't know if he don't like them or he has relationships built elsewhere from when he was at Oklahoma, and instead he's trying to build that gap, that bridge to get those relationships in California where he needs to. He's spending more time keeping the relationships he already had in the
Lincoln Riley
areas
is
he
not
has.
tapping in. He's not tapping into what he has right here in his back pocket, which is all of the players, the former SC players, and all the former SC alumni, and also plugging into what Coach Carroll could teach him. So
And
he's
I'm gonna
just
say this,
going into what he knows, and he's stubborn. We've all said that. So he's stubborn. He
and I'm
feels
gonna
like he's going to win it his way. You're not going to win your way. I mean, maybe you can, but it's like we haven't seen it yet. And now you're on the clock. So if you're not going to be able to come down here, everybody who's on all of these podcasts either has some type of connection with LA or California. And we know SC gets California like it's no tomorrow. We have no sanctions. We got money. To come to that campus is amazing. To be on that campus and get a degree from it is phenomenal. So it's like, why not plug into that? If you go
hey,
in there and you get the alumni and you win over the alumni, what you have to do which Sarkisian did, obviously, which Kiffin did, obviously. Even Coach O had the slang, or even Clay Helton. They still got enough money to get whatever player they wanted to. Why can't you do that?
Hey,
Because you're
hold
spending
on.
all the money going all over the damn country as opposed to just staying in your backyard.
Exactly. My boy B Jones in the building from Light the Torch podcast. If y'all ain't subscribed to Light the Torch podcast, go ahead and subscribe. Now,
On
B Jones, I need your raw, uncut opinion. Like you on this channel, you can say whatever you want, bro.
All right, man. You want the unfiltered B Jones, huh?
I want the
Hey, B
unfiltered.
Jones, you off the chain too. I love you, bro. Keep it moving. This is John Alexander, man. You always
Hey,
rock. I rocked on
appreciate you,
y'all
man.
channel one
Appreciate the
time
support.
too.
Appreciate the support, family.
Yeah.
All right, what's up, Carter? Bro? What you got?
I just want to know what you think. First off, you missed it. Like B Jinx, and I think Christian, I don't want to speak for him, but I know B Jinx, he said he understand the Quinn Joyner situation and we got money, but all we doing is trying to save that money for the premium players in the premium positions. Me and John argue back that we needed to keep Quinn Joyner and
Yeah,
and
man.
keep stacking this roster instead of losing players. So what you think on that first?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree, B James. I mean, listen, that could be the case, right? But why Quentin Joyner? The dude averaged
Exactly.
7.6 yards a carry. If that don't deserve a raise, then nobody on the team deserve a raise.
Facts.
All right, let me tell you exactly what I said. And Carter got it. He got it right somewhat. I was saying that running backs are not a premium position of need. Is what I said. I said the premium positions of need. I believe that we're focusing on, and they proved that by giving Jakeem Stewart the NIL deal that he had. Our premium positions of need are going to be your defensive line, your offensive line, some linebackers, some boundary corners, and a safety. Those are your premium positions of need. Running backs, you got more. You're going to have more running backs in the portal than you got top programs. We can get a running back. Okay, I'm not saying that Quentin Joyner didn't deserve it. I'm just saying that they're running this like it's a true Patriots um, program, and this Bill Belichick is doing the GM. If you look at it, the Patriots never really played a running back like that or a receiver like that. They had a defense, they had a quarterback, and they had a tight end that they can go to. That's how they won. That's what I said. He's not a premium position of need.
BJ, listen, I hear what you're saying. Yes, that is all the facts. We do need those positions for sure. And running backs are a dime a dozen. You can find them, pretty much anywhere. But I almost hope that you're right, man.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the simple fact that it just sounds like incompetence to me, based on everything I'm hearing and seeing. I got a chance to I reached out to join this pops, man, and it just they want to be here, man. They definitely want to be here. They're true Trojans, man. They wanted to be here from the jump, and they planned on being here next year.
Let
They
me,
had no
I
intention of
want to see the
with that
kids
being
stay
said,
too.
wait.
I
With
like
that being
Jonah.
said, with that being said, is there any way to salvage that relationship, or it's a done deal?
I don't know the depths of the conversation, man, but it seemed like, based on what I heard, man, they was lying on the dude, try to bash his character,
Mm-mm-mm.
just to leverage.
And
I
that
mean, how you gonna lie? How
motivates
you gonna lie to a dude about himself? How BJ, how am I gonna lie to you about you? Show you what you did and didn't do.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with that part, and we
You
got
know
that
what I'm saying?
information
Like,
from Jay. We got the information from Jay. I'm
bro,
not agreeing with that part. If that's what happened, that's wrong. I'm just saying if I'm looking
So,
at it from a GM perspective, and I'm looking to show up my defense, I'm gonna drop everything I have on that defense. Anything extra will be considered to be uniform.
wait,
Running back is a
somebody got
uniform
something in the
position
background.
right now.
I hear that. I hear that. But my
So,
thing
so,
is, BJ,
so,
go ahead.
so, B, you think it's definitely over? No way to salvage.
It don't sound like it, man. It don't sound like it. And plus, I hear A&M is already coming after him. And you know they're gonna come with the bag, and I mean the
Yeah,
dude deserves a
man.
bag. So if, the dude definitely deserves a bag,
Yeah.
man. So I
Once,
personally hope he gets what he's owed. You know, get what he deserves.
hey, but I look in between the lines. You know what's more telling is
What's
that
that?
USC tried to make him look bad, lied on
Yeah.
him,
Yes, man. That's the part that don't sit
lied
well
on
with
the
me. There was no reason for that.
like how other kids gonna want to come.
No reason at
My
all
bad, I'm
for
gonna let you
that.
cook B Jones, but how other kids gonna want to come here? They gonna hear about this shit. Like
Absolutely.
that's all bad, bro. Go ahead, B Jones.
Nah, that's
B
I'm.
Jones, B Jones, B Jones, B
Yeah.
Jones, and I know you probably understand the NIL more than I do. This Christian, by the way, man. I don't, but
What up?
as far as, and I know we say, House of Victory has it, the coach don't control NIL. But at a point like that, especially, I know the player and his parents probably had to go to the coach and say, they're saying he's not going to class. They saying this and that. I mean, at some point, the coach should have some type of voice to where they should be able to go back and say, no, this is not true. We need this player. Uh, can we come to some type of arrangement or something, like, you know what I'm saying, as far as money wise? I'm like, I know the coaches don't control NIL, but at some point the coach has to be going to the House of Victory and saying, look, this is what I need for retention, like Ryan Day did. This player here, like, that's not true. He come to practice. You know what I'm saying? At some point, Riley. But in this situation, I clearly say at some point the coach got to shake some bushes if NIL continue, the House of Victory continue to blow NIL situations, and we're losing commitment because NIL is not following through with what they're saying, or we can't retain players because of a situation like today, which is really uncalled for. Like, if you don't want to pay somebody, just don't pay them. You don't have to make up stuff, but at some point, I know the coach don't control it, but the coach got to have some type of say so or something. I would think.
Well, Christian, you would think that's how it works, right? You think that, but from everything I'm hearing, Lincoln Riley is too in control over everything, and that's why we can't find the GM. People don't want to work with Riley. They said he's hard to deal with.
Hey, B Jones, I thought that they were bringing in was it Robertson's son, John Robertson's son, a nephew or something like that, to
Yeah,
help
yeah, he's with
balance
House
it
of Victory.
out, huh?
He's with House of Victory now.
Is he? So
Yeah,
is he fixing that situation, or does it look like it's headed that direction, or what's going on?
that I don't know. That would be more of a question with JJ has a better relationship with him. So I'll have to go to Jay, defer to Jay on that one. Jay would know that more than me,
Okay.
his exact role. But yeah, he's over there with him. I don't know how much control he has over there though.
So
But
Okay.
yeah,
if he
but
controlling everything, we can't blame him for these low offers then
no,
and all
exactly
that
no.
shit.
So it's not House of Victory to blame. Here's the thing. From based on what I'm hearing, right? So this is just what I heard. It's Lincoln Riley, David Emmerich, and they kind of separating themselves from everybody else, from everybody else who's trying to help them. House of Victory, how so they will go do some negotiating, and then tell House of Victory, "Hey, we need this amount," and House of Victory like, wait, what? And then they got to scramble around try to get it. The communication ain't there. Basically, is what I'm saying.
So let me
So
ask you another question. Let me ask you a follow-up question, B. Jones. Does it
uh,
look like they're going to focus more so on that defense, or is it just that okay, they're not paying anybody, period, except for maybe a select few? Like I said, they did drop a bag on Jakeem Stewart, which is Henny's boy, right?
right.
Does it look like they're going to save it to get that defensive line out the portal? Is that the focus? Is that what you're hearing?
It appears that way. I know we got a visit from Silver coming up. Was it Thursday? I think he'll be at Thursday, Friday before he head to Michigan. So yeah, I
If I'm
mean,
them, I don't let that kid leave without.
I'm telling you, I'm,
I'm telling you, which
I'm
is what
showing
I've
them
been saying.
everything.
Which is what I've been saying. Hey, look, they gonna show up that defensive line. Do not let that kid leave without taking an offer and not even going to Michigan.
Right, exactly. But you know, I
But
mean,
here's my fear of that is that we've been the first for someone to visit, and we fumble the situation, and they go somewhere else get more, and we've lost them. And so giving up Joyner and other players like last year, the attempt was there, but the execution wasn't there. We couldn't get nobody. We knew we needed defensive lineman, offensive lineman. We couldn't get them in, right? We couldn't sign anybody. So we're playing a dangerous game where we're letting people like Joyner go
well, you
in
know why that
hopes
is.
of building. What's that?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you know why that
Go
was?
ahead.
The same
What's that?
person who
Why we
messed up
couldn't get nobody last year?
same issue we have with Jordan. They're trying to lowball everybody.
Exactly. So, like, how confident are we that because we lowball Joyner and that we're not going to do the same thing to when these defensive linemen come in and offensive
And
linemen
that's
come
the
in when he
issue.
comes this week?
That's the issue. That's why everybody freaking out. It's like, oh man, here we go again. You know what I'm saying? We doing the same thing. We're gonna get the same result.
Well,
And
that's
B Jones,
what
let me
that's
ask
why I
you one more
beg to
thing.
push back a
I
little.
thought
Oh,
we,
go ahead.
I thought,
But that's
I'm gonna ask one more question. I thought in September we got a new person to head House of Victory. Then
That's
we
what I was
let
just saying
the.
earlier.
I
yeah.
thought
You
it was
talking
like
about the
in
McKays? You
September. Say it again.
talking about the McKays? I don't know. Like I
Yeah,
said,
I
I don't
thought
know
that.
how much control they have over there, but they're definitely over there for sure. But it's not. That's what I'm saying. The problem isn't House of Victory. It's not. It's not. Jen Cohen. Is from based on everything out here, just alleged. It sounds like it's Dave Emmerich and Lincoln Riley is the issue, man.
And see, that's what I was saying earlier. I wasn't saying that I agree with let Jordan go. I was like, the only make sense of it. The only thing I can think about was that coaches and players had meetings at the end of the year, and and for whatever it was, how little, how less that Jordan wanted, the coaches didn't think the price was worth the player. That's the only, and I didn't say I agree. I was just trying to make sense of it. I was like, that's the only thing that I can see. Like I didn't think it's that we didn't have the NIL money. It was just that they didn't want to pay it for whatever
Yeah,
reason. Not that I agree with it.
yeah, man. That's I can't call it, man. It just don't make
I
Y'all,
sense.
think
is
it's
Carter still
B
on here?
Jones, B
I only
Jones,
see three
B
of us.
Jones. I think it's B Jones. I think it's messed up what happened to Jonah again. I think Jonah is worth every bit of what he was asking for. From what I understand,
Absolutely.
the average or the going rate for a running back, a good starting running back would be around 200 to 250. I
Right.
just
Hey
think
y'all.
is it from a yeah. Go ahead.
Now I was just gonna say we on Carter live, but I think Carter dropped off. I don't even see him no more.
He dropped off. How you gonna drop off his
Let me
own
cut it
live,
short,
man?
man.
I see just the three of us. I was like, where Carter go? So I don't know if he did it or what.
Everybody else dropped off too, didn't they?
No, we still
I
live,
guess.
man. He'll pop back up. He'll pop back up.
Okay, I was
But
like,
what I was saying was this again, and Christian, he kind of saw where I was coming from. When you thinking it from a Bill Belichick perspective, and I hate to keep beating the horse again or beating the drum again, but if I'm looking at it like this, if running backs come a dime a dozen. All right, they're not a premium position of need. All right, and then you got your uniform position of needs. They fall within that uniform position of need because you can get a running back out of the portal, and don't have to pay them that much. But that defensive line, I think they're going to drop a bag on like they did with Stewart. They're bringing this other kid in on Thursday, you said. I think they're going to drop a bag on him. I think they're going to show up all of these positional needs. Um, Brian Jackson, is to be determined right now. He reminds me of a Lindell White, but he's just green right now. He's just wet behind the ears,
Right.
But I think with I think he can carry us throughout this bowl game, and then you got Amari and Peterson bringing them in. I also said this: we'll know whether or not some of that money was spread around that could have gone to your running back to our wide receivers. If none of them jump in the portal, then some of that money was spread around in them too to keep them, for retention purposes. You can even put Zach Branch back there and bring him out of the backfield on a couple of wheel routes or whatever to get more usage out of him. So I just think that unfortunately, Quinn Joyner is just a casualty of of doing business right now. And The Patriots never paid a running back like that. They never paid running backs and they never paid wide receivers
You right, Big
and
Jones, but
DBs.
we bringing one in though. We're bringing one in
What's
for
that?
you.
Yeah, but
Right.
he's not going to require. He's not a Quentin. He doesn't require the same type of bag that a Quentin Joyner would be. As a matter of fact, more than likely, he probably going to be there for depth to supplement Brian Jackson and Amari Peterson if Peterson decides to stay. So if I can get one of those for what you were playing Quentin Joyner, which I think was highway rivalry, if I can get him for what I was paying Quentin Joyner last season, I'm gonna go with that and drop everything I have along that defensive front, along those corners, play boundary corners, and get them linebackers. That's what I'm gonna do.
Like
But
I
here,
said,
Big Jones, do you know anything?
I hope
Do
you're
you know
right, man.
anything?
I hope that's the
Hey,
case.
that's what I'm saying too. That's what I'm saying too. I understand exactly what Brian is talking about and where we where he thinks he's going, and because I think that's the same thing too. The same thing too. I just hope the execution is there, right? That we get the players we need to work out because if not, we're in trouble. But do anybody know anything about this kid from Utah? Because I mean, we hit with Travis Dye, we hit with Lloyd, and we hit with Woody.
Woody,
I mean, I don't know if this guy is neither one of those three. That guy to come in and give us that production because from what I
Um,
only thing I read on him was that he couldn't see the field at Utah this year that much.
and he coming off of ACL.
Mm.
So yeah,
I
listen,
think
I mean,
Jackson
I'm
gonna
not.
be the bell cow next year.
Who is Jackson?
I think Jackson gonna be the bell cow next year. And if he can stay healthy, knock on wood, and get his weight up, I think the same situation gonna happen with him. He'll ask for more money, and because running back is not a premium position of need, they'll let him go and keep that defense churning like the 2008 USC defense was, where they only gave up 8 points a game, 8 or 9 points a game. Now I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong. But if I'm wrong, and they're not giving the defensive line or the defense, if they're not making them a priority to show up that defense, then yeah, Riley needs to be replaced.
No way I'll be giving somebody that young that much responsibility. I'd rather go with what I know, what I'm gonna get from what I dealt with, and everything is about keeping it in house. Like
You
every
talking
in
about a
house is
sophomore?
no,
John, John just popped
Yeah,
back on. He ain't missed a beat.
yeah. So I'm gonna keep
Right, right.
everything I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep it in house, because it's a loyalty. It's a loyalty to the program. It's a loyalty to the kid. That kid didn't want to leave. He doesn't want to leave. He does not want to leave.
Yeah, but you're
right.
looking for you put your
But
personal feelings into it
his
though,
value
fam.
is so okay. Let's say I'm working for a company, right? Let's say I'm making $100,000 a year. I do not want to leave the company. There's another company offering me 150, and I'm like, but I bring super value to your company,
Hmm.
the most extreme top level value to your company, and I'm like, listen, you don't even have to pay me more. Just pay me 150. Or you know what? I love it here so much. You can pay me 135 because I love being here so much. And you tell
I
them
agree.
no.
I agree with you, but here's the thing: you're asking for loyalty in a free agency market. You're asking for loyalty in a free
No,
agency
if you're
market,
No,
the
but
man.
we
person,
asking loyalty from the coaches.
I
right?
get what you're saying,
They
but
get different.
what I'm saying is this: the landscape of college football itself has changed. It's here today, gone tomorrow, and that's across the country, fam. That's not just a SC. This is across the
No,
country.
that's probably
Hey,
Alabama where
Carter
you
said
live. When a kid is out
Carter
here, when a kid is out
Carter put
here
in a
and he's living in LA, and he's like, okay,
Carter.
listen, I know you're paying me 35. I don't want to leave living in LA, but you know what? I know my market value. My market value is 200,000. But you know
Mhm.
what? You don't even have to pay me 200,000. You can pay me 150. Just pay me 150, 175. It's cool. It's good. Like I'm gonna take it lower than my market value. I love being here. I know what my future is gonna look like. I know I'm gonna get number one carries. I know I'm gonna be the number one tailback. And you tell him no. I want to pay you lower. Nah, that's some.
I agree
That's
with you. Listen to me, bro. I agree with you personally. I agree with you. But if I'm talking from a business perspective, I'm gonna give you an analogy. You ever seen the movie? I think I
okay.
love my
Okay,
wife.
no, no, no,
I
no.
think
I'm gonna give it to you
hold
from a
on,
business
hold
perspective.
on.
All right,
You ever seen the movie? I think I love my wife. It had Chris
right.
Rock in it. All right. You remember when he kept missing work? And the boss brought him in here and set him down, and he asked him, "How much do you think you brought into this company?" He said, "Oh, about 20 million." He said, "Well, this table represents this company. This quarter is you. This table is worth 800 million. You only brought in 20 million." You understand what I'm saying? He can
Mhm.
get another one of him, is what he was telling him.
Right.
I can get another one of you, no
Yeah.
problem. But
All right,
this
let me
company
hop
right here is
let me hop
800 million.
let me
Again,
because
But then
I
Lincoln
got real life
Riley,
examples.
I
hold
just
on,
want to
hold
hit
on, hold
one
on,
point.
hold
I
on.
just want to hit one point up to this. Okay, what if a kid, or what if anybody, if their whole entire life is like, hey, listen, you know, I know, what you're going through. I know you got to save money. I know you have to be able to get these other kids on deck. I know what that is and everything, but I'm just willing to be here. So I don't even need everything when it comes to market value because I know my talent level. If you don't see my talent level, then that's on you. So it's like if you don't notice somebody's talent level, that's obsolete to them. So and then at the second tier of it, you have to look at like, okay, you don't see my talent level, obviously, but like what have I really done? So like what have I done? Like, let's go through the numbers. Everything is about numbers. So let's look at the numbers. Numbers never lie. Numbers never lie. So if I go back into the market, my market value is actually going to be higher than what it is at SC. People will recruit me, and I don't even want to go into the market. I want to be here. So let's just stay face right now. Let's just keep me here. Everything's cool. It's all good. Then you got to go into an aspect of like when you keep talking about Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick don't hold that pay that open checkbook, my boy. You know who hold that checkbook? Crab.
Craft
So Crab is the one who holds the checkbook.
and
Crab
that
goes
salary
off
cap.
of no. Here, let me give you a whole nother aspect of it. Crab has to go to Belichick to talk to him about the player or to see the player. And if Kraft wants to play him, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't want to. So it's really about opening up. And that's when the coach has to go on, and this is college, this is not NFL. The the the, the coach has to go to the dude who cut the check. He worked it. Pay him. Give him his money. Keep him going. And not only that, the culture of paying him. The culture you bring with paying that one kid is going to bring so much more. Not only within the players that are future coming. Okay, so every running back we have in the room right now. So every time you want to ask for 200,000, we're going to tell you to walk because we want to go get a D lineman. No, so every time we need an offensive lineman, we're not going to pay you because we need an offensive lineman. No, because you're just as valuable to the team as everybody else. It's a team aspect. Team TEAM. Together, everybody achieves more. It's a growth that we all do together. But the person who
And I'm
sticks up for you the most is the coach to get you paid. That's his goal. His goal is to get you paid, whether it's in college or it's in the NFL. That's his goal. Like like Lincoln Riley's goal was to get not only Caleb to be a Heisman, but not only Heisman to get all the NIL deals to live your best life. You have to look at that for every player on your team. I want you to be the best DB that you could be. I need you to be a first round pick. Not only for me, but for you. I need you to be the best linebacker in the nation. Not for me, but for you. I need you to be the
and I'm
best D lineman. I need you to be the best end tackle. I need you to be the best tight end.
and I'm gonna give you two personal real life experience of me in a similar situation and how I felt in both situations. Right.
Right.
When I had my first child, I was offered a job
making 30,000 more a year, and I put my 2 weeks in, and I put my 2 weeks in, and I know the value that I brought to my current and all that. So I wasn't even looking for nothing. I was like, shoot, I put my 2 weeks in. I'm about to go. I'm gone. And then my direct manager was like, no, no, no. You know how much they paying you? Let me take it to directors and all that. You know they typically negotiate. Say, and I was like, cool. Well, I don't want to leave, but I was having my first child. What I'm saying, and 30,000 more a year. What I'm saying, was greatly going to help. And I got on with the directors, the VPs, and basically they were like trying to get me to like buy into stocks and this, and oh, you get a one time bonus. So after you do all that, that'd be like the same thing. And I'm like, no, because the 30,000 extra they added me is guaranteed. I see that monthly. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, well, then take take what you could get. This is all
You're
we offer
counting your
you.
costs. You're counting your costs of your life and what your lifestyle is and having a kid. I get it.
And so they said they was like, so they didn't want to negotiate, even though I didn't go there asking. So I'm like, well, you guys wasted my time. I put my 2 weeks in. Y'all said y'all want to talk to me. Y'all didn't wasted my time. But how that made me feel was that basically you didn't really want me to stay. You want to undervalue me. Now the current job I'm at now, I just had a second child, and somebody reached out to me on LinkedIn. They was offering more money. So I go in and put the 2 weeks in, and my manager, he said, "No, you're not going anywhere." And my VP, I mean, 'cause I am manager, he was like, "Nah, you're not going anywhere." And I was like, "Steven," he was like, "I'm gonna call you right back." And he came back and he said, "What are they offering you?" I told him. He said, You ain't going anywhere. We about to give you more than that." And so how I felt in the first one, I felt unappreciated. I felt, what I'm saying, they didn't value what I was bringing to the company and all that. And how I
Right.
felt with this company, I didn't want to leave because you have to start over, learn new systems, learn new procedures and all that. But I
Yeah.
was willing to. I was willing to because I just had a set of child. I'm like, and so they was uh. But with this, I was like, okay. And then they came back with the number. I was like, well, you know, that's that's 10,000 a year shorter than what they offer me. And he was like, unfortunately for the position here, this is the best we can do. We bumped you up this much, this much. He's like, talk to your wife about it, but we don't want you to go nowhere. Saying this and this. And I prayed on it. I came back and I told him, I said, you know what? Because of what you did, and I like it here, and I don't want to go. That 10,000, that's $20, $30 a month that I want to see. I was like, I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm staying here. I ain't going nowhere. But it was more because I felt appreciated. People were reaching out from VP and directors and doing all they could do to get to what I'm saying, to reach the
Right.
goal to what they had to do. So in one situation, I felt unappreciated. In the other one, I felt overboard, appreciated, and loved to a place where I didn't want to leave anyway because I really didn't want to start over. And so I stayed even though it was 10,000 less than what the new company was offering.
Right. So B Jones.
Yes, sir.
All right. So like, man, I get to cook with you for a minute. Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead, Chuck.
All right. So the respect of the level for the program has gone down, obviously, but realistically, it ain't nothing but a paycheck away. For your perspective and what you look at from the program, your insight, because I'm inside the program too. What do you think? What do you think the next level of the program and what they have to do, regards to even to getting Quentin back, or what they have to do in the transfer portal? What do you think it looked like to move forward?
Get a
I know.
GM that trusting that GM, or if not, just more communication with those who are trying to help, who are
Right.
trying to do their job. You know, from
Yeah.
on the two I have, two I mentioned earlier. Um,
Sorry, I
that's
dropped off for a little bit. My bad, brother. I didn't get to hear it all. My bad.
no. I said we have to either hire a GM and trust that GM, or we have to start communicating with the two I mentioned earlier. Need to start communicating with those that are in place to help him. So that's first and foremost. Secondly, like Jaywalk mentioned, Jaywalk mentioned it on Jay's show. Need a street team. You know what I mean? We need to start using our resources. There are people dying, not a little, literally just chomping at the bit to get out there and be able to help. Why aren't you using these people? You know what I'm saying? It just don't make sense, man. You hear reports that Mater Dei is hosting coaches around the area. Hosting college coaches, and USC ain't even showing up. No representation from USC at
B.
all.
Jones, let me ask you a question. Gavin, I think his name. What's his name? Gavin Morris.
Gavin Morris, yeah.
Yeah,
What exactly? He doesn't have ties to the LA area.
He's like
yeah,
a
man.
quality control coach. But he can't pull the string when it comes down to it.
Gavin
I'm
got.
talking about as
Look,
far as
I'll be
I'm talking
seeing
about as
Gavin in the
far
streets,
as
man. Gavin be
getting it.
everywhere.
That's what
Gavin,
I'm talking
Gavin
about as
recruits
far as like
everywhere.
getting
Gavin
to the
recruited my
community.
cousin.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Gavin be
As far as
everywhere.
getting into
Gavin's
the
like,
community and stuff like that.
yeah, but it's just Gav alone can't do it.
Okay, I
When
got you. I got you.
Oregon got
Hey,
about
did y'all
11 Gavins, you know what I'm
y'all
saying?
see Carter
Right,
message?
exactly. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they got like more than that probably, but it's just
Did y'all see
ridiculous.
Carter message?
No, what do you
What's
say?
that?
At 10:10,
Yeah,
Carter said, "I'm about to end the live. My service tripping."
yeah, my service been tripping. I'm let y'all go for 10 minutes. I'm about to eat something, but I'm gonna end it in like 10 minutes. Y'all can cook.
All right.
Uh yeah, Gavin's a great guy, man. Gavin's really cool, man. I remember when we came over there for my cousin's recruitment, like Gavin put us up, like had us really nice at the game and everything. This is several
Yeah.
years ago, but he's been with SE for a minute. Like he's loyal to the soil. He's a really good dude too, and
Yeah.
Yeah,
he take care of
yeah,
all his
man.
people.
Here's the thing, man.
Who y'all talking
Of
about?
course,
Who y'all
of
talking
course, I'm born and raised in the South, man. And it would be easy for me to say, hey, look, I'm an Alabama fan. Alabama been in the way for the last 10, 15 years, but I've been an SC fan probably ever since I saw Keyshawn playing that Rose Bowl against Northwestern, man. So,
Yeah,
I catch it from all sides. Well, actually, me and my son are SC fans. We probably one of the only two SC fans,
And all
here in Birmingham. But
right.
mm,
I just want to see the program win. When they hired Riley, I was excited. True, we need to put
We all
the
were.
fence back. True, they need to put the fence back up around Southern Cal. But I just see it going a different direction. I hated to lose Joyner. I think he's a good kid. I think he's an awesome cornerback. It's just that I see them, I think he's really going to give Henny and Coach Lynn everything they need on that defensive end, on that defensive front, and then that defensive secondary to let Lynn really operate the way he needs to operate. But I had one more question for B. Jones before I get out of here, man. Who do you see them hire at linebacker coach?
personally, I want Claiborne.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, man. The roots. I
Hmm.
mean, high school
Calabasas
recruiting.
boy,
Yeah, he
SC
got all the
dude.
ties to the coaches around here. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Born and raised. You know what I'm saying? Local guy, SC legend, knows exactly what it means to be a Trojan.
Right.
Exactly what this team is missing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Claiborne provides. So
Okay.
that's my
Okay.
pick.
Like we're gonna have more if he come on board, we're gonna have more recruiters on the defensive end that are just bombs.
Exactly.
Is
Exactly. Matter of
Claiborne?
fact, if I'm not mistaken, Claiborne recruited EG, didn't he? Didn't he recruit Gentry?
Yep.
Or he
To
coached him?
What,
Arizona State.
Yeah.
what
That was
Claiborne
that
at
dude.
right
The
now?
only reason why Gentry left Arizona State was because of the sanctions they got.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I remember that. I
That
remember
that
that.
whole entire team is Edward's team.
Yep.
What Claiborne at right now? He still at Arizona State.
No, he was
No.
coaching
He coaching
UFL,
in like the what's that league? The
UFL, FFL, one of them.
Canadian League or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the leagues, man. I can't remember.
They all left and spurred somewhere else. But yeah, that was their baby, and then that was one of the things that you could see with the Pac-12 because they got hit with the sanctions for recruiting. They
Right.
but they didn't hit them with sanctions like they hit SC. They hit them with sanctions. Basically, all the coaches had to leave.
Right.
Once the coaches left, Man, I was down there in Scottsdale all the time at that time. So it's like I learned the whole landscape of it too. But they got players down here in Arizona. But they were contacting people, they were contacting players, and the people that they know during uh, uh COVID. It was a COVID year, and that's when they hit them. Like, how you gonna hit somebody in the COVID year? That's all bad.
Yeah, man, it was some BS. It was some BS.
Yeah, before I wrap it up, I want to ask all of y'all. We could go in line or order or whatever. What y'all want to say to the program and to the fans that's listening, to the USC fans out there? What y'all want to say? And we gonna wrap it up. What y'all want to say to the fans in the program? Y'all last little some statements and thoughts.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, but yeah, you go first. Go ahead.
Hey man, it's just a matter of time. It's just I know time is of the essence. That's how I look at life. Like, with me in life, I never want to lose time. So I understand, like I feel like even for our older fans or younger fans, like you're losing time for us to be on top. But it's a matter of it getting it together. I feel like SC's bag is together. No matter what nobody says, like the bag is together. It's just a matter of getting the right people in place to be able to allocate the money and spend it in a point to where it can all make sense. And that
Yep.
comes from somebody who's very, very educated, highly educated, and not looking at like two or one individual that's running this program. There's going to be a fact check in this program. There's going to be a point to where you guys look at the leader of the program, the head coach, but he's going to get his ass checked. And when it happens, it's great. It's going to work out because it's going to have to go and it's going to spread over to everything that has to happen in California because this is where the blue blood of the program is. This is all of I would say customers. I have a client business, but like this is where all of our fans come from. This is where our friends breed from, and we need you guys back into there to support it, to grow it, to where it could
Exactly.
go to the next level, to be able to build everything that we have to build for not only just being in the college but also build it to where we can have everything that we want in the infrastructure of it. Infrastructure means like, in regards to having the recruiting we want in Southern California, getting the kids we want in Southern California, getting the kids that cherry pick them out of, California, and also get the portal kids. There's three things in this, and this is my last time I'm gonna say this. The first thing we have to do in this entire program is we have to do player retention. The second thing we have to do is go after the recruits, the freshmen, where the kids are coming in. The third thing we have to do is the portal. If we live in those three models, everything will be okay. It's a simple model with system. It's a simple way of growing, and it's something that we could get to the next level. And with all that, fight on.
Right.
Be Jinx, what you got?
Yeah, man, I appreciate you guys being on this, having on this live and dialogue. It's good, therapy is a good, way to air out your frustration. I will say this, man, in this day and age of college football, I know, player retention is important, but in this day and age, man, this is a free agency market. So I would suggest that we not. I can only suggest, but I know me personally, as much as I hate to see these kids go, man. Listen, they're gonna run this thing like a business. And the more they leave out, the more they're gonna bring in. So don't develop any personal attachments. You know, if these kids go somewhere else, you really like them, support them. From afar. But this is the way college football is now, and it's up to the NCAA. Well, I think the NCAA is dead. So until they put some guardrails on this, it's gonna continue to roll on the way it's rolling on. These kids are gonna go to the highest bidder, and that's it.
Yeah. Right
B
now, that's the
Jones,
name of the game. Oh,
what you
yeah. I
want
mean, once again, man, BJ hit it right on the head, man. That's what it is. That's what we are in this game right now. It's either we pay or it's just not happening.
to?
But what I will say, man, we are now our brand has taken hits, man. The Clay Helton era, and then now Lincoln Riley's era so far. It looked like we was on the right track to get back that first year. Even though people like to forget, we had a very easy schedule that year, so we should have been undefeated that year too. But I'll get into that in another day. But what I'm saying is we are now in a rebrand, man. Our brand is taking some major hits, man, of these past seasons. So all we can do as fans is get out there, man. Get out there with your Trojan gear on, and that's going to be our way of marketing. That's our advertising right there. Because you look at Oregon, man, you see these Pop Warner teams wearing the OG Ducks and all that, man. That's all branding. That's all marketing for Oregon.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? These kids, take Juju, for instance, right? Juju Lewis. His high school team is the Trojans.
Right.
So don't you think he was a little attracted to SC because of that?
Right.
That alone?
Yeah.
So
Everything
these
matters.
kids that's playing for the OG Ducks right now, right?
Everybody,
What
when we was youngsters, wanted to be a Trojan.
right. So one, we got to take back California, man. In that sense. So yeah, I mean, there is a SC Trojans or OC Trojans team out here. I don't know how good they are, but I don't know, man. It might need to be an investment thrown that way, man. Just because that's what it is, man. Everything's marketed. These kids are being programmed to go to Oregon, go out of town, go out, and especially with the program that they send every day on ESPN, telling them that to go to Alabama, go to because that's the best conference. That's this conference. That's they don't tell the whole story. They don't tell them they only play 8 games and they only half them games are FCS teams and all that. You know what I'm saying? They just say, "Oh, look at their record. They're automatically in the playoffs. We push them in the playoffs." They're not telling the whole story. But all these kids see is the SEC dominating, Oregon dominating.
Hey, BJ,
So
BJ,
yeah,
tell him just go pull up the Reggie highlights. All right.
but see, how long can we live off those, man?
I
After a
know,
while,
but
they're
Man,
it's
that's
gonna.
just like
20
y'all
years
pull
ago.
that
Hey,
up and just
hold on. Let me let my boy Chris get his little spiel in before we get up out of here. What you got to say to the fans in the university?
Man, we been on this, Carter.
Yeah, be honest, Cook.
Uh, man, I was the most optimistic, probably fan taking up the whole season. My biggest thing was that we was a young team, and I felt like the year we went through was going to be a building block for next year. A lot of young players learning how to win, being in the trenches, getting experience. With what's going on, our team is going to be completely different. So I feel like we lost the whole season. Like this, all the lessons learned this season was a waste because we're losing so many of those players, seniors and people to the portal, and I'm sure it's going to be more coming. So all the experiences, all the lessons from the season, is gone with them, and we wasted a season, right? Uh,
No, for sure.
and
And I think
to
the
be
thing
honest,
that scares people.
somebody's on.
sorry,
I can hear
my bad.
someone say.
Yeah.
To be honest, as a diehard USC fan, I ain't gonna lie, I'm concerned. I don't know what we're gonna look like in the bowl and what team gonna be out there and what type of offensive line we can put together with everyone leaving. I don't know what we're gonna look like next year. Like I feel like the portal is something we have to get 100% right. And to be honest, I'm losing confidence that it's going to happen. I don't know if we're gonna be able to land the players and the NIL is gonna go through and we get the players we need. It's wishful thinking that we're attacking and gonna pay the positions that we need, but what I've seen in the last 2 or 3 years, yeah, nothing that makes me think it's going to happen. And I'm scared for next season that we might be back in the same situation. This portal class is gonna be so pivotal to our success, and to be honest, I'm concerned.
Well, I'll say this to that, man. If that is the case, which I understand it completely why you feel that way. If that is the case, man, Lincoln Riley, they'll find a way to get that money to get him up out of here, based on everything I heard.
B Jones, you think
Yes, sir.
we gonna ante up in the portal?
See, and that's the thing. Today kind of discouraged me, man. It made me think that we still back on the BS. But
What made you feel that way?
huh?
What made you feel that way?
Just the whole. So the reason why we failed last year is just because the parties I mentioned was lowballing people, man. And then you look at this Joyner situation, it's like, oh man, here we go again. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
But the fact that Silver is even entertaining us gives me some kind of hope. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, Link has got to know that we got to pay these dudes. We got to, and the portal. Look at our. There's no way we should be in this situation first of all to do where we have to go into the get this many bodies out the portal, but. That's where we at. So he knows that we have to go into the portal, and we not. It's. I mean, we got to compete with these teams. The other teams are gonna be paying, so we got to compete and get these guys, man. So.
But B, I would say this is my biggest fear, right? We have so many needs we gotta get out the portal.
Right.
While you have other teams who need one or two plug and play,
Yeah.
right? So when it comes
Yep.
down to because we have so many players that we need and so many positions that need to be filled, I mean, it is a lot. Can we pay a top defensive lineman top dollar and fill every other position, or get outbidded by Oregon, who just need to replace one or two people so they can blow the budget on that one star player to come in and play and dominate?
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
that's what my fear. That's what my fear is.
One of the things I know for a fact that's in the program is that the money is there. It's about how they're allocating the money.
Yep.
So it's not that the money's not there. Like, I promise you guys, it's not that the money's not there. I swear, like, I know for a fact the money is there. Like, even what USCJ, it's a little bit more than that. I promise you that. It is. They have the money. It's about how they're allocating it. Like, where is the money going to? It's like one of those situations to where you might look back in a couple of years and be like, oh damn, he kept an extra 250 in his pocket, who was allocating the money, and 500 in his pocket because he's running the money. It's like you can't. Yeah, I mean, at a university like that, I feel like they have a bigger prestige and more intellectuals who are involved with it, but it's not at the level that it needs to be to have the total type of program to come in. And what I mean by program, the total type of individuals to run it. You have to
Right.
run it better than everybody else. You have to be like last year. I don't know if you guys know this, and I'll tell everybody this, but we went after the Alabama general manager.
Yep.
We went after him like I'm talking about like trying to offer him more.
You know why he turned
Like
it down?
huh?
So you know why he turned it down?
Why? Go
Because
ahead, I'll
Riley's
let you
hard.
say it.
He said Riley's hard to work with, and
Yep.
he don't like our recruiting philosophy. Basically, because
Right.
we're not
Yo, headlight
targeting
out too.
California.
Mine
Bro,
is too.
The Alabama manager, the general manager, who's like the best general manager in all of college sports.
Yeah.
We went after him.
You know what's wrong with yours? Oh my bad, y'all. My bad.
He he turned down the job, bro. He came to SC though. So like if somebody comes, that means they're open to hear what you gotta say.
Yep.
When the coach sits down with him, because he's the general manager over football, and he says, nope, I'll stay at Alabama. And Alabama signed him for a contract. Y'all didn't see that last year? Like they signed him for a contract, and it wasn't SC was actually offering him more. They were offering him more, and he took less to stay where he was at. Well, less, but I mean, it was more than what he was getting. But he was already the general manager there. They already had that in play. That's what I'm saying. They already had
Yep.
that in play. They already had everything. Like the best person we could have had in play to do this was hey, what's the guy who hired Lincoln Riley? It wasn't Bowen. What's the guy who went
Sosna.
to
It was Sosna.
Awesome.
Yep. We should have kept him. He's the one
He
who
went to
actually
Detroit,
hired
didn't
Lincoln
he? He
Riley.
went to Detroit, didn't he? To
Yeah,
the
Yeah.
Detroit
to the
Lions.
Lions. So you have to get somebody who understands like the level of where you're going, but like not only that, but like the progressiveness of it, like where we're going from here. It ain't about right now. It's like where we're going from here. What do we have to do to recruit the player? What do we have to do to get the facility? What do we have to do to get the players in here? What do we have to do to make sure all of our coaching staff is always on point? What do we have to do to be able to make sure that these kids have a great, like, life college experience? What do you have to do to make sure you keep their ass in class all the time? What do we have to do to make sure that we have all their grades up on point? What were all of our plugs around all the United States um for players we're recruiting? What do we have to do for all the control the West Coast? Where are we allocating all of our funds to? That's running a business, B Jinx.
Yep.
Everything, the whole perspective, the
Hey, I'm
whole
I'm gonna
layout.
close it
Spot
with this.
on.
I'm gonna say what I gotta say to USC real quick. USC, we can't let another generation of kids grow up with SC being mid. It's gonna
Yep.
get worse. Like some of these kids still remember, or they heard about the glory days, right?
Hmm.
But if we let another generation go by, now they pops is gonna be telling him like USC try, like USC ain't never been shit.
We don't want to be
So
like Nebraska.
USC, man, we gotta do what we
Right.
gotta do. We can't let a whole nother generation growing up to being Trojans is mid. And this is the season, this is the make or break season. We gotta treat this season like, you know what I'm saying? It's all or nothing. Because if we bomb this season, we can set back another 4 or 5 years because we're gonna be looking for another coach, and this process gonna start over again. And then we gonna have to get that coach another 3 4 years. Next thing you know, another 8 years then pass by since we first hired Lincoln Riley, and we still trying to rebuild. So this
Yep.
year is the most important year I feel like in program history for the future. We got to do that. And second, we need somebody that's leading USC that will give they fucking right kidney to see USC successful. We need somebody who really cares. We need somebody who gonna be like, I don't give a damn what it takes. USC gonna be back on top. So I agree with y'all. We need a former player running this team. We need somebody who really care. I don't think none of our leaders really care. I think most of our leaders probably looking at the bottom line and shit. And our bottom line always gonna be great because it's USC, right? We need somebody to care that we actually suck. We need somebody that'll get a right arm for this program to be successful, man. And that's all I'm gonna say. Don't let another generation pass where USC is sorry, and get somebody to lead this program who cares. Hire Pete Carroll for vice president. Carroll Foe stepping down. Let Pete Carroll be VP and general manager. And if Lincoln Roddy don't like that shit, then his ass could go. You know what I'm saying? Pete, we could find another fucking coach. Put somebody in the program that care, man. And that's all I gotta say. Y'all can say something more if y'all want to, but after that, I'm gone, man.
Yeah,
I feel like
I got
Pete
to bounce. I got to bounce, bro.
put
So I
Pete
get it,
Carroll as
y'all.
general manager.
And
You
vice
put it.
president.
You put him as general manager. That changes the whole entire game because, like, now he has somebody he has to actually look up to that he cannot. And he's in LA. He cannot disrespect that culture that Pete Carroll built. Pete
Right.
Carroll's gonna, as a general manager, Pete Carroll's gonna be a person. He gonna get Lindell. He gonna get Liner. He gonna get all the linemen, the Byers, the Khalils. He's gonna get the Lauren Jacksons to come back. He's gonna get the. I mean, Taylor Mays is already here. He's gonna get the Jordan Pinkers, like that, like everybody who's gonna come back. The Colberts, the Steve Smith, the Dwayne Jarrett's, I mean, Mike Williams is already there, but like he gonna get all the cats is coming back. Reggie, like all that.
Yep.
So until then, man, I'm in this live. Look, I appreciate everybody. Hey, we cooked for 4 hours, B Jones. You hopped on late. Did y'all do a live, B Jones?
No, I was working, man. I got home late. I've been up since 3, so I apologize for my rambling, man. Got a little lost in my thoughts, but man, it's been a
All right.
long day, but yeah, man, we'll be on live tomorrow
All right, drop the link. I'll hop on there and cook with y'all.
for sure.
I'll
All
tap
right.
in with you, bro. Many blessings.
All right.
All right, B Jinx and Chris, man. I appreciate y'all. coming and helping me with this live, man. Y'all support me and everything to me. Y'all why I do this shit, man. Cause I ain't even liking the program. If it wasn't for y'all, I wouldn't even be going live, to tell you the truth. But you know what I said? I gotta talk with my boys. Y'all support me, so I come on here for y'all. So thank y'all, B Jinx, Chris, B Jones, J.A.
Yes, sir.
But until then, I'm out this thing. I'm gonna end this live. B Jones, you know I got your number. I'm gonna hit you. J.A. too. I'm gonna hit you too.
All right, for
I
sure.
bet.
All right, then go.
I won.